Of a legend in the making. Defeat the best to be the best. Yeah. Of a legend in the making. Story. History in the making.
With the matches for set blue done and dusted, now it's time for Danger Red to take over. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting day of the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, finally we get to witness the last 64 teams in action from the Danger Red as well.
I know, right? And the best part about this red set is that there's not a lot of T1 teams in one single group, so that means the cutoff is also going to increase as soon as the red one steps in.
Exactly, and it's going to be exciting as well. Some of the best performing names from that opening week are in set red. We're going to see one of them in action. I'm talking about Team 8-Bit, of course. But if you are here to watch Silly Gaming, you will have to wait till day after tomorrow, because that is when their matches begin. And of course, all of us are excited to see what Silly Gaming will do in this particular week, especially considering now that the teams from set red know exactly what the marker is. You have to land yourself in the mid-70s.
You pretty much said what I wanted to say. Now they know exactly what they need to breach through. And now, knowing the fact that red set as well is probably going to amp up the benchmark a bit more, one thing is for sure, a lot of the teams from the set blue might just be kicked out.
Exactly, and then set blue in particular, I mean, one thing we noticed was that the teams at the top ended up doing quite well. We talked about iQOO Seoul. Godlike had a brilliant bounce back, but people expected them to perform the way they did as well. Along with that, it was the usual contenders that were usually performing at the best of their abilities in every single game. And then yesterday's last group, there was a stark contrast between how the teams at the top were playing, how the teams that have already been eliminated were playing, and then there were two teams that were stuck in the middle, still fighting for qualification, and we still don't know if any of them have qualified, by the way.
Yeah, if that's going to happen or not, only this red set can tell us. But you know what? How can we forget that one single mesmerizing game from iQOO Seoul, that map of Vikendi? It was just hot knife through butter, straight up cutting through teams, not even struggling, not even breaking a sweat in that one single game. I'm not going to lie, has to be the game of the BMPS 2024.
Exactly, and you need to bring those performances again and again, because there is a lot on the line for all of these teams that are competing. Well, right now we have 128 teams, but after the journey of set red comes to an end, we will be left with 64 teams moving to round 2 and continuing on their journey to fight for 2 crore rupees in prize pool.
Exactly. 2 crore rupees is going to be the total amount that's over here in the iQOO BMPS 2024, from which the winning team will be getting 75 lakhs in their hands. The runners-up will be getting 30 lakhs, and of course the second runners-up will be getting 20. You move on towards the individual prize amounts that's going to be given away to the players. The iQOO MVP of the tournament getting 4 lakhs, the in-game leader getting 2 lakhs, emerging star getting 1 lakh, and the fan favorite player getting 50,000.
Well, let's see, though, how these players are going to be rated, and of course, which player walks away with what prize money in terms of those individual accolades. But the individual accolades do not end there. That's the best part, because we have a mobility partner, Hero, who've been generous enough to allow us the opportunity to give the MVP of the finals, the Hero Extreme 160R4V, and of course, the survivor of the finals, he's going to ride home in that Hero Extreme 125R.
That's the best possible thing you can ask for if you're someone who manages to perform at the peak of your performance. Let's move on towards the points distribution and find out what you need to do to move on and claim that prize pool. The first placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points, the second one will be getting 6, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards until each finish will grant you 1 point, and that's really motivating these teams to move on in the aggressive footing.
Exactly, and we've seen that aggression being amped up day after day, match after match, and of course teams aren't slowing down, and I think this is just going to get worse every single time we move from one round to the next. But talking about today, it's going to be the same journey. Match 1, Erangle, match 2, Miramar, match 3, Sanhok. After that, we have a group change. Group 2 from set red will perform, and they will start off their journey on the map of Vikendi. Then we have Miramar and Erangle, the next 2 maps for Group 2. And of course tomorrow the rotations of the groups are going to swap, so Group 2 will start off on Erangle and Group 1 will start their day on Vikendi. But let's start talking about Group 1 now, Necro. Let's get into the serious discussions, right? A lot of big names in this particular group. I already said 8-bit, but they aren't the only ones. God's Rain is going to be there. Team Captain, a team that did secure 2 chicken dinners on their opening day, but then completely bombed on the next day, is also going to be playing their matches today. So we are going to have a look at the overall ranking as of now, ladies and gentlemen, and see how the journey has been so far for a lot of these teams. And of course, the discussion can continue. Team Captain now, do you expect them to bounce back this week?
hands down. I mean, team captain, they already did a lot of that heavy lifting in the first 3 games that they played. Yeah, later on they dropped the ball, but still they've got so many points that they can look forward to. Now moving on the conversation towards Metal Esports 2. The first few games they played, they completely bombed those, but then we saw a miraculous comeback from the side of Metal Esports in the overall standings. And these sort of comebacks can really put a lot of pressure, especially on the set blue. As I mentioned today, one thing is for sure, we are going to see that benchmark rise up a bit more.
Exactly, and as you were talking about those comebacks, I think in set blue in particular, how their run went in week 2, I think one of the best comebacks was by the side of Dragon Esports. I mean, they kind of played very well, 42 points secured, and again, maintaining that average from that opening week. I think they're going to get close to qualification as well. TWOB had a brilliant run this particular week, and they started off their journey as well on a very nice note with their performance in week 1. Team Crore, 44 points. I think they also had a quite a nice bounce back in the overall leaderboard.
Pretty much. I'm still going to be looking forward for teams like Team FatalitY, who still have got a lot to showcase. Team FatalitY, they've got a great past, and I'm just going to be looking forward to them even on today's day, considering they will be performing over here. You've also got a few more known names like Hail India inside of this group, which we'll be looking for to make a remark in the overall standings. And so far, these are the overall standings off the set blue that we've witnessed for both the weeks. And for a few names like Genesis Esports, RVNC, Remorseless, we pretty much know it's done for. Even Lifecraft Esports, a known banner, still struggling to perform, just getting 22 points in total. Now that's bad.
Exactly, and talk about things getting worse. Big Brothers, Jubilant Divine, now 2 of the biggest names that were there in set blue in week 2, just absolutely failed to show up in any single game. After 6 games, Big Brothers able to secure 18 points, Jubilant Divine with 17 points. And in the past, we've seen these teams just play completely different. And that performance was completely missing this time around for some reason.
Pretty much, man. It's not even been that long since we saw this team last in action, right? Just in BGS 2024, a few months back, and still we're seeing a big dip in that performance. I'm not sure what's really causing all of this. Even Blind Esports was right there, but luckily enough for Blind Esports, the first week was really good, so they can afford these type of setbacks. But especially speaking for some of the teams like VASISTA Esports, now they need to perform. If they bomb these games as well, it's really going to be hurting them in the overall standings. The same thing can be said for Metal Esports too. Yes, the latter 3 games are really phenomenal, but still you cannot just count on those games.
Exactly, you have to be extremely careful with how you approach from here on out. I mean, we've seen teams drop the ball, and of course everyone initially was expecting the cutoff to be somewhere around the late 60s or maybe in the mid 60s, but now it's gone up. It's in the mid 70s, so you will have to make that extra bit of effort to go for those frags, to go for those finishes, and one way or the other find those points inside the games you play.
And let's be honest, for this red set, they need to go through a little bit of more of that hard work to breach through that wall that's being built up by the blue set. Automatically, there's going to be that mental cap, and these guys need to overcome that cap. And if they do manage to do so, as I mentioned, one thing is for sure, the bars are going to be raised high. And at the start of the day, we also went for our predictions. You went with the players of ELV.
Elevate Esports, man, that performance we saw from them in the opening week was absolutely phenomenal. Loved the rotations that came out from them. And of course, the consistency as well in terms of securing frags late game. I think they missed out on one matchup where they were not in the top 5. Apart from that, every single game they've made it into the top 3, the top 4.
Yeah, Elevate Esports, they have been super consistent, right? You talk about a near face on the block, and these guys, they somehow have kind of cracked the code, knowing the fact that they can easily move on forward.
So, Necro, you and I are the only ones who went for unique predictions, because Salty went with God's Reign, just like Ocean and Ankybot, and Sparrow and Maisie, they went for VASISTA Esports. You went for Angry Swans.
Yeah.
Are you upset with someone?
Absolutely not. I love the pissed off Swans. These guys have been there in the forefront of the action, delivering entertainment, and that's what I'm always with. You know that.
Exactly. I mean, we love the entertainment. That is why one of our favorite teams is going to be playing today. Alpha 6 is the side we're talking about. I can't wait to witness what Alpha 6 has in store for us today.
Well, one thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of those drop collisions, man. That's for sure, because Alpha 6, it does not matter if they do end up winning the entire fight. They would still go for a drop collision. They would pretty much die in that drop collision, but still, they are so stubborn, they would never change it.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for a change in your device that you play BGMI on, well, check out the new iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. It's an amazing device. And of course, if you go on to Google and search the iQOO Z9S series, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 Pro. Just like that. Just go on to Google, search for it.
Yeah, and 15 of those devices are being given away, so you can be one of the lucky winners. But let's move on with the conversation, right? A few more usual suspects are over here. LOC Esports, they struggled a lot in the first 6 games. What do you think? Can they pull off a comeback?
LOC, it's a big name, man. It's the same position that we get in our heads every time we think about teams like Lifecraft, every time we think about Big Brothers. Hub X Skulls is also another name that I would put in the same category. So LOC, yes, the possibility is there. But again, based on their run in week 1, I'm going to be skeptical, right? Because the cutoff has just gone up. If it was still around the 60s, it would be manageable. But to bounce into the 70s, it is going to take at least 2 big games. 2 games with top 3 finishes with at least 8 eliminations in those matches. That is what is required from the side of LOC. And they aren't the only ones. Hail India is also another big name that has failed to perform. Version 9 hasn't showed up as well.
And speaking of Hail India, if you remember, in the latter 3 games that they played, they were not shying away from the fights anymore. They were actually challenging the big Goliaths. They took fights against CG. They took fights against some of the formidable forces. And that's what I'm loving about this new Hail India.
But the problem is the conversions from those fights weren't still coming. They would secure 1 or 2 frags and then just completely get eliminated. That is not how it's going to work out for Hail India. They need to win those team fights. The worst they can do is lose out on 1 player and then move forward. But they need at least 1 team fight win every single game. And they need to survive with at least 3 players after that fight is done.
So at least we can say they're on the right track for now.
Yes.
They can keep on going for fights like that. That's going to elevate their confidence a lot more inside of the games. And speaking of elevating stuff, team captain, yes, first week was really good. Or maybe you can't say the first 3 games in the week 1, they were phenomenal. But then the latter 3 games that team captain played, they completely bombed those. Now team captain, they've got another chance to try and prove things back. If they mess up these games as well, there's a high chance they might just be eliminated.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be interesting to see how they perform today, because as you mentioned, the first 3 games were absolutely phenomenal. I believe 2 chicken dinners were secured within the first 3 games, and we were expecting, all right, maybe just like Silly Gaming, team captain is going to be sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and we are in for a pleasant surprise. 2 teams that have made their way to BMPS 2024 from those third-party scrims, doing so well, just beating down on the tier 1 teams. But team captain on day number 2, I don't know what happened. I have no clue what happened. It felt like a completely different team.
Yeah, pretty much. Or maybe they were just testing the waters, knowing the fact that they can easily qualify. So team captain was like, you know what, guys? We've got these 3 games. We can mess around if you want. We do not really have a lot of that pressure anyways. And now, considering they've got 6 more games to go, they can easily qualify. They don't even need a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair, right? They can easily qualify. But we still want to see them hold on to that momentum. See if a team that came from the scrims can actually be consistent enough to hold on to that momentum for 6 games. Prep up for the finals. That's what everyone needs to do. But before that, we're going to head to match number 1.
The game 1 boots up on the screen as the plane flat path begins all the way from Primorsk towards Lipovka. And this plane flat path once again is tilted down south, but not exactly down south. Still, if you want to move in towards the extremities like Rozhawk, Severny, it's still going to be in reach only if you go for a bit of that pit stop.
Well, let's see though. Those pit stop collisions, that is something that teams are going to have to be worried about. I mean, especially towards that eastern half of the map. We've seen a lot of the early times. I mean, teams like to take that eastern highway, western highway to move up towards Hospital, to move up towards Georgopol, northern Georgopol. And that is where majority of the early fights break out in a flight path like this. But right off the bat, I think looking at the rosters, I think Metal Esports, they're going to feel a little bit comfortable considering they're going to look to start from no rep Noi, I believe.
Yeah, pretty much. Even B2R is on the move. And speaking of B2R, actually, even they played their first 3 games pretty nice.
Yeah.
And then later on, the latter 3 games, once again, it was a big bomb, right? And that's been the main concern for a lot of these newer faces. They do tend to perform in the opening matches, but then the consistency just dwindles down.
That is true. And it's not just B2R, right? Hyper Rush as well. Hyper Rush, I mean, a little bit of inconsistency. But again, these are players that we've seen in the past. So we can expect a lot more from them this particular week now that they have the information of how to play against the teams that they're going up against right now in this particular group. That information, that homework sometimes becomes very important, especially teams that do like that tactical approach instead of the raw aggression inside of their matches. But look at that. Towards the southwestern quadrant, we have a little bit of a split start from the players of 8-bit, where Aditya was quite close to the players of version 9. Now he's looking to back off. VASISTA Esports, though, quite close to the players of B2R, and even FatalitY is going to be blocking their way.
Now listen, the only reason why we've got so many expectations from a banner like Hyper Rush is because there's a lot of known faces, right? You've got Uzumaki, who used to play for Big Brother Esports in the past. You've also got Jadu, quite a known face in the community. And then you've also got Tapatup. He's been there in the pro circuit for a long time. Not exactly in the T1 circuit, if you'd like to say, but he's still been making his presence known in the official tournaments. But maybe now is the time where Hyper Rush, they rush through with their aggression directly to the grand finals.
Let's see how it's going to turn out, though. They have started from school. VASISTA Esports. Now, I thought that the advantage was going to be in the favor of FatalitY, but no, VASISTA Esports, all 4 players in that one car. Just an absolute drive-by, and that's the first finish of the game secured by Apollo.
Yeah, pretty much, and we cannot really forget the fact that FatalitY Esports, they have also been experimenting a lot of that playing 4. As we know, Hanzo sometimes he sits out, and the main playing 4 can also be Aim God, Reaper, Hulk, and Yuva OP. And now Hanzo is back in the fray, so I want to see how FatalitY performs. They're back with the basic playing 4. Metal Esports, even they find a few swans in the water. This time, not exactly the players of Angry Swan, considering they're not in this group. But they're easily able to collect the chickens, and now they're going to devour those.
Yeah, 7 Ocean, a big blunder coming in. And Paradox, he's out on the hunt, but where are the rest of the players from the side of Metal Esports? That is a big question, because he will need that support for that fight. But what is happening over here? God's Reign, an early drop clash against the players of LOC. 2 players knocked out, and Fuzzy and Sketch, they should wrap things up as quickly as possible. Do not let God's Reign recover.
So many pit stop collisions happening at the same time as LOC. This time they take the fight against the players of God's Reign. And God's Reign failing with the man advantage in this fight. They crumble apart. They melt on the lands of Erangle. That's LOC to come out on top. And that's a way to kick things off, Johnny.
Exactly. Now this is the momentum we were hoping that LOC would have throughout their journey. And of course, eliminating a team like God's Reign, it fills you with a lot of confidence. But from here on out, how will the rest of the game turn out? Because, I mean, we look at the map, Necro, and how we looked at it a few moments ago. The players of HR, Hyper Rushers, are not too far away. So they will have an opportunity. I'm pretty sure they heard the commotion. Now, do they charge forward to pick up a fight against LOC or not? That's a big question in the meanwhile.
So it's a big myth going on, right? The only reason why 7 Ocean isn't able to perform is because they have Ocean in their name.
Isn't able to perform or is able to perform?
Isn't able to perform.
Oh. So we're blaming Ocean for this now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is he not telling them where the circle is going to go?
Yeah, I guess, man. His predictions aren't really working out this time around, right? Even in the team predictions.
Yeah.
It's not been working that well.
Yeah, God's Reign just got taken out.
Yeah. Gotta add the salt on top of the wounds, guys.
Hey, Salty also picked God's Reign on that note.
Yeah. No matter what I try to say, it always gets too relatable. But hey, 7 Oceans, this time around inside of the water lines, and it doesn't feel like they're going to have any striking advantage. In the water, you can't even shoot back, so automatically the default advantage will be in the hands of Metal Esports. And for Metal Esports, these are just the swans in the water they can easily devour. There's one man of 7 Oceans in the backline towards containers, and his position is still anonymous. And if Demon finds the right striking advantage, he can strike down at least 2 players.
I mean, he has the loot, the M4 and the S12K, but Reflex from the side of 7 Ocean gets knocked out. And again, I think the only thing that's keeping Metal Esports at bay and not really allowing them to secure these eliminations is the fact that I think they might be running low on ammunition.
Oh, this should be the right moment to strike. The man in the back has now the perfect timing, knowing the fact that the opponents, they're completely tunnel vision in the water.
Yeah.
If he wants, he can sneak up from the back and strike at least 2 players. That's going to set a big panic in the place of Metal Esports. But still, he's not going for that.
All of them are lined up on that shoreline, man. And this is such a brutal sight to watch. 7 Ocean can't do anything about this. They just have to stay in the water, keep their heads under the surface. And even then, Metal Esports again and again just constantly peppering the sea with lead, trying to see if anything connects. I can't watch this, Necro.
7 Ocean in the ocean, getting picked off by 7 bullets.
More than 7, actually.
Yeah, just to make it sound cool. But this is exactly what I'm speaking of. Demon does find the right time, but unfortunately, he misses everything that he went for. With just a holographic sight, he can't even find those connections. And now Demon just needs to back away from that spot. Seven Oceans, they mess up big. And now knowing the fact that Demon is all by himself, isolated towards the containers, Metal Esports would definitely try to go for the pounce.
Yeah.
The only way Demon can try and stay alive is by keeping his position anonymous. But he's got a shotgun up close and personal as he fights the first strike. And he also goes for the death blow. Metal Esports, this fight's not panning out that well for them indeed.
Exactly, Metal Esports now. How do they react to this? Have lost one player in a position where they should not have lost any. And Demon, he needs to be an absolute demon with that shotgun. Otherwise, there's no way he clutches out this fight. Can't even clutch this. All he has to do is secure a few frags, so at least they get something from this matchup. The one good thing that's working out for Demon right now is Sahil hasn't healed up, so he still has the HP advantage to work with. And Seven Ocean, what is going on? The players in the ocean. Necro,
oh my God,
they're still alive, and he gets the knock as well. But Demon, he is about to get finished off, but he has sacrificed himself for the greater good, I believe. I think the other two lads, they should be able to cross the river, land towards the southern edge of Milta Power, and then continue their journey in this game.
Only if Demon would have found Sahil flawlessly, it would have been a systematic dismantle.
Yeah.
Metal Esports would have been dismantled in such a manner that they would not have understand what exactly hit them. But unfortunately, Sahil was cooking up an aid, and because of that blast damage, the radius, the man got knocked out too. But still, brilliant prioritization. He knew exactly who to prioritize. Unfortunately, initially he messed up big onto Sahil, and that's why things sort of really came down to the wire.
Yeah, had he knocked out Sahil in the first spray itself, things would have been extremely different right now. I mean, it all comes down to whether he will still find that second knock. But assuming he did, the numbers would have already been into a 2v3. But still, I think that one-man Demon from the side of Seven Ocean did enough, Necro. I mean, he allowed his teammates to run away and try and play for survival. Now they can at least look to find some loot and see if they can recover. But did one of them just get knocked out from the blue zone?
Exactly. They were way too low and scratched up. And that's going to be it for Seven Oceans. Even the last man inside of the waters, they just do not have enough mets to patch themselves up.
It's stage 1, though.
And with that being said, Seven Oceans, they have been eliminated by the play zone. Now, we pretty much know what exactly happened, so I don't really need to break it down. But yeah, the players just took enough damage in the water lines that they did not have any loot to back themselves up, no meds as well, so that's why they got knocked out and confirmed by the play zone. But those could have been 2 free points claimed by the players of Metal Esports, considering they anyways took a heavy beating in that fight.
And their loot times have been messed up because of commitment into that fight as well. They weren't really able to run around those containers, go into those houses, get the ammunition, armor, helmet, throwables, and everything for themselves. But look at this, the circle shifting towards the western side. Gutgust still in the smack center, and there's a massive cluster of teams already building up inside of that zone. Just a few names outside. We have LOC up north, Hail India towards east, team captain blocking that Milta bridge. I believe the intentions are clear, not allowing Metal Esports to cross over. We have Bolt Rushers down on the military base. And then from, or in fact, just crossing Georgia Pole right now, we will have the players from the side of RUDRANSH Esports. Just moving towards ruins right now, but on our screens, it's TGL.
On the move, on the hunt, if you'd like to say. Pretty much they're just trying to reposition at this point in time before TGL. What blows is that all the prime spots are taken away by the teams. You speak of the compounds, good ones are taken away. Now you need to try and settle down for leftover scraps. And TGL will pretty much try to do so. You've also got RAE chasing right behind him for a hyper rush. I want to see a better version of this team. All the 4 players, they're quite the known ones inside of the community. Uzumaki, he was there in such a great banner. We've got Jadu too, Tapatap as well. Known boys. But these scattered foes put together, how can they perform? That's a real question.
Especially spotted out by VASISTA Esports, who I assume are going to be looking for a fight a few moments into the game. But VASISTA, they back off, prioritizing the high ground behind them, taking control of the hills. From this point on, Necro, I think the pace of Erangle is going to drop drastically because, as you mentioned, and as we had a look, majority of the teams are inside that play zone. So no incentive to take a fight. Oh, but Team Lolzzz, Sanchit. Look at the radar. He's all alone on top of this hill. The teammates from the side of Team Lolzzz, they are all the way back, at least 200 meters behind him. And he's seen the players of VASISTA in the distance as well. So much information gathered from this one play.
Pretty much. For Team Lolzzz, with the way they were playing, they were trying to evade a lot of these fights, run away from those. And that's why they were not able to claim a lot of those elimination points either. They were getting taken down in the fights because maybe second doubting themselves, not really knowing what they're capable of. But then with it, this one single man sprung them back to life from that one game that he played. And he had somewhere around 7 eliminations all by himself.
Yeah.
So Team Lolzzz, they're capable of a lot of that destruction. In the past also known as Team MIZO Esports. But just with that one single change, Lolzzz in the playing for, now their name is Team Lolzzz.
Well, Sanchit, last time that heal battle was iconic, but what's even more iconic, ladies and gentlemen, it is the iQOO C9S series, starting at 18,999, our official smartphone partner.
You know, and speaking of heal battles, the only team that has actually been able to successfully shift over to a proper meta has been GodsReen. Because if you remember, GodsReen, they used to have that one man who used to always go for the mid strat. This current GodsReen playing for, I'm speaking of.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, the roster change was there, so it's the name that's changed, but the players were there in the previous lineup.
They used to play for Venom, known as Kemen Esports, and Altu was always the man who would go for a mid strat, constantly. He was their meta guy. Then as soon as the meta changed, Altu also shifted pretty nicely. He did not struggle at all. He had the firepower already. All he did was convert himself into a proper aggressive player, and he did so perfectly.
I think that might have already been there. Another name, although I would like to add to the list, is Carnival Gaming. And especially Hector in particular. I mean, there was a time where Hector was forced into that heal battle meta, and he was quite prominent in it as well. He was extremely well versed in where to find those hiding positions, where to find the least action possible. But now, since he's been leading the team, I mean, we saw what Carnival Gaming were doing yesterday, right? I mean, just setting the stage on fire.
And that's what we like to see.
Yes.
Still the early phase of the tournament, though we can't really claim a lot of stuff, especially for the known names. The only time these known names will perform to the maximum potential, it will be either in the semifinals or the grand finals. For now, Hail India taking a few shots against the foes in the front, but even they themselves are all the way back in the blue. Maybe it's time to prioritize a better positioning inside of the safety lines, but still Hail India constantly taking the shots, peppering down a bit more damage against the foes, but not finding any sort of confirmation just yet. There's team captain right in the back, chasing them down as well.
Well, let's see. Team captain. After that initial opening day, we had a lot of expectations, but day number 2 has left a lot of doubts in our hearts. Oh, and shift of the circle. Now 8-bit is going to be celebrating. Smack center, a good spread. They have control of the lighthouse as well.
I can already tell 8-bit's going to win this game. You know, whenever the zone forms either towards Fear Pier or towards that Brit side, 8-bit should be the one to win the game. But as soon as I say so, Mac falls down. It's not a great start to the fight, that's for sure, but it's completely fine when you've got players like Juicy still up and alive. And now Bolt Rushers, they straight up rush towards this compound. They do find the isolation 2 of that player. But 8-bit, the cavalry arrives at the perfect timing. Utilities being tossed as well, and Aditya's lucky. He almost ran in that nade. But Sparky gets knocked out in return. 8-bit once again to find the advantage in that fight. And now 8-bit realizing the fact that there's one man still in big danger. Mac could have been confirmed by this one man, Varun. But now Varun has attracted all the focus upon himself. A lot of utilities charging on forward. And Bolt Rushers Esports, they can't handle that pressure.
Man, what is this 8-bit? They lobbed a Molotov right in the face of Mac. He could have been finished off over there. Absolutely no concern for their own teammate and his survival. But oh, can they reset before Hail India start peppering them with leads? That is going to be a big question, because all of that smoke is also going to be an indicator as to where the players from Team 8-bit are hiding. And of course, Necro, we have Gotham playing for 8-bit today. Have you seen him in action before last week?
Huh.
No. I think it was the usual playing 4 from the side of 8-bit that was performing last week, and now we have a slight change.
Interesting. Well, speak of testing the waters, that's one way to do it. Just bring in a complete new player. And now for 8-bit, they pretty much know even they're on the verge of qualification, so it's completely fine. They can sit back, relax, or maybe they've already qualified.
I think they have. They had 82 points.
Yeah, they're done. It's good.
Yeah.
Unless somehow the cutoff goes over 80, then maybe that's a concern.
Hey, that's going to be tough. That is going to be a big
That's
deal.
what we said last time, remember?
Oh, yeah, true. But hey, Necro, I'm surprised when we had 7 Ocean in the water, you didn't say they were testing the waters.
Wow, that's kind of mean, though. I'm not going to lie. Then that's not testing the waters, that's tasting the waters.
Could have said that, man.
All right, guys, listen. We're not mean. It's just, you know.
What happened?
Bringing the entertainment
Yes.
on the desk. That's what we're doing. And one thing that's going to entertain you a lot, that's definitely going to be our official mobility partner, which is Zero Extreme 125R. Go on a long drive, cruise through a valley, have fun.
No need to taste water as well.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit.
Taste the air. What do you mean a little bit?
What is happening? Juicy was in midair for solid 5 seconds. What is even going on?
They are just goofing up, man. 8-bit is just goofing off right now. I mean, with how they took that opening fight as well, Mac had no suppressing fire. He was, I don't know if the call was given for him to just stand up and start shooting, start taking those shots, because usually you let the first vehicle go by, right?
Yeah.
You let the first man go by and the remaining 3 players you try to pin down. Oh, look at this. Fatality.
Now, considering 8-bit, they've got Gotham, right, in their lineup. They need someone named Batman. So he will be saving Gotham.
And he's Gotham, not Gotham.
Yeah, but still, we can, you know, make it sound like that.
Yeah, that is true.
To make it sound cool, you know?
They don't have Batman, but they do have Madman.
Ooh. It's fine, we can work with that, right?
Yeah, we can work with it.
Yeah, A and B, fine, it's okay. It's not really that big of a deal.
Hey, but this might be a big deal. Team Lolzzz have lost 1 player, and FatalitY have found their opening frag of this game after losing Hangzhou at the very start of the match to VASISTA Esports. And Team Lolzzz somewhere else on the map. They're picking up another fight against RUDRANSH Esports. Things are getting heated up for Team Lolzzz now.
FatalitY. The players now looking to make it inside of the circle as the zone forms right on top of the players of 8-bit. Of course, with the greatest advantage, 8-bit is sitting in the smack center. Looking and contested. The only team that can give them a bit of that run for their money is Hail India, if they play their cards right. Before 8-bit, the stance they're playing with can also be easily isolated, but considering it's a 2-2 split, isolation can be tough.
Yeah. Especially with Metal Esports having closed in on their backlines. I mean, it's going to be difficult to isolate these fights. They will need a lot of utility, and those nades and Molotovs, they need to find those openings. Can be against whichever team they want. If they find the opening against the players of Hail India, it works out. Then they can switch focus on Metal. If they find against Metal Esports, they can rack up those eliminations first and then prioritize their survival against Hail India. But look at this. Middle of nowhere. A 2-way collision as of now, as RUDRANSH Esports barely managed to avoid the players of DCENT Official. But on the radar, we do see another team just lurking quite close to these two sides.
Moving back towards 8-bit's conversation, I really don't think this fight's going to come into fruition. Both these teams, they do just want to evade the tracks and stay alive for as long as possible. So pretty much these guys are going to try to move away. But speaking of 8-bit, once again, Juicy's all by himself towards that compound, by the way.
Yeah.
And the rest 3 players, they're towards the gas station. Now this split can be easily broken. Just prioritize Juicy in that compound. Unless Juicy keeps his position anonymous, then that can be a different thing.
I think that's what 8-bit is planning to do, just keep Juicy out of vision from the side of Hail India, so that creates a lot of passive pressure on Hail India, not allowing them to move down from that watchtower. And the other 3 players, they have a soft protection of Metal Esports now, since Metal is there behind them. They're going to guard their backs for them. And there's this massive wall that doesn't allow Metal to take shots on 8-bit.
Pretty much. Team Captain 2 moving in from the right side off the zone. So even Captain's going to find themselves a decent spot to play with. And speaking of RAE, I'm not exactly sure what these guys are trying to do. In general, for RAE to try and sum this team up, When we saw this team for the first time, they had those glorious moments. They were going for the fights, not really shying away from those. But conversion sometimes has been a bit sketchy. LOC on the screen as they take a fight against the players of Team Captain. Jerry gets knocked out and even confirmed. Fragger almost was on the verge of running over someone, but he fails. For Team Captain, now it's taken down to a 3-on-4. For LOC, Fragger gets knocked out as well, but even Devil falls down from Team Captain. Fight's taken down in quite a scrappy manner, and still the players of LOC, they're trying their best to fight back, but even Fuzzy gets ran over. It's such a confusing era, but still somehow the players of Team Captain are keeping themselves alive. And Emperor, he makes sure that this fray is going to be guarded by Team Captain, at least for the upcoming moment. But then Sketch comes in from the back and collects the final scrap.
Man, he tried his level best over there, Emperor, but unfortunately just a little bit of a downfall, a slip up from his teammates initially, and he was all alone in a 1v3. Took down 2 players, to be honest, which was quite impressive. With the last man, he had his number. But LOC, now, I'm quite happy seeing them in this form. They have 7 eliminations in the game already, 2 players still surviving. But we'll come back to that in a bit, Necro, because it seems like version 9, they find themselves in a conflict against the players of B2R. Buddy knocked out. From the side of version 9, it's Allen who is hit the floor. And Lapid, he just charges forward. Prime is going to be taken down as well. B2R, their numbers are now cut down to their final 2 players.
V9, Slazzy, cooking up the util. Just waiting to find the right instance to toss it. And even Slazzy, knowing the fact that now the opponents, they're starting to feel that confidence. He needs to watch out. 2 of his teammates are knocked out, and Slazzy just buys enough time. But the util was being tossed to perfection from B2R. A P90 as well, up close and personal. That weapon can be a shredder. Slazzy needs to watch out.
That rate of fire is absolutely insane. And of course, Slazzy is going for a revive onto Allen, switches up. Lapid is going to be next. Allen needs to heal up. What is he doing over there? Put on a first aid, buddy, otherwise there's going to be a lot of trouble for you.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, the Molotov. Slazzy is about to get knocked out, I believe.
And if you remember, V9 has always been a part of one of the most awkward fights in the game.
Yeah.
If you remember the Erangle game as well that they played, V9 was hesitating to make that push. And now look at this fight too, it's so awkward. It's always been something going on with the players of V9, where they're just not too confident before they pounce on top of the opportunity. And right now for B2R, this is something they can use as an advantage, but unfortunately their back's against the wall, and that's where they can mess up big. B2R, they do find themselves the safety lines, but for how long, that's my question, considering Janu's taken down way too low.
Yeah, B2R, and again, out in the open. This was a move made out of desperation, so a lot of mistakes can be made, and one of them has already been made. They step into the line of fire of Team 8-Bit. And Necro, a few moments ago, we were talking about that 1-3 split that 8-Bit had going for themselves, and now all of a sudden, all the 4 players are regrouped into the same building. But look at this, DCENT official. It seems like they're going to be forced to take an exit from this match
oh my
as
God,
well,
Johnny!
as they find themselves against the players of VASISTA Esports, and of course, a few of them running into 8-Bit.
Johnny, 8-Bit is going to regret the decision that they made of reuniting in that house, because they thought being in the Smack Center is going to be the perfect thing. But then the zone pulls in towards the gas station where the players were. And now 8-Bit needs to go back towards that area, but they cannot just go in like that. They need to fight through. 8-Bit's going to be kicking their heads after this.
But hey, now is the time to use your weapons and secure those finished frags before you struggle to make the rotation out into the open inside of the circle. But look at this, Metal Esports. They are going to be still happy. They held on to that same compound for a long time.
Yeah.
It's not even a compound, it's just a parking lot.
Just the containers
Yeah.
for you to have to cover, and that warehouse a while ago too. But man, 8-Bit's definitely going to be kicking themselves after this. They had such a solid cover to play with. They should have still went with that split, but reuniting was a good decision. But unfortunately, the zone pulls back towards
So I
the
think
fuel pump.
as long as they clear up that western front, the western edge of the circle, and secure a good number of finished points, I think this should be a good game coming from the side of 8-Bit. That's the only thing they can do. If they can make a rotation inside of that circle, and the reason it will be difficult is because it will force 8-Bit to stay completely out into the open, completely exposed, no cover at all. They can still try and take those final fights, but before that, clear up that western edge. Priority 1.
Exactly. Even down south is going to be important. As I mentioned a while ago, remember, Hail India is definitely going to be a big problem in the foot. Even that one single man can be a table turner. And usually these are the solo players that do tend to play big spoiler. VASISTA Esports on the screen up against the players of Hyper Rush. Uzumaki and Rishi trapped in that shack. All it takes is one precise util, and VASISTA Esports almost could have messed things up for themselves. The nade toss from Apollo almost could have knocked out that man Shadow OG from VASISTA Esports. Apollo gets knocked out himself, considering there was a man from the opponent who just ran him over. And now for VASISTA Esports, it's time to focus against the players of Hyper Rush. But somehow Rishi is fighting back hard. He finds the first strike as he knocks out the man, and now it's going to be a 1-on-2. Uzumaki has the big advantage as well, considering his HP is going to be filled up to the brim. But Uzumaki, he's spraying all over the place, but he misses the prime spot.
Well, let's see though. Now VASISTA Esports, they stand to recover. Trigger is extremely low, but should not be too difficult for him to bring his HP back in. 8-bit, they're down to the last 2 players, but 9 eliminations secured. This is risky and juicy. He hits the floor. A big blunder coming in from 8-bit, but who cares? As we were talking about them, already enough points on the overall leaderboard. This week is all about having fun. Gotham, he's the last man left, gets caught by a few shots from the center of VASISTA Esports, and they know exactly where he's thrown down. They're going to try and mow him down as well. Nade lobbed out inside of that smoke. I think the end of 8-bit, it's coming near.
Pretty much. That one single move from 8-bit, which could have always been good. Hold on. That nade almost made me eat my word. That one single movement, Johnny, it just costed the players of 8-bit the game. And now 8-bit, they're going to be so disappointed. But you cannot even blame them. Another nade sails in, and that's going to wrap the players of 8-bit in a sheet and send them back to the lobby. Now you've got the players of VASISTA Esports in the formidable form, just waiting to claim the chicken dinner as they get their hands on the buggy too, and a decent cover to play with. Metal Esports, they need to face off against a team that's right next to them. That's going to be Hail India's one individual man, and there's another team in the name of LOC.
Yeah. But Metal Esports, I think they're just struggling to locate that guy. He's just hiding inside of that shack and finally steps out, and Metal Esports, they wrap things up. Or maybe not. DevilIGL secures the knock and ruins the day for Metal Esports. The chicken dinner stolen away, and now VASISTA Esports. Even this is going to be a 1v1 against Fuzzy from LOC. Alright, a 2v1, my apologies. Another man from the side of VASISTA was there in the back lines. But Fuzzy, his HP is almost gone, and the nade should do the trick.
Oh my god.
50% HP still left. As long as he's still alive, Necro, if he can isolate those fights, he can win the game.
The no-names making blunders after blunders. I'm not sure what's going to stop them from doing so. But man, Metal Esports, they messed up hard. Where are the smokes? Where are the utils? You could have easily blocked the line of sight against the players of VASISTA Esports and got things done for you. But VASISTA Esports just found the right instance to strike. And that's where Metal Esports crumbled. And now for this one last man of LOC, he's trying his best to reposition, but unfortunately, he just does not have any meds, so even he will be dealt with. It's the players of VASISTA Esports to kick the day off.
With 14 eliminations, that too. An impressive game from the side of VASISTA Esports. And every single player did their job perfectly. Trigger, 3 eliminations for him. Apollo with 5. Wixky with 6 eliminations. So VASISTA Esports, they've showed up in the form that we were hoping to see them in since week 1. But as you were talking about Metal Esports, I have to say one thing. I think with how they were just, they came out of their covers with nades in their hand, I don't think they knew that one man from Hail India was still in that shack. I don't think they had any idea that DevilIGL was still alive right next to them.
No, they actually did, though. That's the crazy part. Metal Esports was fighting against DevilIGL a while ago. They were tossing in those utilities when we saw 8-bit leave that compound. So the players knew exactly he was there. But the fact that he was there for so long, maybe that's what something they lost track of.
Yeah, I think they lost track of time over there. I think that is the one assumption they made. That, alright, 8-bit was here, 8-bit moved out, and then they saw the players of Hail India come down. I think 2 players or 3 players from the side of Hail India pushed that compound. And I think as soon as they got 2 players off, I think they just assumed that Hail India was done. But DevilIGL staying there, and he's the reason that Metal Esports does not have this chicken dinner right now. There's nothing else. Metal Esports, they had the numbers advantage. I'm pretty sure they had all the utility saved up as well. Ammunition, armors, all healthy, everything set up for their success. But it's that one man who has his devil in his name and definitely plays the spoils
and even VASISTA Esports from the far fray were taking the shots. Because let's be honest, for them, these were free elimination points. They were just trying to hop over that wall. And they were easily able to get a lot of that damage dished out as well to the players. Before Metal Esports, The main concern is, where were the utilities being utilized? Where's the smokes? They did not even use those, and those could have easily blocked the line of sight against the players of VASISTA Esports, and Metal Esports could have had a much more and easy, smoother game.
I hope we get to see that final moment with the players of Metal as well, because I 100% agree with you. The smokes should have come up first on the other side of the wall, and I think they were laid out as well. So a few smokes were laid out, but they had no idea that that one man was still in that cafe right next door. So they just assumed all they had to do was run outside of the gas station and take on the players of VASISTA and the game would be over. That is what they assumed, I believe.
They needed a few more smokes. Now, the place where they decided to jump over that wall was exposed to the players of VASISTA Esports.
One man jumped over, the others crossed from that parking area.
So that's the thing, right? They should have pretty much tossed the smokes. It should have been a trail. Just one or two smokes not going to cut it. It should have been a trail, and VASISTA Esports, they pretty much just got the advantage.
Miscalculation. Miscalculation.
Yeah.
That is what it all comes down to. Just miscalculated a player not being there, miscalculated how many smokes they needed, miscalculated how many teams were remaining inside of this game. But who cares? Metal Esports, I think, still a brilliant bounce back, at least at the start of the day as well in the map of Erangle. If they can keep this going, at the end of the day, we are going to still see them at the top of the leaderboard, and that is all that matters. Chicken dinners don't matter. Staying in the top 3 matters.
I mean, the surrounding awareness lacking, but I still feel pretty bad for 8-Bit. This could have been their game, by the way. They just moved away from that gas station. They decided to reunite with Juicy, and then the zone moves back towards the gas station.
Why do you have so many expectations, Necro? I mean, they got 82 points in the opening week. They had 8 eliminations in this. What do you want from this team?
Hey, man, still a win is a win, right? A win is a win. They could have gotten another chicken dinner on the board, but 8-Bit, just that one single move to pull back.
We'll give them a leeway, right? They were playing with a new player in their team.
Yeah, maybe we'll give them leeway. But imagine if they would have won with that new player. Now, that would have been a statement, a stark one, too, in the overall standings. But let's move on towards the point standings for now. You see 24 points accumulated from VASISTA Esports as LOC. They get 14. 8-Bit with 12 points. Once again, consistency prevails for 8-Bit. And for Metal Esports, 10 points. It's all good in the hood.
It's all good. I mean, they have those 4 position points and those 6 eliminations. Hail India as well. I think they're quite decent, off to a great start. Version 9, I think still that middle of the pack performance continues this week as well, as they bring in 6 points from this match. HR, Hyper Rush Esports not really looking solid in this game, but of course the biggest upset for this match, Necro, you call it. Is it God's Rain or Seven Ocean?
7 Ocean, hands down, has to be. With the way they got taken
down.
With the way they got taken down, it's quite rough. And the only reason why they got 1 point is because of that one single man who was towards the containers.
Yeah.
He strike down one player, got the confirmation instantly, and that's something that really almost ruined the game for the players of Metal Esports too.
These players with names like Demon, Devil, they're ruining the day for everyone apparently now.
I mean, that's their name, right? That's their job, and that's what they're doing.
Demon was the guy who picked up the first player from the side of Metal Esports all the way in Nova Repnoy, by the way.
Yeah, exactly, towards the container. He also got the flush.
And then they went down to Devil IGL.
So in general, maybe you can't say these guys, you know, just standing true to their name. They're supposed to ruin your life, and they ruin this game for them.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like all the armies of hell are after Metal Esports right now.
They want to deny that medal being claimed by Metal Esports. But you know what? With the way even 8-Bit played, once again, consistency is going to be there. At this point in time, especially for the teams in the top 8 of the overall standings I'm speaking of, now it's just going to be a race for the supremacy. Who's going to be the one to claim themselves being better inside of the competition? Because even CG yesterday was doing so good. Even iQOO was striking back so hard to the lobby. And iQOO yesterday showcased a lot of those glorious moments. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the game 1 comes to an end. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, and yes, it was quite a hectic game, I'm not gonna lie. I feel bad for 8-Bit moving away from that fuel pump, and then later on the zone just shifts right on top of it, but then even Devil just executing his demonic plans.
Absolutely, but you know what, I'm gonna say you the same things which Johnny said, right? Just give a leash on 8-Bit and their players, honestly. Like, they've done well enough inside the first week. They are good enough to make these mistakes, and honestly, even the circle was extremely being notorious.
Listen, I wouldn't even say that was a mistake. It's just unfortunate. It's just unlucky. Right? Whatever call 8-Bit met, it was flawless. It was really good because they pretty much try to pull themselves back in the smack center of the zone, and that's a really good call to make. But then the zone just shifting with a curveball shift on top of that fuel pump. Now that's something none of us would ever see coming.
Absolutely, and to be honest, I feel like 8-Bit credit has to be given to them with the kind of way that they've played, even with a new player in that lineup. Like you were talking about Gotham, but Gotham FL, he was absolutely brilliant in that lineup so far. And talking about being absolutely brilliant, you can also be absolutely brilliant, ladies and gentlemen, with our official smartphone partner, which is the iQOO Z9S series that starts off from 18,999. It is an amazing gaming device, clicks amazing selfies as well, so you can up your game inside and out of BGMI both together.
And only if 7 Oceans would have had this device as well, that wouldn't have been the outcome.
I'm not even sure what to say about 7 Ocean, right? They had the opportunity of climbing out of the waters and actually going in for the revive and just, you know, surviving, but they kind of gave in to the pressure.
No, the problem was 7 Oceans players were taken down way too low, and they knew. Now it's also the wall of death approaching them. They're so low to the fact that they cannot move in towards the compounds, get their hands on the meds. It's too much hard work. Let's just give in to the gods and accept our fate.
You know, kind of to preserve your position points and your finish points, not giving your finish points away to your opposition. That is a good strat, definitely. But for Johnny, I think he mentioned it correctly. For just stage 1 Necro, what is the zone damage? It is almost negligible.
Yeah, pretty much. And for 7 Oceans to get taken out that early inside of the game, I'm not going to lie, knowing the fact that they're struggling so much in the overall standing, 7 Ocean needs any sort of points that they can get at this point on. And already one game's messed up. They do not have a lot of chances. Even Hail India, man, at least doing decent there in the final few moments. What are your thoughts about this team?
To be honest, I feel like they have a good positioning game.
Yeah.
They definitely know where to position themselves and how to actually make it inside the circle. A little betterment in the aggression department. I feel like this team can do a lot better. But talking about betterment, I feel like LOC have improved way too much from week 1. What are your thoughts?
Oh, hands down. Inside of this entire week, LOC is doing much better, right? At least in the first game.
Yep.
I like the way they kick things off. One of the players was there in the final few moments too, so that's a nice way to start things off. But once again, they do not really have a lot of those points accumulated. They did convert one fight, if I remember, but after that, LOC was not really a part of that action.
The approach from LOC is what I'm actually very happy about, right? The fact that they are going in for fights right from the get-go inside of the game. Inside the first 2 circles, if I remember correctly, they had about 7 eliminations. So I feel like LOC, they know what the situation is, which is actually very dire. So they know what they have to do to kind of come out of it.
Yeah, and even we saw Team Captain in action, right? Team Captain, they almost messed up that fight. There was that one last man who saved the day for Team Captain. So, but still, just that one last man, he can't really make a lot of things happen. So Team Captain as well, they crumbled under that pressure. As you've got the matchup on the screen, once again, these teams are going to be performing, and I'm still having a lot of expectations from Godsreen, Hyper Rush, even Team Lolzzz, Metal Esports. They're doing okay, so we can let them go for now. But VASISTA Esports with the 24 pointers to kick things off with, now even for them, the pressure is going to be elevated.
To the pressure was always elevated for VASISTA Esports, but Necro, why do I have a bad feeling for every single team who have Rush in their name or domination in their name? They just never really fail to kind of live up to the expectations. We saw 4 dominators, as a matter of fact. We also had the pre-match discussion of how dominating they were. But talking about a hyper rush, it doesn't really seem like they're rushing way too much.
Yeah, I know, right? Hyper Rush is taking things way too passive for now, at least in the game 1. That's what it seemed like, because they were up against the players of V9, if I'm not wrong. And with the way the fight executed, V9, as usual, they're known to be a part of awkward fights, man. Even inside of the week 1, V9 took some of the most weirdest fights, and they were not able to be a part of those properly. They would find the knockouts too, but still not push up close and personal.
Absolutely, and this is a conversation we've had over and over again, right? How to separate between the good fights and the bad fights. Things a lot of these pro teams also have been making mistakes quite a long time, so the undergods for them, they'll have to kind of get used to the pacing of the game for so much. But consider this, Erangle, Hyper Rush, they played it passive. What about the changes in Miramar? I think they're going to be even more passive.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I would love to see things be on the aggressive end of things, but considering it is the map of Miramar, it is pretty much going to be a slothy game. Unless we're going to see something similar happen in what happened in the previous game, right? A lot of those pit stop collisions are happening. And because of those pit stop collisions, we also saw the early game action. But maybe something like that can once again happen in this game of Miramar, as the plane flat pad begins all the way from Torre Amuda towards the southern side of Los Leones. Yes, this time it's tilted a little bit on the right side of the map, but still, if you want to move in towards El Pozo, once again, you would need to move on with a pit stop.
You definitely need a pit stop to actually move towards El Pozo. Very far away from the drop, very far away from the flight path as of now. And if you talk about the drop collisions, I'm expecting some of them to happen near Hacienda del Patron, San Martin and Pecado. I think these are the 3 drop locations where you do get those vehicle spawns. And I believe the initial phase of the game, the very start of the game, Necro, will be about those fights for vehicles.
Pretty much. You've also got V9 dropping towards Torre Amuda, and for V9, I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be. Separating good fights from the bad fights, that's a different thing. But even getting the good fights and not capitalizing onto those, that's a problem, and that's been something that V9's struggling with, and that's going to be the confidence, the inner doubt that they always have. You've also got Decent Officials, a returning banner, but this time around in iQOO BMPS 2024, Decent Officials is struggling too much.
They haven't been really decent, to be honest, but again, right, last 5 games, I think this particular set, Erangle, Miramar, Sanhok will be their lifeline as of now, because the next time they come in and play inside of BMPS 2024, they will have to go through Vikendi, but as of now, we do have a fight in front of our hands. It's Hyper Rush, and they possibly are not rushing. In fact, they're escaping.
Yeah, Hyper Rush up against the players of FatalitY, and you've also got Hulk on the verge of smashing things with the Uzi in the hand. He misses a lot of the shots. Hulk, that could have been a free knockout too, but unfortunately, he whiffed everything on the board. Losing out on the Aim God, the main playing player for the side of FatalitY. That's definitely going to be quite a fatal blow. Hanzo up close and personal to all the problems, and he needs to give the face to it as well. Reaper's there on the opposite side, but it's a duo being isolated quite easily for the side of Hyper Rush. And Hyper Rush now, they slowly and steadily make the rush up against the players of FatalitY, as now they want to isolate the duel up against Reaper. And Reaper's all by himself, trapped in that corner.
It's so unfortunate. It almost seemed like Hyper Rush, they were the second team inside of this fight to actually get themselves weapons. Hanzo, he gets the first one. Tapadab has been taken down. The second one isolated, the Uzu. In fact, the QBZ almost sung the songs of death, but could not really get the results.
Almost. Hanzo is still all by himself, constantly pinning down the players with his arrow. And now you've also got Hulk striking down one more in return. Hyper Rush is now getting systematically dismantled. Somehow FatalitY started things off with a disadvantage, but look at the amount of damage Fatality's doing. It's quite a fatal blow indeed. Unfortunately for the side of Hyper Rush, they've already lost out on too many pawns. And now it's down to Jado himself. He needs to pull off a miracle. A pistol in the hand, and even he's taking constant damage with only 4 bullets in the magazine. He can't do anything. Even he crumbles under that pressure.
I mean, once again, a fight which FatalitY should have actually cleaned up much better. They should have had this quite easy, because Hyper Rush, they didn't really have a lot of weapons in the initial stages. Aim God got taken down in the early scuffle, but after that, FatalitY kind of started to resurrect things. Reaper's elimination is definitely going to cost them, especially with just 2 more players. FatalitY, I think they need a lot of points right now, Necro. Placement points will be the way to go ahead with, but at least they do have a good stance. But now look at this team, version 9. They are approaching them with that cavalry.
Yeah, they indeed are. And I like this prioritization from the side of V9 too. They hurt the early game shots, and now V9 want to be a part of the fight. But can the players of FatalitY evade the entire tracks? That's my question. And once again, V9 is not going for a direct pounce, even though they read the elimination feed. Still, they're just stacking around the field. Not exactly capitalizing onto it. And looking at what's happening towards Picado, Seven Oceans, once again, they find themselves in a bit of that trouble. I'm not sure how Seven Oceans can disengage from that one, but V9, I like this approach. Aggressive onto the face directly.
But also paying respects. Look at the way the split up is, right? One player holding down the back line, providing the information to the frontliners. Alien being one of those frontliners to try and get themselves the opening. But in fact, the opening comes in from Slazy. Beautiful clean up with that nade itself. And it doesn't really seem like version 9, they'll have a tough job cleaning up FatalitY. But that means that for FatalitY, they'll have to come back much stronger on the map of Sanhok.
Yeah.
Just 28 points acquired after the first week, Necro. It doesn't really seem like FatalitY has had a good start this week as well.
Pretty much. Hanzo is now pinned in the back and his position's uncompromised. Hanzo will go for the spray and he finds the opener. But is that really going to be enough? With only 34 bullets in the magazine, and he needs to go through the heat waves of the opponents. Those many bullets are not going to be enough. And even Hanzo cracks under. He gets melted on the deserted lands of Miramar.
Lately, we've been seeing these athletes, they've actually mastered the jump shot quite well, Necro. Majority of the times, if you're kind of holding an angle and the jump shot comes in, it's extremely difficult for you to kind of trace that arc.
Yeah. Especially if it's a close duel.
Yeah.
Then it gets even tougher. But if it's a long-range one, then it gets easier.
Yeah. If your opposition is potentially holding an SMG or a DBS, you're mostly done for. Talking about version 9, 2 easy finishes to start things off. They started off their journey from Campo Militar and finally might potentially inject themselves inside the circle. But look at this. We talked about that Picado fight and we do have it in front. Team 7 Oceans, time to reclaim your lost throne.
Oh, Seven Oceans. The nade that was being tossed. It seems quite nice. Was it even a nade, though? I think so. It was just a flashbang. The man gets blinded, and Demon once again, he strikes hard. Has 12k in the hands. He instantly finds a two-piece, and that's going to bring the players instantly back in the advantage. Seven Oceans making sure that the opponents this time around, they're going to be facing a lot of those troubles. Devil facing off Demon, who will be the one to come out on top, as Naughty finds another knockout. And now things are taken down to even Steven. A 2-on-2 on the board. Hail India somehow do recover from this entire fight. And now Naughty, he's going to be left with a Herculean task to make it happen. Even Galaxy is now trying to close on up. Naughty needs to realize one thing, and that is there's a revival coming through for the opponents. He needs to prioritize and capitalize right here, right now.
Galaxy with his nade did try to do something, did try to create that opening, but not a lot of damage dealt. Team Hail India, for them it seems like the job is cut out to try and create that opening. Without that knock, it will be extremely difficult. And I feel like the speed on Galaxy, the pace with which he came inside of this fight wasn't really up to the mark. Team 7 Oceans once again, just resurrecting back to a 4-man squad, and now they will look to hold, now they'll look to dominate.
Pretty much. And look at what's happening, Seven Oceans. Oh, I don't like this from Demon. He messes up big. But that repositioning from Naughty was brilliant. A nade being tossed to the opposite side of that balcony, but this time around, it's not exactly precise. Naughty miscalculating the distance. Seven Oceans losing out on that player. As the fight's now taken down to a 3-on-2. Still, it's quite recoverable. Hail India with these two players, they're trying their best to get the recovery, which was there a while ago, but now once again it's faded away from their hands.
Once again, coming back to the same thing, right? I feel like Hail India, for them, rotation has never really been a problem. But once again, you look at the 4v4 fight that they take and their positioning is so off. It seems like all 4 players, they're not playing together. It seems like every single player, they're taking individual duels. And one of the reasons why they're losing numbers on the way. For a brief period of time, I kind of felt like Galaxy was way too much in the backlines, but finally, Galaxy and Naughty together, they will have to stop this push coming. 7 Ocean, it seems like they have blood in their eyes, Necro.
Pretty much, they do. Seven Oceans, all the three players right next to each other. It's Hell India on top. Naughty and Galaxy right next to each other. And especially speaking about Hell India and how their approach has been towards this entire fight. They have been playing it aggressive. Losing out on two players now, it has forced him into thinking a little bit more before taking any sort of actions. Because now they realize the actions can also
have their counteractions. Newton's third law.
Yeah.
Science.
I was not really much of a science student.
Physics was my favorite subject, Necro. After
I mean,
BGMI.
I've heard you were sort of like the nerdy guy in the class, right?
Yeah. And I used to score well. Not really sure if you call that a nerd.
Well, I mean, technically, back in the days, right? Especially in school, whenever someone was doing good with their grades, they were called as nerds.
Back in the day.
Because that's what they would do, right? All they would do is just go back to their houses, open the book, and just read them.
No, I was different, all right? I used to go back, I used to play, I used to do my sports and everything, and I used to only study when my exams were around the corner. I was a sharp student, Necro.
Interesting, man.
That is how I got good at BGMI as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? With me, I just never liked studies. I just would never study. I would just directly go and sit in the examination hall and just copy someone. Yes, I do admit it, guys. I used to cheat in my exams.
Explains why you're so bad at totaling down the points of teams.
Yeah, I never claimed that I'm good at maths, right? I never claimed that. I'm horrible at maths, dude.
Never mind. We just get to know that a good caster doesn't really have to be good at maths.
Yeah, pretty much. Why do we need to do the plus and minus? We've got someone doing it in the back lines anyways. So yeah, we're just chilling. All we need to do is just read the points tables. I can do basic calculations, right? Like 20 plus 20 is 40, 40 plus 40 is 80, 80 plus 80 is 160.
Oh damn, that's great. But look at what happening over there. The finished feed, Hail India. It seems like they've actually taken down Seven Oceans. One player just surviving. I have no clue what just happened over there.
Oh no, 8-bit. What's happening on the screen? Aditya's constantly mowing down the lawns. As VASISTA Esports, they're on the run. Do not really want to be a part of this fight, considering they know facing off against this force seems a little bit too tough. It's a big wave of bullets approaching them, and they do not exactly know what needs to be done at this point. And that's why VASISTA Esports, they just back away. For 8-bit too, going for shots like that is quite bold, because they know they're not going to be connecting those shots anyways.
Necro. Seven Oceans have been wiped off in a 4v2.
Are you surprised?
I was honestly surprised.
Man, I'm not. That's what's been going on with this entire team. They've been struggling too much in the firefights.
I mean, agreed as a matter of fact, but we also saw Hail India struggle with their fights. And we kind of saw how the opening was done, right? Two players being taken down in great fashion. Yes, Demon was kind of over-aggressing a little bit, but still, Seven Oceans looked pretty good to me. In that fight, at least.
And now, once again, speaking of Hail India and with how things were, right? Hail India is pretty much one of those teams that is a returning banner. We all are familiar with Hail India, so you can't say they do have the experience. While teams like Seven Oceans, teams like Team Snipey, and a few more newer names on the block, you do not really expect them to perform in their first ever debut itself. You can give them the time to adapt, understand how these lobbies function, and then later on, you can try and speak a little bit more and be a little bit more brutal.
But look at this. This is a fight between the big dogs, Teams 8-bit and Team VASISTA Esports. It's a 2v2 up in the front lines, but they have their comrades lying around the angles have been set up. But it seems like Team 8-bit, they're going to look to find different angles. Gotham is already on his vehicle trying to close on up. The nades coming in from the back lines, coming in from Aditya as well. But so far, it seems like Apollo will be the first one to strike with lightning. Mighty has been got down. Team 8-bit, they will look to recover, Necro.
8-bit's constantly taking shots from the top. Once again, having the high grounds, giving them the big advantage, but then Juicy messes up. And VASISTA Esports, this time around, they're here to get their presence. As they know, it's 8-bit they're facing off against VASISTA Esports. They need to be a little bit more cautious with the approach. And what a beautiful nade that was from Wixkey, catching the second man too, but there's a return knock. And now it's all down to Aditya, and even this man's taken down way too low. Aditya needs to face off against two players of VASISTA Esports on two different directions, or maybe three. And what can he do? Just one single man isolated towards this compound. It's a little bit too much to ask for. He's got a shotgun, but he's only got 4 bullets in the magazine. And as soon as Aditya goes for the reload, he will be pounced on. So he could not even go for the reload. And he will be taken down eventually.
VASISTA Esports, they're back in their prime once again. Apollo, this man was actually feared as an assaulter back in the days when he used to play for Revenant Esports. We still remember the era of BGMI 2023 where Revenant Esports kind of missed out on that championship. And Apollo was the star fragger at that time. He was getting finishes after finishes left, right and center. And of course, if you also want to play like Apollo, of course, ladies and gentlemen, you will need to start off strong in your streaming journey. Get yourself the official smartphone partner iQOO Z9S series, which starts at 18,999. An amazing gaming device.
iQOO Z9S series. You guys have been looking at this device for a long time if you are a part of this tournament. LOC 4 now on the screen, and the entirety of LOC, the previous game, was a decent one. They started things off on a great note, but then the conversion towards this game of Miramar hasn't been looking too fluid. The players are all the way back in the blue, constantly taking that damage, and they're actually towards La Cabrera. It's quite the extremity, and they need to move down south completely. And speaking of the zone 2 and how it's forming, we completely missed out on that.
This is a new circle, to be honest. This is a very new circle, especially with how the mixture of both the islands have been kind of brought into fruition. You've got a little bit of the prison island. You've got a little bit of Valle del Mar as well. And there is going to be the situation where teams will be rethinking, second-guessing themselves and their choices on which position do we want to hold. Eventually, majority of them will have to come back to the mainland, but there's still a massive chunk of teams on that prison island as of now. Team captains. A lot of hopes on their shoulder, an underdog name, a new name which just came up, and definitely got a lot of eyeballs on themselves with the performance of week 1. Eyeballs on them in week 2 as well. Medley Esports, a big roster, Necro. Very experienced names, in fact, if you talk about it, Encore and Paradox, in fact, even Top Dog, as a matter of fact, can be the most experienced names playing inside of this tournament so far. But talking about on the other side, we do have another experienced name in the form of God's Reign, who's taking a fight. They've taken down version 9 so far. Yeah. It seems like they're moving on towards DCENT.
Oh no, God's Reign. The backs are also quite exposed as they're taking damage from there too. Fury almost could have been knocked out, by the way. And now for God's Reign, Venom just eyeing out the player in the open. The man does not even have a lot of cover to play with. He's looking quite fragile behind that vehicle. And if the vehicle gets blown over, he cannot even escape that spot. Utilities exchanged from both the sides, but this time around, Altu's nade will connect better. Another nade being tossed, and this should be the deal sealer, and it will be. Rahul knocked out, decent officials, they're getting systematically dismantled.
But where are the rest of the players, Necro? That is my question. One of them on the other side of the building, it's Fury who is up against him, it's X. From DCENT. Is kind of holding that lower turf, but I don't really think that's the best of positions that you can potentially hold. 2 players still alive, and Naruto has been kind of split up from his teammates, so there's no way these 2 players are going to play together. No trade potential in between them, and it seems like Team God's Reign should be an easy task to kind of go in and find out where these players are hiding.
Pretty much. Decent officials is one of those banners, once again returning. And the return in the iQOO BMPS 2024 hasn't been too soft. They have been facing a lot of the brunts, a lot of thick and thins, a rough patch in general. And now for God's Reign, they're eyeing out the players in the front. Still not exactly going for the strike, considering you never know, there might just be shock and waiting for you. And there's also a bit of that cover fire available from Naruto. So if X does get pounced on, Naruto will definitely try to give him that cover fire. God's Reign, that's where they're trying to be a bit more cautious. And here we go, X does find the opener somehow. Fury gets knocked out, and now the entirety of God's Reign will be furious. How did this even happen? How did the players just came back to fruition? Godsreen, something needs to be done. There's a big hole. They need to patch it up.
I like the fact that from DCENT, they've done one good job, and that is kept Naruto's position anonymous so far. Venom spots out one of those players, takes some shots, but X still manages to escape, and it seems like Gods, they themselves will also try and escape from this situation because it's become extremely dicey and sweaty. The circle did close in. This is the third stage, and of course we know, as a matter of fact, these southern circles, Necro, the terrain is extremely rough, so you can't really make those smooth rotations inside, right? You need to give it time. If you're trying to rush things, potentially your buggies or your vehicles will overturn, and then comes the third party.
Godsreen, all the 4 players. Or maybe if you'd like to say 3, considering Fury was knocked out a while ago. They're trying their best to stay together. But decent officials, they have been a constant pain in the foot. As the zone moves away from them, right on top of the players, the team Lolzzz. And this can be the exact game they're looking to convert. But there's also VASISTA Esports on their tracks.
Talking about Hail India, as a matter of fact, these 2 players, Naughty and Galaxy. You look at that partnership, 4 eliminations on board, 2 each, shared by these 2 lads. I really want to see how that fight came to fruition, because the way Seven Oceans were kind of stacking up against them, it never really looked like Hail India had a chance, but
yeah,
like you said, they always had the experience, and experience is everything that we want to offer to you guys as well. Our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme, they've got the Hero Extreme 160R4V. A great experience.
Indeed it is. I just want to get a test ride myself. Maybe when we move on towards Kochi, Kerala,
yes,
that's when we can get it. We can just steal it away from the venue itself, and everyone comes back the next day and they're like, what? Where did the bike go?
Why do you have to be a devil, Necro? You can just ask someone who is the MVP of the finals, of course. You can just ask from him, can I take your bike for a ride?
Yeah, but that's
you
the
can
thing,
be a good
right?
friend, right? You can be a good friend and a good person, Necro.
Yeah, but I'm not really a patient person myself. You must know it, right? Now, we're going to go there on the test run itself. And when we are pretty much test running the show, the bikes are going to be in front of us.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have that itch of having the test run of the bike itself.
This lack of patience will land you behind the bars, Necro. Be patient, man. It helps.
Man, listen, speaking of bars, I got a few bars myself. You know, I've been writing down some rap lyrics.
Please don't try.
Okay.
Please don't try.
Just because you said so, I won't do it. But you know what? We've got Godsreen and Metal Esports right next to each other. And both these forces are quite the formidable ones. Metal Esports recently doing pretty good. Godsreen, the first game was a bit of a shatter. But now maybe Godsreen can try and recover. Godsreen are moving up from the slopes, and they will be caught. A beautiful spray from Encore will also get the confirmation. Metal Esports, they stopped that push from Godsreen, as now they're just taken down to a 50% of that force.
Caution will be kicking themselves. They lost a player in that fight against DCENT officials. Now they lost a player in the midst of rotation. This is not the way they usually play. But on the other side, you've got Team LOC, who is kind of trying to pull up against Team B2R. B2R, they have the advantage of the height, but Jammu IGL, it seems like he is being pressured by these 3 players, Necro.
Yeah, Janu is not really having a good day in the office so far. B2R, the entirety of this team has been struggling, but what a nade that was from LOC. Almost could have found the knockout too. B2R still having the advantage, considering they've got the high ground right on top of the players of LOC, and they can rain down death and destruction. Even for LOC, they're getting shot at from somewhere else. It's not looking too nice. Position is lacking, that's for sure. And B2R, that's where they get the big advantage. But now B2R, they're also getting pounced on by the players of Bolt Rushers as they rush on forward and shut down Janu.
This is crazy stuff, Bolt. For them, it seems like the timing was perfect, but now they need to deal with the players from both LOC and B2R. And it seems like they are prepared. King Goji from the backline, just looking on top, not letting those pixel peaks coming in through from those ridges itself, but Wave needs to deal with the players of LOC so far. LOC, they have been left unhurt. 3 players. This is still a very decent force, to be honest. And Wave, up close and personal, the nade might not be a good decision.
Oh, he's still looking to toss it. And here comes the toss. It's not going to find the mark that it was supposed to. But still, Wave is now in the back lines. A few more utils being tossed in the front. Nothing's being found just yet. Bolt Rushers Esports taking their sweet little time. And for 16 in the hands of Warren. And he's still looking to find those connections, but he's not able to do so. B2R as well, they were at the top for a long time, but then they realize it's time to make it inside the safety lines as they try to prioritize the compound themselves. B2R, if they can try and collect a few scrap when this fight's done.
I'm actually kind of very surprised the fact that B2R could not really finish that fight against LOC. Having that kind of a positional advantage, you should have finished off that fight in a flash. One player in the front lines, you've got 3 players with the high ground advantage, and there was no way that LOC could have actually stopped that height advantage from going against them. It's way too steep. You would have had no angles whatsoever. So many throwables, so many shots could have been taken, but now look at this. It's Sparky who is taking shots. They're trying to stop LOC. Almost done over there with one player. 40% HP, but I think he still managed to get away.
Uh-oh. B2R still in that fray too, but they need to face off against VASISTA Esports and Team Lolzzz. This is the worst possible terrain B2R could have chosen to breach in from. They're messed up big. How can they face off against the players of VASISTA Esports and Team Lolzzz at the same time? It sounds a little bit too much, as Prime, even he falls down, and the entirety of B2R on the verge of being eliminated, and that's what happens. The elimination hits them hard. As now for Team Lolzzz, this is the exact distraction they were looking for, and as soon as the players in the front, they're distracted, Team Lolzzz, they start a strike. But even for Team Lolzzz, it's not going to be an easy cakewalk. Even they're struggling too much in this fight. It's now just taken down to Apollo. VASISTA Esports on the verge of being eliminated completely from this game. And Apollo, he reveals his presence as he moves outside of the smoke. But unfortunately for Apollo, he does not have the high ground. And that's where he messes up.
Lolzzz finds Apollo in that fight. And finally, Team VASISTA Esports, they have been confirmed. But now look at this, Team Lolzzz. They themselves can't really settle in. It's Team LOC from the backline. Sketch actually finds another one of those players. That's going to be Mudit. He knows Lolzzz is right underneath. His position has been revealed. The pass, of course, is not going to protect him for long. But Team Lolzzz, it seems like they are not in the greatest of positioning. They can potentially take a longer rotation, try and enter the circle from the southern side. But it seems like they are completely stuck.
They indeed are. Lolzzz himself, he wants to reposition. But as soon as he sat inside of that vehicle, he was also caught on fire. So Lolzzz is taken down way too low. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets knocked out. Focusing on this fight so far, Metal Esports, they've lost out on 2 players. Bold Rushers Esports, do they have the advantage? Sparky's knocked out as well. Even Wave, he wants to wave himself back to safety. But Metal Esports, here comes the push right on top of them. And Paradox welcomes the guy with open arms. As Warren, he hugs his death. The entirety of Bold Rushers Esports, they are on the verge of being eliminated from the game.
In fact, they are eliminated from the game. But now look at this, God's Reign. They themselves were taking this fight against Metal Esports. But from the top, it is LOC who actually charge fire against them. The Smoker will give away their positioning. No revival will be allowed so far. Right behind the vehicle, they've done an extremely good job. 3 players from LOC still keeping that hope alive. Consistent performances after consistent performances. Can Metal Esports put a stop to that? Can the other team captains put a halt to that is going to be the question. 3 teams and 9 players, Necro. They're still alive.
LOC from the top has been a constant threat to a lot of the teams in the lobby. And now they would need to leave this comfort zone and move inside of the safety line. And that's where maybe a few opponents can have the advantage. They do send Fragger in towards this spot. Fragger is the only player inside of the zone from LOC. From the back, it's going to be the 2 remaining men of Metal Esports move up. LOC, I like the spread. Fragger's the only man inside of the safety lines, while the rest 2 players are at the top. Even Sketch moves to provide that cover fire, considering Fragger knows his back lines are not cleared. And Metal Esports is constantly letting their presence be known.
I think for Metal Esports, the best bet is to try and stay alive as long as they possibly can. Play for that second position. Yes, LOC will try and come and hurt you, but your job is to try and dodge those bullets and those explosions. Eventually, team captains from top will be forced to enter the circle. And as soon as they do that, Team LOC will be their prime force of concern. And now look at this. A 3v2 battle almost settling up in the front line. Sketch moves back. It's a Paradox versus Sketch 1v1 duel. Paradox needs to win this fight, but he fails for Metal Esports. Another important player goes down, Necro.
Yeah, but LOC messed up too in return. And for Team Captain, now it's going to be an easy cakewalk. An easy stroll into Summer's Day. As the players of LOC, they will be wrapped up as well. And just like that for Team Captain, what an easy chicken dinner that was. As the players of LOC, they faced off against Metal Esports. That's the exact instance Team Captain capitalized.
Exactly. We kind of predicted, right? The positional advantage, the advantage of having so many players inside the circle. All of that came to fruition when Team Captains gets this chicken dinner. Of course, with this chicken dinner, I feel like they are more or less settled in. But I'm liking this LOC approach, right? Going aggressive initially, getting those points on board, getting those finish points on board, and then trying to play for positioning and trying to go for the chicken dinner. This is a good strat.
Yeah, exactly. 2 games back-to-back consistent finish, right? And they've also gotten a decent amount of placement points, and now that's going to put them in a good spot in the overall standings. If you're LOC, this is the exact consistency you were searching for. Before a few more names like Metal Esports, once again, the consistency keeps them going on too in the top 3. Team Captain, we spoke about them as well. Me and Johnny especially, we had a conversation on how they lost the momentum, but now after this game, they pretty much gained it back.
Absolutely, but I think for Metal Esports, the point is they are getting those positioning points, but it seems like the amount of aggression that we expect from a banner like Metal Esports, that has not been coming through. We saw the fact that Paradox went up in that 1v1 duel. He should have won that, actually, considering his firepower, considering his experience. But again, he was kind of taken down by Sketch from LOC. So these are these tiny little mistakes that they are making, which is costing them games.
Yeah, but once again, for Metal Esports, as long as they qualify and forward in the upcoming stages, that's what matters, right? Especially, it's a knowing name. Maybe they're just testing the waters, trying something new out. That's all you can say, man, because these known names, they can easily qualify through the early waters. Let's be honest.
Absolutely. But talking about that moment once again, LOC just brilliantly isolating these fights once again. They knew, as a matter of fact, the Team Captains will push up. Great decision from Sketch to actually fall back. Brilliant recovery in this fight once again. And then, no matter what happens, it was always Team Captains who were about to win this game. But talking about the other teams in action, we got to see some good fights. VASISTA Esports being taken down. In fact, Team 8-Bit being taken down by VASISTA Esports kind of shows that VASISTA Esports are starting to kind of experiment their aggressive side of things.
Yeah, not just that, even Team Lolzzz faced off against the players of VASISTA Esports, where there was another team in the back lines who tried to barge in, but unfortunately for them, things just did not really work out. And as soon as the players of VASISTA Esports were distracted towards the team in the back, Team Lolzzz instantly capitalized. So even that capitalization from the side of Team Lolzzz is quite nice. And I'm pretty sure outside of this game, Team Lolzzz got decent points.
Absolutely. I think for Team Lolzzz, the same problems which we used to discuss inside of BGS 2023, I think it's still going to be there lingering around. They take too much to finish fights. The time duration of their fights is extremely long. So for them to finish a fight and actually move into a better positioning, I don't really think they can actually do that without a third party coming in.
You know what? But a real concern is definitely going to be about Team FatalitY. Now, they do have a decent amount of points in the first 6 games that they played, but they still at least need that consistency flowing through in the latter 6 games that are left over, from which they've already played 2 games so far. And Team FatalitY, both those games have been a big bomb. Yes, even the second game of Miramar, they did get 4 early points, but after that, FatalitY poofed into thin air.
This happens with a lot of these underdog names, Necro, and I don't really know the reason why. It happens in sports as well. A lot of these underdogs, they will come up and they will have their one-season glory. But then somehow down the line, it seems like it is very difficult for them to kind of continue that run of form. That is what I'm saying. So far, it seems like none of these players are in their form.
I wouldn't exactly say they have lost their form. It's just the problem that the early fights that they're taking, it's not exactly panning out their way. Maybe FatalitY just needs to watch out. If you remember, even in the game of Erangle, they went for a pit stop collision against someone else. And now even inside of this game, they went against a pit stop collision with someone else too. So for the players of Team Reaper, or pretty much not Reaper, I meant FatalitY, maybe just try and avoid the early game clashes and try and survive for as long as possible. They've got the firepower. We know what they're capable of. And then maybe in the final few moments, they can go aggressive.
I think I completely agree with you, but let's just have a look at the point standings and find out exactly where FatalitY have been having problems. 15 total points on Team Captain, 4 points on FatalitY, but then you look at the consistency coming in from LOC, 14 points on them once again. B2R was the squad we were talking about. They were engaged in multiple fights. Then they charged against VASISTA Esports as well, but did not really get themselves into fruition. 2 points only is what they have acquired. Hyper Rush 2 points, Version 9 2 points. I think these are the two teams who will kind of have to scare for their lives right now, because not really a lot of points on the board. Not a great start to week 2, but it seems like now they'll have to tighten up their socks.
Yeah, and me and Johnny had a conversation about this too, right? In the entire red set so far that we're seeing, all the no-names played in the blue set, or maybe you can't say the good performing names were playing in the blue set. So that's why there was a big vacuum in the point standings. But now in the red set, there's a lot of these returning names that can do good. And we know this red set is supposed to increase that benchmark of qualification.
Absolutely. Well, talking about the increment of the cutoff, I'm not really sure if that is going to be happening. 70 points is still going to be my prediction, Necro. I think Anki was just right. 70 points is what I am considering. But ladies and gentlemen, all of this discussion will happen. We'll move on to a short break. And with that being said, we'll come back with the map of Sanhok. Don't go anywhere.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really?
Hey, but have you all seen it? Yeah. Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after a very short break to iQOO BMPS 2024. Of course, my name is Salty, and with me joining alongside is going to be Johnny, and always for that map of Sanhok, it is going to be the crazy duo.
Yeah.
Johnny and me. Midnight Madness is going to begin. Johnny, you've just witnessed the map of Miramar, of course. That was ecstatic. I kind of felt like VASISTA Esports could have gone very, very long in this match, could have gotten themselves another chicken dinner had the backstab not come in through B2R, but that was it. But team captains, great victory for them. LOC preserving that consistency. Want to know your thoughts about this team?
I mean, so first of all, what you said about VASISTA Esports, right? I was watching the game in the viewing area, and it seemed like every single time I felt a team had a strong position, the next few minutes they would just instantly get taken out. And it was something that I had to deal with, the problems that I have to deal with my predictions. But ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to deal with any problems if you want to play BGMI in an extremely smooth and enjoyable manner. All you have to do is just check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And of course, there's an opportunity for you to win a brand new iQOO Z9 Pro for yourself. All you have to do is go on to Google and search the iQOO Z9S series, and that is it. But apart from that, bringing it back, right? First, I thought it was going to be 8-bit. No. Then I thought it was going to be VASISTA. No. Then I thought it was going to be Medal. At least Medal did quite kind of well for themselves, so the consistency is still there. But I don't know, team captain, man, that was an impressive win now.
I kind of figured that it was possibly going to be Team Lolzzz for a second as well, because they were going pretty good. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the overall standings. We will find out where exactly does every single team stand. VASISTA Esports at the very top, 35 points is what they've acquired. LOC, the consistency, they had 26 points, Johnny, from the entirety of the first week, and now inside of 2 games, 28 points, instant recovery.
Exactly. LOC have brought themselves back quite nicely, and of course, Necro is going to be quite happy with this because we were having this conversation in the morning, and Necro mentioned that, alright, LOC, this is an experienced set of teams, experienced set of players, so there's a very high probability that they understand now what they have to do. And they're doing it quite well. Metal Esports happy with the consistency. Team captain now. The first 2 matches have been middle of the pack, but it's still not a bad run. It's a decent performance so far, but I want to see that team captain that we saw on the first day of week 1. Man, 2 chicken dinners out of 3 matches. This time they haven't really secured 2 wins, but hey, Sanhok is next. You never know.
I was about to say that, right? I mean, the first one is here on the map of Miramar, possibly on the map of Sanhok. The second one will be there. But Johnny, what is going on through Godrin and their minds right now? And why are they struggling? And it doesn't even seem like it's been like 2 off maps for them, Erangle and Miramar.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to count out Erangle so far, but if you look at Miramar, first of all, they kind of lost a player who wasn't really aware of his positioning. Fury was completely lost. And then while mid-rotation, they lost another player in the form of Phantom. So does these mistakes cost you and your confidence as being a pro team?
I think, yes, they do. Majority of the times you are, as much as you're fighting the opposing team inside of the match, you're fighting them mentally outside of the game as well. And again, if you can ruin their morale inside of one match, you can ruin the entire day. And I think for God's Reign, that happened not in Miramar, but how they got eliminated in Erangle. That squad wipe on Erangle was so brutal. I'm pretty sure it might have caused the situation between the team to get heated up for a few minutes, and then maybe they weren't able to calm themselves down heading into Miramar. But now that fiasco in Miramar is done and dusted, and of course when you head into the last game of the day, you keep all of your grudges aside, you keep all of the mistakes of the past aside, and you just go all in.
Who are we talking about, man? God's Reign and their athletes. You look at Venom, you look at Phantom. These are all good kids. I never really feel like these guys can actually get angry or inside rage inside the game. You know them in person. They're the sweetest kids that you would ever come across.
Hey man, so are we, but when we are playing, you know, things get heated up. Yeah, there are arguments left and right.
Yeah, honestly. We're not that sweet, Johnny. It's just a...
Normally
it's just a mask that we are wearing.
As long as we're not playing.
As long as we're not playing. But talking about playing, the map of Sanhok is going to be coming through, and there are going to be certain names. My prediction is still going to be the fact that LOC will continue their run.
Yes.
I don't really believe anyone can put a full stop. But there was one moment of surprise. Hail India coming out of a 4v2 situation, winning that fight. Hail India, where did this name come from?
Well, Hail India, I mean, again, even in the previous week, they had that middle-of-the-pack performance, but this is also an experienced name. We have seen them in the past, and again, this is a team that I am also expecting that they can figure out what it takes to break into the top 64, but still, this game of Sanhok is all it comes down to, because then there will be too much pressure for tomorrow. But let's see how this Sanhok is going to turn out for Hail India, and of course, the rest of the teams that are there in this lobby.
The last game of this group, the last Sanhok of this group as well. It is going to be extremely dicey and extremely interesting as the bird hits the skies once again. And right at the get-go, it's going to be team captains who are on their jump towards the ground. It is going to be a free fall, but ladies and gentlemen, remember, this free fall into the battlegrounds, it's not going to be of a soft landing. You might have to face those drop collisions so far. And talking about those drop collisions, are we gonna see some right of the get-go? Potential candidates, potential contenders gonna be in that camp alpha region, the boot camp region as well. I'm expecting at least 2 or 3 teams to drop inside of boot camp. But it seems like we're not going to see anyone.
Yeah, no one's going to go there. I think everyone just opened up their parachutes and decided, oh, are you going to boot camp? Well, we aren't going to boot camp anymore. And everyone just glided towards that Painan City. But hey, we do get that Paradise Resort drop clash between Seven Ocean and the players of Metal Esports. So what started on Erangle, it continues on the map of Sanhok as these two teams come up against each other. And this time, again, just like last time, it's deja vu for Metal Esports. They start off with an advantage, having secured 1 finish already in this fight.
1 finish in this fight for Metal Esports. I'm pretty sure they can go for more. But the point is, inside a Paradise Resort, you have so many angles and so many entry points. It's very hard for you to actually barge into a compound and actually clear all the angles. So Metal Esports doing a good thing to move towards one corner of Paradise Resort, and then you check every single corner while breaching through. I don't really think they are going to escape this site. But on the other side, Seven Oceans, this is going to be another team that never really shies away from those drop collisions, do they? They did manage to fight against Hail India in the last match, but they lost all their lives from a 4v2 situation. So this team also has been in a very dire spot, Johnny.
Yeah, Seven Ocean, I think the opportunity to secure points has already faded away from them, especially botching up 2 matches back-to-back, going into the third one. If they can't have a big win, like a 25-pointer in this match, then there's going to be no hope left for tomorrow as well. Even right now, look at this. They've just completely evaded the fight against the players of Metal Esports, moved out of Paradise Resort, which might be a wise decision, but considering I see the players of RUDRANSH Esports closing in towards Paradise and LOC just down south, Seven Ocean, they're still not out of trouble yet. But looking at the start of the game, I think kind of a wise move made by the players from the set of 8-bit, man. They have moved all the way towards Camp Charlie, but here we have it. VASISTA Esports taking on the players of Team FatalitY. Saw the drop clash on Painan, and it seems like it's finally brewed up all the way to a fight.
Exactly. VASISTA Esports, I like the fact that they're moving in tandem. Every single player has started to close in, especially after that first knock. Reaper has been brought down quite easily, can be confirmed as well. But do FatalitY have any response in mind? Hanzo is in position. Some sort of return fire is what I'm expecting, but nobody has provided any. Reaper is going to get confirmed to Wixkey. He's been awarded so much space. FatalitY, you can't really move back from fights, especially when you are in them already. No response so far. No problems being caused as well. But here he comes, AimGod from the flank, being silent, but yet being the assassin, Johnny.
Yeah, but now even his position is revealed. And VASISTA, they were prepared for the Shadow. OG can go down to Hangzhou. He's looking to run behind that cover. Trigger spotted out in the distance and a lot of damage. And the second knock comes through for the players of FatalitY. VASISTA ignoring this outside flanker. Just a big price to pay for a small mistake. Apollo is quite close. Has a Molotov as well to try and flush that man out, but hasn't really utilized throwable over there. Trigger knocked out. Luckily for VASISTA Esports, no confirmations have been made by the players of FatalitY, so it's still a 4 versus 3 situation in the favor of VASISTA Esports. You can still make it happen. The squad wipe handed to the players of FatalitY, and that's what they are aiming for.
Honestly, the revive on Trigger is going to be extremely difficult. But wait, hold on to that thought for a while, because Apollo from the distance, I'm not even sure. UMP and Red Dot, I thought that he had a 4 times on that UMP. Man managed to find a knock from this much of a distance. Hulk has been brought down. The next in line is going to be Hanzo. And look at this, Apollo from the backlines charging up against Hanzo, but Wixkey is so up close and personal. Technically, it's a 2-on-1 situation for this lad, but it's going to be extremely difficult for him to kind of leave that situation unscathed. AimGod is still keeping his position anonymous as of now. But he finally will have to move, because I believe after those 2 back-to-back knocks, his position has been marked by VASISTA Esports.
Yeah, now Shadow is also moving out to try and take on Hangzhou. But while all of this is happening, let's go over a recap of what has happened somewhere else on the map at Paradise Resort. LOC moved in, but I'll tell you that story some other time, because it seems like VASISTA Esports, it's time to put a full stop on the journey of Team FatalitY, at least for the day. AimGod is taking some damage from that molly, and he's burning alive. Does manage to stay alive for a few extra seconds, but again, in a 1v4, can't really do much. He's going to get spotted out, takes down 1, and instantly get finished off. VASISTA Esports, they wrap things up without even breaking a sweat. Not a single casualty in this fight. But as I was saying, Paradise Resort, lot of chaos over there. So initially it started off between Metal Esports and the players of Seven Ocean. Metal Esports successfully did push out the players of Seven Ocean outside of the Paradise Resort compounds, but then RUDRANSH Esports and LOC tried to breach in from the south, ended up colliding against each other. There were trades from either side. LOC lost 2 players, RUDRANSH lost 3, and Metal Esports, I saw that on the finish feed. I believe they have found an extra bonus point or stolen a point from either 2 of these sides. We'll see which one it was in a bit. And yet, that situation, that trifecta, it's still not broken off, because Metal is still there at the top of the hill. LOC, we can see them on our screens. And in the mix, RUDRANSH Esports is present. But while all of this is happening, DCENT, they're trying to close in from the rear as well. So things are definitely getting quite a bit interesting towards Paradise Resort. It's not Paradise anymore.
Everyone loves Paradise Resort, Johnny. It seems like one of those drop locations, which of course is completely laden with a lot of utility and loot. There is enormous loot out there inside of Paradise Resort. 3 or 4 teams can actually find majority of their weaponry over there itself. You find your level 3 equipment as well, and that is one of the reasons why these teams always get attracted to this location. But also because of its topography and the structure kind of makes it favorable for those 4v4 fights if you want to take them early. Talking about fights, VASISTA Esports not in the right end of things. They are being cleaned up by B2R. It's a revenge game coming in from this team. B2R, they get suffered in the map of Miramar, but they come in, come back, and seek revenge on the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, 2 finishes secured as well. The players of VASISTA Esports didn't even move out. Just stood there, took the shots from Jano IGL, and well, now they're down to a 2-man roster, but let's see. I mean, the circle even moves away from them. They have B2R blocking the front lines. You have Poltex rushers in the back. VASISTA Esports, I think we are going to see them take an early exit in this map.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I feel bad for Wixie. Does he know? Does he have an idea?
I think they do. But even if you have an idea, there's not a lot you can do about this now.
But not having an idea is going to hurt you
that's
more,
worse.
right?
That's going to be worse.
It's going to be like a silent assassin or a silent truck coming and hitting you right at the get-go. But for VASISTA Esports, I'm pretty sure that they are individually capable of handling any sort of push that comes their way. So Painan should be one of the places where they can hold themselves. Now, imagine this, right? You've got Wixkey and Apollo who are still alive. Apollo being one of the greatest fraggers, one of the best salters in his own right. And Wixkey, I believe, is one of the greatest players to kind of perform in clutch situations. This man always survives, no matter what. So this is the best duo that VASISTA Esports could potentially imagine will survive for the ending stages.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you can never count them out. You never know if bolt rushers end up making a few mistakes. VASISTA, their punishes are going to be on point. As you mentioned, 2 of the most experienced players we have in this lobby right now. LOC on the other side, even they've lost 2 players, all thanks to that mid-rotation fight against the players of RUDRANSH Esports, and this is how it went down. Were able to shut down too early, but then this happened. Just completely lost RUDRANSH Esports with those punishes. And I believe, alright, one of the players from inside RUDRANSH went down to the players of Metal Esports. So that's the point that Metal got for bonus.
They need a lot more. Metal Esports, their aggression hasn't really been on point, to be honest. That is how Metal Esports usually play. They kind of play under the radar majority of the tournament, but they do make sure that they are qualifying for the further rounds. And when it's inside the semi-finals, that is exactly when Metal Esports shine to their extreme brightness. Talking about brightness, it was Fragger who shone really bright in the last game. 4 finishes on that man, the iQOO MVP of the map of Miramar. But you know what? Coming back to VASISTA Esports, there's a fun fact. Wixkey has been lifting a lot of weights lately. Now he has a lot of weight on his shoulders to lift.
Man, it's always bad when you try to compare carrying your team to working out.
I mean, for me, these are the only 2 things I do.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, one more than the other, though. It's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out which one we're talking about. But anyways, God's Reign, at least in this game, they get a few early frags, catching the players of Virgin 9 off guard, and Lapid is going to be the man who gets picked off. Quite unfortunate, but God's Reign, now this has been a surprising team today, man. I mean, expected so much more from them. Haven't been able to deliver, but hey, if you're having the same issues with your device, check out the new iQOO Z9S series, because this will always deliver. Starting at 18,999, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Perfect for gaming, to be honest, with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
You, by the way, left your account logged in on the device over on the Hindi desk. I played a few matches from your account.
That's completely fine, honestly. Not really a lot of skins to show for, but a lot of skills to show for, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a brand new ID, my friend.
You are not supposed to speak it out loud, Johnny.
There was absolutely nothing over there.
No, I think I did not log into my main account. It was my alt ID.
Yeah, probably why there was a very weird picture of you there.
Why are you giving out all the details on the broadcast? They aren't supposed to know, right?
I don't know if one of our viewers was in one of those matches I was playing. We came across, now they knew who was playing and why the performance was so amazing.
Maybe I thought you were going to say truth shall prevail. In a very, very deep voice. But never mind. Getting back in the game once again, we do have B2R who are slowly proceeding against Team DCENT. 2 players closed in. Another one goes in on a flank. But this might be causing problems. X. He's not moving. He's not giving an inch. B2R, do they have an idea? It seems like they have an idea.
Yeah.
Instantly falls back to safety, and thank God X was not charging him at him. But on the other side, it's going to be Team 8-Bit, and Juicy has been knocked out. Mac himself takes a huge chunk of damage. Team captains, they're on a roll right now, Johnny.
They are on a roll, but Captain, can they take down the players of 8-Bit? 8-Bit is an experienced lineup, so they know how to handle this pressure. But now Archer shows up to add some extra firepower for his team. Juicy has not been confirmed yet, so there is still an opportunity for the players of 8-Bit to rescue their IGL. It's not going to be easy, though. Devil from the side of Captain was knocked out, but now they've fallen back, looking for a revive, and they do bring it to fruition. So Devil's back on his feet, and now 8-Bit again charging in with a man disadvantage. Aditya needs to go big, but he's going to be the first man to get shut down. And it's all on the shoulders of that young gun, Mac, who's hiding behind the rock right now with the S12K. Can connect a shot and take a player down. Does so as well quite perfectly, but he's out now. Takes one more down. Not a lot of HP on Mac. And the players of Team Captain, they're pushing towards him. And off angle, a nade, anything thrown towards him can take him out. And Mac, he's under so much pressure right now. It's either all or nothing. And he goes for a heal. And Captain with the punish. Wipe the floor with the players of 8-Bit.
What a domination coming through from Team Captains. Their stance in that fight was right and no hesitation whatsoever. Being the Kingslayers in this lobby, in fact, the highest performing team from week 1, they just laid them down, beat them down to a pulp. That was brilliant. Great stuff coming in from Emperor. Great stuff coming in from the rest of the lads from Team Captains. But look at this, it seems like Team Metal Esports, they've taken much of the hurt themselves as well, because Team LOC, they are charging in with the nades. All 4 players in one compound. This is not good news, but Fuzzy gets taken down and finished off as well.
What a big blunder from LOC. They had the opportunity to go for a squad wipe, 1 piece of utility, and it was all over for Metal Esports. And yet, LOC, they just dropped the ball, man. So confident with the nade. Should have lobbed it a few moments ago, a few seconds ago. It was just the radial damage of the nade would have been enough to put the players of Metal Esports back on their knees. But brilliant rescue, brilliant survival instincts from the players of Metal. They weren't worried about their heals. They knew a single shot on every single player, and all of them were pretty much done for. So 3 of them just pushed the window together and just outnumbered. They had the numbers advantage, and that is what they played with. 2v4, LOC eliminated, but hey, the next team in line could be the players of Hail India. Did I count 3 knocks over there?
I think so. Bolt rushers being extremely cautious in that fight. But also they've spotted down Team Captain from the high ground themselves. The 6 times just really coming to fruition for King Goji. Beautiful spray down over there. No knocks confirmed, but I feel like Team Captains now they are going to second guess if they want to try and do that climb down. But coming back to that fight for Metal Esports, it seemed like LOC just kind of rushed it way too much. They could have just timed it to perfection. They had so much time to try and use their utility a little bit more. Just fluster around the players of Metal Esports, make them panic.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, they should have been a little bit more confident and just lobbed it. A Hail Mary nade over there would have done the trick, but hey, things didn't work out for Metal. Their movement was a little bit slow, but hey, you can move extremely quickly IRL with the Hero Extreme. Our official mobility partner, Hero, kind enough to send the Hero Extreme 160R4V towards the MVP of the finals and the Hero Extreme 125R for the survivor of the finals. But Hyper Rush seems like they're going to struggle to survive over here.
They certainly will struggle. Jadu from the backlines, of course. There is another team that has actually closed in. That's going to be Metal Esports. Jadoo had to preserve himself. An absolute sandwich situation. 3 teams colliding against each other. But it seems like Team Hyper Rush, they will be the ones at a massive disadvantage. Can't really move in left or right. It's just them taking in shots from both directions. The red corner and the blue corner, they're just coming in with jabs, crosses and hooks. And Jadoo, it looks really sad, but he can only just bow down and suffer his fate.
I mean, initially it felt like the players of Hyper Rush would be able to find themselves a way out of this pickle. They found the opening against the players of Team Lolzzz, but then Metal Esports from the backlines, that was too much pressure to deal with. And Jadoo, he was out of magic at that point. Couldn't really do much. No utility on him as well. No throwables. Level 1 armor, I believe I saw. But Metal Esports, they are looking quite good in this match, but it seems like the consistent run from the first 2 matches is going to transition into this game of Sanhok as well, because they have 8 eliminations on the board already. Just with a few more, if they can reach double-digit points, doesn't matter if those double-digit finishes are there, and Metal Esports from that point on will just play for the chicken dinner.
I honestly am a very big fan of this Metal Esports squad, Johnny. You've got Paradox and Encore, 2 of the most experienced players inside of this entire tournament so far, have played multiple lands. And then you've got Top Dog himself, one of the most aggressive assaulters. I'm not really sure if I can call him the most successful, but his mentality is always aggressive, and that is what you want sometimes in teams like these. And then Sahil, someone who actually got so much success from the Enigma lineup. I feel like this is such a healthy addition.
Oh, but look at the shift of the circle. I think if God's Reign, they play their cards right, this could be their game. Version 9 in a safer position as well. It's that one compound towards the eastern edge that will turn out to be a big priority for a lot of these teams now. But Metal Esports, time is running out. They make the push towards the players of Team Lolzzz, hiding inside of this building. Top Dog quite close to the window. Trying to see if he can peek around the corner, see the player hiding over there. Encore with the nade. He's going to look to find the opening, but before he does so, Sahil OP on the rooftop is going to get knocked out, and the finish, it gets stolen from the players of Metal Esports. Team Lolzzz. As a player from Metal Esports get confirmed by the players of Hyper Rush in the backlines. Now Lolzzz himself, armed with the DBS, is just waiting for the players of Metal to peek around the corner, and he can't secure a knock over there. Mudit, he's going to be the last man surviving out on the run, and Metal Esports, they'll be on the hunt.
They certainly will be on the hunt. Talk about it, Mudit. He can utilize the utility that he has. He does have the Molotov. 2 Molotovs extinguished. Now he has just 1 lead to actually work through. Not really a lot of troubles to actually confirm the back lines, but he will have to take care of the frontliner. From the back lines, you also have Hyper Rush coming in through. Uzumaki has closed in way too much.
What risky moves are this from Metal Esports? They have no HP, and yet they're not afraid to make that push. 2 players knocked out as... I mean, the probability was quite high, and this 1v1 duel, Top Dog does come out on top. Team Lolzzz eliminated from the game, but moving forward from here, it's not going to be easy for Top Dog himself as well. The front lines are blocked, and the shots from across the hill become the reason for his demise. Team Lolzzz eliminated. Metal Esports also bite the dust. But Team Captain, 9 eliminations on the board already. Salty, now is when Team Captain are looking extremely solid on the board.
They look extremely solid, but the only problem that they will have to face is an experienced name in the form of God's Reign.
Yeah.
3 players still surviving. They've got the entire northern frontier for themselves. Team captains, even though they have a beautiful spread inside the circle, it seems like there are a couple of outliers that can cause them problems. One of them being Rishi from Team Hyper Rush, 2 of them coming in from the backlines, version 9 I'm talking about, and then you've got that 1 player from Team DCENT. And if they manage to deal with all 3 of these outliers, then there is an entirety of a squad in the form of God's Reign who is just chiming in, ready to chiming in fact. So far, team captains, they haven't really made massive moves inside the circle, just holding the edge lines, trying to get as much information as he possibly can. Look at the Devil. Vehicles being run over, but from the backlines, it seems like Spicer has been taken down. God's Reign and their position will be revealed, Johnny.
Yeah, their position is compromised, but they need to do this in order to gain access to the circle. Version 9, easier team to take down for them, considering version 9 was down to their last 2 players. And now the big 4v4 for the conclusion of the match will happen. God's Reign taking on the players of Captain. Whoever survives will definitely be able to secure the chicken dinner. And as I say that, it's God's Reign who find the opening. Devil knocked out. Still 3 players remaining in the back lines. And Jetray, he's going to see if the nade from his hands finds anyone from the side of God's Reign. The answer is no. Even Rishi is going to be shut down by the players of God's Reign. Venom knocked out. The trade does come in. But how long can the players of Captain hold on to their ground on the other side of the hill? As Devil, he's going to get finished off, and the third party from Genji from Decent Official swings the entire fight into the hands of God's Reign. Fury knows where one of the last player is. He sees Emperor as well. He's going to try and secure the knock. Should be an easy one. Emperor takes a lot of damage. Finally, he's going to be put down on his knees, and Phantom is the one connecting those final shots. And I think it is all over. Jetray can't really do much from there. Genji, his position is compromised as well, and he makes a run for his life. Things getting wrapped up. Captain finished theirs. Decent Official, they've made it to the top 2 of this matchup with a decent number of eliminations on the board. But it's going to be the Gods reigning supreme. A wonderful winner-winner chicken dinner secured on the map of Sanhok.
Absolutely. 10 eliminations on board, and certainly 20 total points is what they have acquired.
Yeah.
Potentially moving towards the tag of Gods of BGMI, God's Reign. They've done a fantastic job holding that position, but when the time was right, how beautifully they came in, right? For team captains, you still kind of feel sad, especially the kind of position they were in. We talked about the outliers and they can cause problems, and we saw how Genji kind of completely took that game away from them.
Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, Genji, he's an evil man over there. Because I expected Captain and God's Reign to fight it out 4v4, but Genji, he had to capitalize, right? One man knocked out, the other man going for a revive, and no one knows where he is. Any one of us in that situation would just try and mow both of them down in a single sprint. That's what he did. And for his team, they walk away with a decent total tally from this particular match. I think they have 5 eliminations, 6 points for finishing second, so 11 points. So that does keep their aggregate in a decent spot. But now it's a question of how does tomorrow turn out for the side of Decent Official. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the matches they play tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think for Decent Officials, they still will have to get around 30 to 40 points in order to be safe inside of the overall standings. And in fact, today we haven't really spoke of the overall standings because majority of the teams, the ones who are actually progressing through, we know the names, right? For example, be it God's Reign, be it 8-Bit, be it VASISTA Esports, they've actually done the hard work, while the teams who were struggling, they're way too low. But now things are kind of resurrecting. For team captains, I think they've done a fantastic job being consistent today. LOC kind of missed out on that opportunity to get a hat-trick of consistent performances.
Hey, but it's still okay, right? LOC, they did decent, and I think this was an okay-ish performance. But considering LOC, we expected a lot more from them to begin with. And again, it's the iQOO BMPS, right? So things are going to be tough. Not everyone will be able to perform. I think LOC just succumbed under the pressure into that opening week. But now I think slowly and steadily they're bringing themselves back. And again, tomorrow is still there. They have 3 more matches left. And I think they are going to require like 20-25 points to qualify. LOC can definitely pull it off.
They can definitely pull it off. But I think the problem has been that big chicken dinner that LOC has been missing, right? You see the little mistakes that they were making. We saw that fuzzy push coming in against Medal Esports. Medal Esports, in fact, being decent in this game. They had that initial run of aggression, going in for those finishes early on, not really trying to play for placements, but they could not preserve that aggression throughout the game. You'll find out how they got taken down and systematically destroyed. But this was a chicken in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, that we were talking about. God's Reign absolutely shattering hopes against everyone.
Yeah.
Team captains, for them, they'll have to go back home and kind of find out where did we actually make an error in that 4v4 fight.
But as you were talking about LOC, I just have to say this, that not LOC, sorry, Medal Esports. I think the only thing that Medal Esports could have done a little bit extra was just take care of the players of Hyper Rush in the backline, because that is the team that kind of denied Medal the opportunity to move into the extreme late stages of the game. It was when they were making the push towards Team Lolzzz, that is when the mistake was made. Just complete tunnel vision to the team up front and not really worried about the high ground at the backside of those compounds. That is where Hyper Rush struck them from.
I think that is one of the problems that Top Dog usually faces, like this man being extremely aggressive. He only focuses on the target that is right in front of him, but then kind of loses the bigger picture that we always talk about, this game being a battle royale. There's always that threat of a third party lying, and majority of the times you'll see Medal Esports kind of doing decent in their 4v4 fights, but they get taken down in their third parties.
Exactly, and again, but this game, I think the one difference that was there was a lot of elimination secured by Medal Esports, and of course the eliminations and the success of that map of Miramar, it gets them to a very comfortable position in terms of the overall ranking. Now, tomorrow, I think Medal is going to require like 10-15 points at max to qualify, or they might have actually moved quite close to the qualification today itself. But again, I think we want to see Medal be that Medal Esports that people hope from them, because Paradox, Encore, you spoke about it again, one of the duos that are stuck together for the longest time, and these two individuals have a massive legacy that they left behind in the past. And I know I'm not supposed to live in the past, I'm supposed to live in the present, but my hopes from Medal Esports are still quite a lot. But we do have the rankings of this game. Look at that, 20 points for God's Reign team captain with 16, Medal Esports with 13 in this match. Decent official, actually quite decent in this game, ending the game with 11 points.
But I think they'll need a lot more, Johnny. For decent official, their problem was way too dire, especially to start things off. VASISTA Esports, unlike the other games, they kind of had an early exit. And even for Team 8-Bit as well, they were shut down quite comfortably by the likes of Team Captain. So that is an improvement that I would consider. Team Captain's doing really well in their finish department. 8-Bit being one of their merciless victors. You've got Team Bolt Rushers as well, TGL, LOC, all of these teams. Just a single-digit number is what they have accomplished. But for Seven Oceans, Necro is going to be extremely angry at this team because they haven't really lived up to them.
Yeah, I mean, but we can't really do anything about it now, right? Seven Ocean again. Even week 1 was not that great for them. 6 matches played, just 13 points secured. And I think this week is just about to turn much worse for them. Because from that game of Erangle, they had like 1 point. Miramar also did not go their way. Sanhok, they have absolutely nothing to show for. So again, Seven Ocean, I think now it's time for acceptance that there's no way Seven Ocean will qualify for round 2. And at this point, they can just go YOLO and, as Necro says, test the waters, see what you're capable of. Just go all in every single match that you play tomorrow, because the journey for today comes to an end here.
Absolutely. The journey for this group, in fact, comes to an end here. Majority of the storylines that we were looking for, the teams at the top, they were, in fact, dominating the teams at the bottom. They kind of suffered once again a similar fate. We'll have to find out if any of these equations will change when they meet once again tomorrow as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go and take a very short break. We're going to change groups and come back with the map of Weekend. It's going to be extremely cold out there. Let me get my blanket.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, as we mentioned before we went on the break, today's matches for Group 1 from the Danger Red are done. And now we move on to Group 2. And for that, we have Necro joining with me right now. Necro, again, that journey of Group 1 from Set Red, it was intense, right? But as we expected, it's just the usual contenders fighting for the top spot and securing those points for qualification. Are there same expectations there for Group 2 as well?
Once again, speaking about the previous group, started off in quite an intense manner, that's for sure. 8-bit messing things up a little bit. I mean, it was quite unfortunate, quite unlucky. Then you transition on forward towards the map of Miramar. Even that was quite nice. Yeah. FatalitY struggling a lot today, that's for sure. And then moving on forward towards the third game. Once again, I love the fact that DCENT officials are on that DCENT comeback.
Exactly, but hey, if you want a decent device, or in fact a good device, then we have the iQOO Z9S series for you guys. Go on to Google, check out the iQOO Z9S series, and you can stand a chance of winning the iQOO Z9 Pro for yourselves. But before we went on the break, Necro, Salty was saying this, that you will be very upset with how 7ocean played today.
Man, 7oceans, yes. That one thing is for sure that I really do want to see the newer faces on the block make that comeback. Yeah. But unfortunately for 7oceans, one thing is for sure. We can pretty much say this confirmed that they're not going to be moving forward in the upcoming stages. Their journey over here is pretty much done. Yeah. Just in the span of 3 games, getting a lot of those points next to impossible, especially looking at the stats and the track record. Yeah, it hasn't been that great.
Yeah, I think they're going to be under 25 points for sure right now after their journey in the 3 matches and how they've gone. And of course, once we move on to tomorrow, that means they're going to need like around 50 points in the 3 games. That is going to be very difficult for a team like 7ocean to pull off. But hey, let's talk about the upcoming group. Because Necro, my buddy, our favorite teams are going to return to the Battlegrounds. We have Angry Swans and Alpha 6, by the way, both in the same group. How exciting is that?
That's the best part of it, right? And then you also move on forward. You've also got Team Insane in that one single group as well. Now, for Team Insane, they've already played pretty nice on the day one. Now, one thing is for sure, Team Insane is not going to play as good as they did in the past week. That's confirmed because that's pretty much being the main playing for Team Insane. That's pretty much being the main form for that entire team. But real expectations are definitely going to be from a few names like 4 Misfits, Rush if possible, MIZO, even NUMENxFOREVER. Before now, we've got the overall standings on the screen. And after this one, VASISTA Esports, they pounce on the first spot.
Yeah, but hey, you have to think about this, right? Compared to how the teams from Set Blue were playing, Group Red or Set Red feels a little bit more controlled. The highest someone did right now was VASISTA Esports, 39 points. And then there's a clash between the top performing teams from Week 1 itself. You have Metal, Captain, LOC, God's Reign. And I think it was just LOC that were desperate for those points. Everyone else was doing quite decent. Captain also, I might add to that list. But I think after the performances of this day, both these teams are going to be in a much safer position.
Exactly my point, right? These teams are not going to be too desperate for the points. But at the same time, we're not going to see that major vacuum just like the Crew Blue. Or maybe if you can't say Set Blue. Inside of Set Blue, we had a lot of those confirmed performers. We knew these guys are going to perform no matter what. And they will create that vacuum. But over here, seeing that vacuum is a little bit more rare, knowing the fact that there's very minimal confirmed performers.
Exactly. But I think, all right, I might disagree with you on that because I believe, all right, God's Reign, they have already pushed through. VASISTA Esports, they have pushed through already. Team Captain with their run today, they are going to be confirmed as well. It's just LOC that are left hanging. LOC is going to be somewhere around that 50-point marker, but I think if they play like this tomorrow as well, then they are going to move through as well.
So this has always been my prediction, right? The Set Blue is supposed to increase the benchmark. And now the fact that there's not a lot of that vacuum going on, easily the benchmark can be uplifted even more. And that's where Set Red can easily chime in through the action and just move on forward and break all the walls that were built by the Set Blue.
Exactly, I agree with you, but the problem is that the teams that are supposed to perform aren't performing. It's still the teams at the top that are playing well. And again, as you mentioned, the opportunity is laid out for the teams in Set Red, but they have to secure those wins. But what we are going to secure is a question from one of you guys, and this is from Balance62. What do you think the cutoff is going to be? Are we going to witness some big upsets in the first round only? I think we have been discussing the cutoff this entire time, right? Mid-70s is where we are expecting them to go. And as for upsets, yes.
Yeah, we have definitely seen a few upsets, I'm not going to lie. Some of the known names as well, some of the returning names getting eliminated too from the tournament. Not exactly eliminated, but maybe we can say on the verge of being eliminated because we do not have the overall picture just yet. But if you try and just anticipate and guess what's going to be happening, we already know the teams that will be eliminated.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can get a certain idea already. These teams are in that danger zone. And right now, yes, there are going to be a few upsets, but the opportunity is still there. There are a lot of big names still left in set red, and we are waiting to see how they perform in their particular matches. One of the biggest names right now that is struggling is, it has to be NUMENxFOREVER.
That's
right. NUMENxFOREVER just mid 20 points inside of week 1. I think 26 points, 27 points, my apologies, is what they were able to secure in that opening week. And of course, that leaves a lot lacking from the team, and leaves a lot to be seen from the team in this particular week. Again, 6 matches, they have to secure 50+ points.
Even Team FatalitY in that previous group, they have been struggling way too much. They only got 6 points in the span of 3 games, and that's not what you expect from a banner like Team FatalitY. In the first 2 games, they got drop clashed, and then in the last game, they were just not able to perform. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to save the day for this entire banner, but these are individuals who does pack a lot of punch and that experience too, considering in the grand finals of the BGMI 2024, they did do quite decent.
Exactly, that's the problem, right? We expect a lot more from them, and I think they do so as well. And living up to those expectations, or at least trying to do so, has been giving them a lot of pressure to deal with. But hey, let's look at the teams that are going to be playing right now. We have Team Insane, Elevated Esports, Angry Swans, Necro's Favorite. We have I4I Team Dragons, Legacy, 4 Misfits, Rush if possible, MIZO. And of course, as we move to the next set of teams, we have Team Limra, NUMENxFOREVER, Alpha 6, 4 King, Esports, 4 Cartoons, Psy Rulers, Galactic Wolves, and RDX Girls.
So you can say inside of this group too, you've got a lot of these known names that are still struggling to perform. Rush if possible is one of those. Team Forever is also one of those. Then you've also got Team Limra still on that struggling phase. For Team Limra, man, it was a big heart attack. When we saw this team perform for the first time in the first 3 games, it was a big letdown. Then in the latter 3 games that they played, Team Limra, at least they decided to make that comeback. So now you can't say the momentum is still on that rise.
Exactly, but the cutoff has just been increased to the mid-70s. And Team Limra, they sit there right now with 28 points on the board. They need 50+ points in the 6 matches that are left. And again, now it is the time when they can't mess up even a single match. Starting from this weekend, by the way.
Pretty much. And I'm also going to be looking out for Team Misfits. Because these guys have been someone that we all have been looking out for such a long time. And yeah, sometimes they do mess things up. Sometimes they do pretty good. I still remember in the first 3 games that they played, they were doing quite nice. And then in the latter 3 games, they completely dropped the ball.
It was a similar story to Team Captains from the previous group. Captains as well, first 3 games absolutely amazing. And then the fall, of course, there. But from this group, I think 2 teams that have performed beyond our expectations were Elevated Esports and Angry Swans. Angry Swans, all thanks to the aggression they bring into the game. And Elevated Esports, because of those rotations that we saw that were unexplainable but so unique that they helped them secure a top 3 finish in every single match they played. Let's see if the story for week 2 remains the same for these teams.
As Weekendy boots up on the screen, the plane fly path starting all the way from Dobro Mesto towards down South Winery. This plane fly path once again is tilted all the way to the left side of the map. If you want to move in towards the extremities like Peshkova, Trevno, even that's going to be a tough stretch. Even Cosmodrome, it seems like it's not going to be in the way. You will need to go for a pit stop drop. And that's where Team FatalitY in the previous group was struggling too much.
Exactly, those early drop clashes, trying to fight for those vehicles can be a struggle for a lot of these teams. But as you mentioned, that entire northeastern quadrant of the map right now cut off from the reach of a lot of these teams. And of course, these days we are seeing those central circles towards the north on Weekendy as well. But now looking for those clusters early, I think we are having that one of the clusters head towards the northern side towards Zabava and Port. So expecting an early drop fight over there. Team Insane, Vihar taken under their control without even breaking a sweat. You have the players from GW quite close, but Galactic Wolves, I don't think they're going to be looking for an early fight, especially with that 1-3 spread. The way it is and where Mr. Spray is, based off of that, if they try and take a fight against Team Insane, it's going to be completely one-sided.
Pretty much. That's what it seems like. And for Galactic Wolves, we know they have been struggling way too much in the overall standings. It's also a major split between the players. It's not going to pan out that well. If the fight does come into fruition, where's going to be the backup? That's the real question. For Team Insane, they're just going to have the major chunk and the advantage of that fight. And moving on forward with the conversation, I really do desperately want to see RIP MIZO on that comeback spree. And here we go. The fight already kicks off between the players, 4 Misfits and RIP MIZO.
Yeah, an early drop clash in the city of Volnova, and 4 Misfits definitely looking to recover points lost in that opening week. And this first fight can give them the momentum on this map of Weekendy as well. But the problem is not a lot of utility. They've just got a few weapons among themselves. But that's not the only drop clash. We have the players of TR going up against side of Alpha 6 and Alpha 6. This is what we like about this team, right? You never know where they're going to drop. You never know which team they're going to charge towards. And this time they are taking the fight against the players of Psy Rulers, having eliminated one player from the match already. Are they going to go looking for more? What do you think, Necro?
Probably. That's the best part about Alpha 6. They always like to start things off on a fiery note.
Yeah.
Either they will be the one to come out on top, or either they will be eliminated off the rip. And usually it's the other way around. But for now, you've got 4 Misfits already finding the opener against the players of Rush, if possible, MIZO. It's not looking too solid, knowing the fact that now they're in a big man disadvantage. And the deficit's definitely going to hurt them a lot in the fights too. Canary was taken down way too low as he tried to trespass out in the open. For Rush, if possible, this might just be the right moment, the right window they're searching for. Before Misfits, even they lose out on one of their own. Rockstar gets knocked out. Rush, if possible, making sure that the numbers will be even Steven, but the Fallen Man will be back upon their feet, especially for 4 Misfits.
Yeah, Misfits can definitely gain an edge if they bring that 4th player back into this fight, but Samir, can he find another opening for his team? RP MIZO, though, look at that. What's happening on the rooftop? Even they are going for a revive of their own, bringing Hayati back into the action. And Chaser has done a phenomenal job, actually, as of now, just keeping the players of 4 Misfits at bay, not really allowing them access to the building, just making sure that they stay on the outer side. Hayati's back into this fight, and Samir, he's found the DBS now. So he should be able to handle his position inside of the stairwell.
Taking things slow and steady. It's still way too early inside of the game. You do not need to force anything just yet. Wait for the right moment, wait for the right opening. And once you find it, deliver the knockout blow. RIP, they have spread themselves out quite wide apart from each other. It's a big split that's going on. And now, it also feels like it's going to be a big stalemate too. I'm not a big fan of these. But 4 Misfits, they do want to pull off some shenanigans. They are Misfits after all. What do you expect?
Exactly. Rush, if possible, actually playing quite contrary to their name. There is a possibility of them to rush towards the opposing side, but they are holding on to their position. Smoke lob to try and confuse FatalitY. His position is going to be compromised, and he gets pushed, but with the DBS, he finds the opening. The first man from the side of 4 Misfits hits the floor, and that's not the only knock that Rush, if possible, are able to secure. They find the second as well, I believe.
Even the floor was lava. As soon as he tried to step outside of that room, he gets burnt.
Oh, it's just one knock. Rockstar is back.
Yeah. Recovery will be handed out eventually, no matter what the problem is. And for 4 Misfits, it's all good in the hood once again. The Chaser gets knocked out from RIP. And as soon as you try and say that, Rush, if possible, they lose out on Nirvana too. Now they're losing the grip in this fight. As Canary's trying his best to fight back, and what a spray that was. Catches the man too. 4 Misfits, still a chance they can bring themselves back in the fight. And Canary, with the shotgun, is looking to push up close and personal. Canary knows there's no point in going for the save anymore. You might as well just go for the death blow. And that's what he's playing for. He wants to get the elimination points claimed. But Canary's got no clue. There's still a few more players around the corner. But Canary does punish one of them. Last man is taken way too low. All it takes is one single connection. But even the guy's got his hands on the shotgun. And Canary will outplay that man as he strikes down the entirety of Rush, if possible.
What a 4K coming in for Canary, and he's definitely flying quite high in this matchup now. But the problem is, Necro, that he's all alone. And here come the player of NUMENxFOREVER knocking on his door. But that was a clutch for the day, man. A brilliant 4K coming in. Isolated all of those fights and his teammates as well. And the timing of those duels was perfect, not really allowing the players of Rush, if possible, to even breathe, go for the resets. They had no opportunity to apply those first states. Canary just kept pushing and pushing. And after a while, it was so much pressure for the players of RIP to deal with that they couldn't do anything about it. But now, can he make it twice in a row? He has no utility for this one. The players of NUMENxFOREVER, they have not checked the stairwell, and Canary hasn't moved an inch.
Yeah, it's scary, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
And
now they know.
Yeah, they definitely do know. With that, he reveals his presence. But once again, oh, it could have been really close. I thought he's going to find a two-piece with that one single burst. It was way too close.
Me too, man. Ooh, that was scary. That would have been a jump scare for the players of Numen. Had two players just hit the floor over there.
It almost was. I mean, the only reason why they're still alive is because of that one flick from the player. One thing is for sure, if that shot would have hit, it was a two-piece instantly.
Yeah, that would have been amazing. Would have allowed him an opportunity to actually clutch out another four-player roster. But hey, those moments are rare, and that is why they are special. So Canary, I think one 4K a day is enough.
Yeah. One 4K a day keeps the doctors away. Or maybe this time you can say keeps the enemies away.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think RIP are going to challenge the players of 4 Misfits again.
Yeah. They will be resting in peace.
But fair trade, though. I think RIP also got 3 points, right?
But knowing the fact and looking at the stands, too, with how they have positioned themselves in the overall standings, RIP, just these 4 points aren't going to do anything. While 4 Misfits, they're doing miles better compared to the players of RIP.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, even in the next 2 matches, if 4 Misfits secure like 10 points per match, that sets them up for a very easy qualification position tomorrow.
Indeed.
And if they win 1 game, then it's all said and done.
Hey, Team Insane just wiped out an entire squad.
Wait, what?
Even they've got a 4-piece in their hands. And let's look at the replay on exactly how the fight started off. It was 4CN that collided against the players of Team Insane. And iQOO, as usual, just pulling off a miraculous play, wiping out the entire team in the front.
That was also another clutch fight. iQOO had 3 frags on the board over there. There it is. So, a few early fights on this map of Vacandy, which is quite a rare sight, to be honest. Usually, we end up waiting till about stage 3, stage 4, to be a little bit more precise, for these fights to break out. But this time around, it feels like towards the edges, teams just colliding, looking for some map control at least. Cluster building up towards the center of the map, like always. We have the players of GW on the screen, Galactic Warriors. Galactic Wolves, my apologies, but they are warriors indeed in their own right. Just northeast of Watra in this game. And of course, for the next few moments, the backlines are cleared, majority of the threat up front, but I don't think there's an opportunity for Galactic Wolves to move out of here, or any incentive to do so, but we do have the iQOO MVP of the previous game over there. It's Archit from Team Captain. 6 finishes, 55% finish contribution from that match.
Team Captain, with this performance, they have secured their slot in the upcoming stages. We were concerned that Team Captain, yes, in the first 3 games that they played, they performed so well. And then in the first week itself, when they played the latter 3 games, the next day, they dropped the ball. But now Team Captain, once again, they recover big. In the game of Miramar, Team Captain, they get that chicken dinner while you transition towards the map of Sanhok. Team Captain, great positioning. So yeah, consistency on the board, and that's all you need.
Vacandy is that one game that messes up your consistency. A lot of surprises awaiting for unsuspecting victims, and yes, that is what I was about to come to. It seems like Team Insane, they weren't really suspecting the players of Galactic Wolves to stick around over here, and 3 players hit the floor. Quite unfortunate. Insane, their run might come to an end in this game after that early fight win. It's Shadow, the last man left, in a 1 versus 3 situation, and he gets taken out 1v4. He takes down 1 spray, but instantly gets finished off. Not a lot you can do over there if you are Shadow from the side of Team Insane. And even Team Insane take an early exit in this match. But then again, Necro, Team Insane, they had 72 points from that opening week. Those 4 points added, now they are at a total tally of 76.
We knew it. We saw this coming. And even in the pregame segment itself, I mentioned this. Team Insane, now they're not going to perform. That's their tradition. That's always been going on with Team Insane.
Hey, but it's day one.
Day one, you go with Team Insane. Not exactly the day one in the round one itself, Johnny.
Oh, no. It's week to day one for them.
Yeah, that's the thing, though.
Oh, so in a different week, first day, they're not going to perform.
Yeah. But it has to be the day one of the day one, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, but if you guys want consistent performance, ladies and gentlemen, in your matches, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999.
And someone went with Team Insane as their prediction, right?
Yeah.
It was you?
No, I went with Elevate Esports.
Oh, someone went with Team Insane. I think so was Salty.
No, Salty went with God's Reign.
Then maybe someone from the Hindi desk.
I don't think anyone went for Team Insane today.
No, someone did. I'm pretty sure I saw someone go with him.
Was it you?
No, not me. I went with Angry Swans.
Oh, yeah. I think there was God's Reign for Salty, Ocean, and Anki.
So it has to be either Sparrow.
No, Maisie and... no one went for Team Insane, Necro. Maisie and Sparrow went for VASISTA Esports.
Ah.
You're seeing things, man. You need to get your eyes checked.
Maybe I am.
Seeing things, forgetting things.
What did I forget?
That no one picked Team Insane.
Then it's just me seeing things.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what? Maybe it's because I picked them on the day one.
Yeah.
And my prediction was right. And I thought someone else will pick them, thinking that, yes, it's the day one just like you did.
Yeah.
And then they would mess up their prediction, and then I would laugh at their face and say, yeah, you thought.
I'm surprised you still aren't going on and on about getting WSB right 2 days ago.
I mean, I pretty much knew WSB was going to perform. It's a super team at the end of the day. Why would they not perform?
I don't know, because you picked them. Then we would get an opportunity to blame you. Like you were blaming Ocean for 7 Ocean not performing.
Hey, listen, if today pissed off Swans, they perform,
yeah,
it'll be fun.
What if they don't?
Well, fine.
I mean, they have Voldemort, man. They have to perform.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And pissed off Swans, I just love the way they take fights. The way they engage themselves in those duels. Not really scared of anything. And the crazy part about this entire banner is that we're seeing them for the first time in the playing field and still doing so decent.
Alright, this is now quite interesting. A few moments ago, in fact, right now as well, we see the players of FatalitY Esports towards Mount Kresnik, and they're making their rotation towards Villa from that eastern edge of the circle. If you remember, the last time we saw FatalitY Esports for the first time, it was the same map of Wakindi, and they were the last ones to breach the circle, and I think they entered the zone at stage 5.
Yeah,
so this team that was used to, or at least we saw them playing extremely slow in the early stages of the match, not really committing for the circle or for any fight, have just entered the zone early and are still playing from the edge. So it is quite interesting. It seems like they are not going to try and run into those fights yet, but they are making sure that they have control of the circle.
That's a good thing though, right?
They have adapted.
Pretty much. Elevate Esports, even they're quite the newer face on the block.
But they did so well in week 1, 61 points.
They indeed did. They've cracked the code. They know how to exactly survive till the late game scenarios. Angry Swans looking to knock the doors off the players of Legacy. Su is the only man in the front, and even he's keeping his position anonymous. But Su, this time around, he starts to move. He hears the footsteps approach, and Su is instantly on the run. The entirety of Angry Swans now, they might just be in a big world of trouble. But here comes Su and his attack, but he messes up every single thing. How is this even possible?
I have no idea, and I think he might get finished off because his teammates do not really have a line of fire to try and bring him back. It's not going to be easy.
Okay.
Legacy Esports. Oh, Pratik gets taken out, but Angry Swans, the backup is here. But as soon as they arrive, Voldemort, an exit too quick, too eager to get out of the car. He gets taken out, and Legacy Esports, they are extremely happy about this, but the nade from DeVay helps him secure those knocks. Another one preemptively laid out to try and deny the push to secure or deny the confirmation of his teammates, and DeVay is the last man surviving for his team, so it's not going to be easy as well.
Do not forget, though, DeVay has been the main playmaker for Angry Swans. That one game where DeVay had 7 eliminations or 8 eliminations, somewhere around that.
Yeah.
So he's definitely quite a miraculous man from the Angry Swans. is constantly tossing those utils, and Angry Swans this time around, they're just playing with a 3-man squad. Even that sort of adding on the disadvantage. And DeVay now, he can hear all those footsteps approach against him. What can he even do? Voldemort, Pratik got taken down way too early inside of the game, and DeVay, the only glimmer of hope left alive. There's too much to ask for. With just a DBS in his hands, looking to dish out a lot of that damage against the foes, and he decides to run out in the open instead of taking the fight. DeVay, such a questionable decision that he took.
Yeah. An extremely confusing fight coming in from the players of Angry Swans. I mean, to kick it all off, Pratik all alone over there and still choosing to engage against the players of Legacy before his teammate showed up. I mean, I understand it was a 1v1 duel, but he should have fallen back after securing that knock, not really pushed further.
And they're just playing with a 3-man squad. I'm not sure what's going on with the team as well.
Where is Perry?
Yeah, we need him back.
Yeah, last time Perry was also performing very well, but hey, with our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme, we never have to worry about performance. Yeah. It's always going to be there, especially with the Hero Extreme 160 R4V.
Packed up with specifications, performers, everything you want for a comfy ride. A6 is well on the move from the northern side. If they do want to make it inside of the zone, it's going to be way too easy. The breach is looking quite solid and buttery smooth. You've also got LG on the northern side towards Koroka. A team that's behind them is going to be the players of TR. You've also got Dragon right behind him. Looking towards the centric side of the zone, the teams are definitely starting to stack up. Even NUMENxFOREVER is now moving in from the southern side, and NUMENxFOREVER, they might just need to face off against the players of 4King. They're right next to him.
And it's not going to be easy as well. NUMENxFOREVER, they're trying to breach the circle and towards the eastern edge right now as we witness them in action. Elevated Esports, they've lost one play extremely early in this game. Psycho picked off, shut down, and as you were talking about NUMENxFOREVER, Necro, it seems like it is the side of 4King Esports who have found the opening. Ovais knocked out. Should have been an easy finish for these lads to secure, but look at the radar. As soon as they do that, they make their presence aware to the players of Galactic Wolves in the distance as well. I'm looking for a few extra frags, I guess. Rango climbs up the ridge, trying to keep the remaining players of the side of NUMENxFOREVER at bay. While Godless, he runs out looking for information, doesn't find any.
4King on top of this ridge, eyeing out the players in the front. While Numen, at least they found themselves a bit of that safety shack. Is safety a word?
I don't think so. I think shifty is a word, but not safety, man. I was just wondering what is safety.
I wanted to say safety, but you know what?
Safety shack.
It sounds nice though, right?
Yeah, it sounds like an ice cream parlor, to be honest.
Yeah, or it sounds like a nice cartoon name.
Yeah.
Safety shack. But jokes apart, they found themselves a nice safety shack to play with. And then you've also got 4King right next to him. The next zone's going to pop up within a few seconds. Let's see where it's going to pop up, because this should be curveball shift.
Yeah.
And it is.
That is what I was about to say. This is where things get interesting on Weekend usually. It's stage 5, and this is where majority of the teams are going to try and compete for those points among themselves, especially the team playing the edge of the circle right now. Where we have the players of RDX Girls. They will have an opportunity to try and pick a fight against the players of TL moving in from the back lines. Elevated Esports on that flank as well. And hey, Team Limra, we haven't really seen them in any action as of now.
Yeah, they're just playing it slow and safe. You've got Team Limra right there underneath Koroka. And Elevated Esports is there in the front lines. If Team Limra do want to make the rotation inside of the safety lines, they need to face off against Elevated Esports. And look at what's happening on the screen. Team Limra, they spot the players of A6. And the shots are taken against them too. It's actually the players of TR, not A6. And TR's in a big world of trouble. As one man's knocked out, Miko. For the players of Team Limra, these can be free elimination points to be scooted up, but then there's also going to be the players of Team Legacy moving from the back, and as you focus on this fight, Elevated Esports, they ran their vehicle straight up against the players of RD.
And they have found the opening frag as well in this fight. Elevate Esports, they're going to look for a few more. Having lost one player early from their own side, it's not going to be easy. But with a nade, a knock is going to be secured, and they're looking for the second one as well. RDX, they are definitely blowing the opposing side to bits and pieces, but Elevate looking to go for a revive. If this comes back, then maybe they're going to have an opportunity for a reset. Corey, he has to keep the opposing players at bay, and he tries his level best with the utility at hand, but it's not going to be easy. Things slow down. A little bit of a reset coming in for Elevate Esports, and that just causes a lot of trouble for the players of RDX, to be honest.
Indeed it does. Utilities are also being tossed constantly, and this time, Corey's going to be able to find the opener. The exact opening that was desperately needed, but then even Elevate Esports, they lose out on one of their own. As the man's now trying to back away to safety, one thing the players of RDX really do want to do is make this revival come through. You've also got i4i right around the fray, and Hunters this time, he's eyeing out the team in the front. Even this man just waiting for the right opportunity to pounce, but then he realizes the fact that Team Limra is starting to stack up in the back lines. And Team Limra, they've got a whole world of trouble just collapsing right on top of them. E4E, Hunter's position is known as he's now looking to back away from that spot. But E4E, the backup is also going to be there right around the corner. So it's all good in the hood. They can't save the day for Hunter.
E4E, they have a brilliant opportunity to deny and gatekeep both of these two teams, but Elevate Esports, look at them move out, and now Corey is going to hit the floor, and it could be difficult for Elevate to recover, but the last player, in fact the last two players from the side of RDX, has pointed out, Pookie charges in, and still gets knocked down, and it's all over. RDX, they get wiped out from this game. Elevate Esports, 4 points secured, but moving forward from here, as we mentioned, it's not going to be easy, especially with i4i standing in their way. There's a little bit of distraction for the side of E4E as they find a few knocks from the players of TR, but can they secure those finishes, especially with MIZO going for a revive? Yes, they can. The nades, they always work.
They indeed do. MIZO was the last nail in the coffin. E4E, Demigod, eyeing out the fields in the front once again for E4E. They were able to scoot in a few eliminations off the rip like that. Those 2 eliminations is now really making them feel cozy. As the next zone shift's going to be right on top of the players of Galactic Wolves. Even E4E's 2 players are in the vicinity. At least they are there in the safety lines. As the players of A6, even they do want to breach in towards the safety lines. But at this point in time, you better be quick. All the prime spots will be taken away instantly.
NUMENxFOREVER, one of the top contenders from this match. Still holding strong, 3 players still alive. And Elevate Esports, I think their time comes to an end in this matchup. The one last player remaining from the side of Elevate Esports, and the pressure building upon them by i4i is a little too much to deal with. And there it is, Elevate eliminated from the game. Team Limra, they can be the next ones in line as they find themselves in a very awkward fight against the players of Galactic Wolves. While they do secure a few extra frags, even they are taking a beat down, losing out on players. And there's one more team just standing right next to them. It is NUMENxFOREVER, just hoping and praying for a third party and an opportunity to make a third party happen over here.
Numen, all the 3 players now, one single house. This Team Limra, even they've pushed up now. Team Limra with the 3 players standing. Do you want to make a miracle happen? Galactic Wolves right in the smack center. They're probably going to be in a big sandwich too, but what can they even do? Galactic Wolves, the only way they can break through this deadlock is by at least getting a few knocks around the fray. But even that sounds a little bit too much, considering NUMENxFOREVER is constantly tossing in those util. That's doing a lot of damage. Even Numen's desperate to find the knockout. Team Limra too, on the opposite side, is just waiting for the right moment to strike. And just look at this entire compound. 3 teams sharing it, and there's A6 right on the opposite side.
Yeah. But I don't think Ario from A6 can really do a lot, especially in a few seconds, in about a minute. The blue zone damage is definitely going to force him to step out into the open, and as soon as he does that, Team Limra will look to capitalize. But look at this. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Necro, we have Team Dragons. They have all 4 players left and are definitely looking like top contenders for the win in this game with the position that they have. All they have to do is let the players of E4E and Alpha 6 fight among themselves. But Team Dragon, it seems like they have got the wrong kind of attention right now. They are taking a lot of damage. Dragon was knocked out. Night King also down to around 45 HP. Rebel Bolt to around 60. And he gets knocked out by Alpha 6.
Yeah, it's not too good.
Hey, is Alpha 6 playing seriously right now for the first time?
They indeed are. And it's not the first time we're seeing Alpha 6 in the final few moments. If you remember, even in the first 6 games, Alpha 6, they were there. They also actually got a chicken dinner.
Yeah, but majority of the times, they just run around the map looking for those fights.
Yeah, it's been a change in the iQOO BMPS 2024. A change in the mental for Alpha 7.
A good one.
And yeah, this time around, they're indeed playing it quite safe and sound. E4E. The players once again slowly and steadily moving as they want to clench their fists. And a few more foes in the front out in the open. And Hunter will hunt him down. Godless knocked out. 4King in a really bad spot. Recovery seems next to impossible from that position. As the wall of death, once again, it's going to start to close. A while ago, we were having a conversation about the players of A6, but now look at the map. They're nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, they made a desperate push towards the compounds of Team Limra, and they instantly got annihilated. All thanks to those nades and the utilities from the players of Team Limra. But hey, i4i and Limra, they're looking solid right now. i4i with a lot of eliminations, Limra as well. 5 is the number on the board, but finally one of their players gets knocked out. And this could be the opening for, well, both the two teams right next to them to actually just charge towards the players of Team Limra, but no incentive to force the fight over here. Yeah. Considering the teams are inside of the circle, well, the edge of the circle, especially Numen is going to be the safest of them all. But i4i from the opposite end, they need to move in, and for them, this push is not going to be easy at all.
And just look at the way Limra is playing, too. They're trying their hardest to try and win this game. They're giving it all they've got. And if Team Limra is forced to try hard in just the early stage of this tournament, that really makes me raise a lot of questions on Team Limra's current form. But hold on to that thought. E4E, they need to step out in the open, leave that compound. Not exactly the compound, the individual covers, the rocks and the trees. And that's where E4E will be in a big world of trouble. The downhill slope, they don't exactly know how to move away from that. But one single nade from Ash is going to catch both the players of Galactic Wolves.
Look at this i4i, they're trying to move in, and Limra with the instantaneous shutdown do find the opening knock, and another one knocked out by the players of NUMENxFOREVER. So i4i, I think their journey in this match is about to come to an end, and maybe the chicken dinner winner will be decided between the players of Team Limra and Numen. But hey, in the backlines, one of the players from Legacy Esports still going for a heal battle, and Numen, oh my goodness, they are starting to capitalize on everything. 8 eliminations on the board for NUMENxFOREVER, and they're going to look for a few more. Team Limra, their numbers have been brought down to their last player standing inside of this game because they got a little too aggressive to try and secure a few finish points from the side of i4i. Alright, it's not the last player. Hesperos in the backlines has gone for a heal battle, but Poco, I think he's definitely getting finished off right now. How much utility do the players of Numen have? Alright, no nades on 2 individuals. Does anyone have a single nade upon them? MJ, he saw Hesperos, he's looking for those frags, doesn't really find them.
Unfortunate. Hesperos is still alive, though, from Team Limra. And yes, he's already done his job, securing the second spot for his team in the game. Enough placement points as well to try and capitalize. For Team Limra, consistency has been the name of the game after the latter 3 games that they played in the week 1 itself. And now for Hesperos, he's at least going to try to rug away one of the elimination points. Just sweep him under the rug.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be possible, though. The moment he steps out, just a few shots and he's going to go down. And Numen, I don't think they should allow opportunity for the opposing side. It doesn't matter if it's a chicken in a moment or not for your team. Never give anyone free points. And Hesperos, well, write something on that rock before he goes down, but it doesn't change anything. NUMENxFOREVER walking away with an impressive win in this map of Vacandy. We wanted to see this for a long time, and finally they have delivered. It was a brilliant game. I think somewhere around 11 eliminations secured, and of course the chicken dinner. So 21 points to start off their journey for today.
We were having our doubts, right, about this team, if they can perform or not. And finally, NUMENxFOREVER, they do tend to perform. That too in an off map, Weekendy. We did not expect this team to perform on the map of Weekendy, but you can also forget the fact that Team Limra, with the way they played, I think could have been much better. I genuinely did wanted to see Team Limra go on the aggressive phase. I wanted to see Team Limra face off against NUMENxFOREVER, but as I mentioned, just forget it.
But
not even look at
yeah,
it.
because, I mean, they might not have run towards the fights, but the points came towards them anyways, right? I mean, they were holding a strong position, and they wrapped up anyone who tried to push for them. I think even including the players of Alpha 6 and Elevate Esports as well. So again, they had a brilliant performance in this one, but NUMENxFOREVER, let's look at their journey, right? Starting off by capitalizing that fight in Volnova, where they were able to finish off Canary, the last surviving individual from the side of 4 Misfits. And had they gotten there a little too early, I think they could have gotten a few more points, but hey, it doesn't matter. But that long rotation, moving in from the southern edge of the map, moving up north, avoiding all of those conflicts and keeping their players alive. The one time they ran into conflict was when Ovace was knocked out, and they instantly disengaged from there.
Yeah, I mean, NUMENxFOREVER, let's be honest, everything was on point. Be it the positioning, be it the repositioning, be it the rotation that they showcased inside of the game too, firefights as well, knowing the difference between the good fights and the bad fights. But this is what I'm exactly saying, right? If Team Limra would have prioritized the fight against the players of NUMENxFOREVER, this chicken dinner could have been theirs. All they needed to do was shut down Team NUMENxFOREVER and then focus on the team that was right there in the front.
Yeah, but I think it would have been quite difficult for them, considering Alpha 6, they were marking their right, and you had the players of I4I up that hill marking the left. And the only way to reach NUMENxFOREVER was to make a push through the players of Galactic Wolves. And I think that is the thing. Team Limra did not have an exact idea of how many players from the side of Galactic Wolves were present in that building. I think because of the foot queues, they were just making estimates like, all right, maybe 2, maybe 3. There's another team, maybe they have 3 players, maybe they have 2 players. You do not know exactly what sequence the players are hiding in. And I think that might have thrown off the strategy for the side of Team Limra. But again, I think this was a decent start to the day. If they can continue being consistent on Miramar and in Erangle, then it's going to be good. But you know who was the real letdown in this match? Elevate Esports. Now, brilliant positioning every single time in the previous week in all the 6 matches that they played, right? Elevate also were looking quite good in terms of the total tally. 61 points from the 6 matches, 10 points per game. In this match, I don't think they're going to be able to keep their average.
You pretty much answered your own question. They're already doing way too good in the overall standing, so it's fine. One single game left out, and Weekendy hasn't really been their suit anyways. They messed up Weekendy when they played as well in the past, where they were going for the late game rotation. Things did not exactly work out.
No, I think they got 11 points in that game. They had a top 3 finish with like 5 eliminations.
Ooh, okay.
But so to be fair to you, at that point in that particular match, I think Gujarat Tigers basically just were destroying everyone. So Elevate did take advantage of that.
Yeah, so pretty much Elevate Esports was there to collect the few scraps that were remaining, right? And once again, Elevate Esports is one of those teams known to slip under that radar.
Yeah.
And that's what they like to do. Yeah, one single off map out of the way, it's completely fine. You've still got Miramar and Erangle to go in the future. So it's all good in the hood, in my opinion.
I just hope that they don't drop the ball on Miramar or Erangle, because that level of consistency that they displayed in that previous week, it's quite rare to witness from a new team. We had an extensive discussion about Elevate Esports on that map of Miramar when we saw them again in the top 3, and they had a brilliant position even back then in that particular matchup. Just somehow they managed to avoid conflict up until the mid-game stages, and mid-game they just show up extremely late from the back lines and no one suspects them to be there. I think that element of surprise is what gets them those frags during the mid-game and the late game. But this time around, I think just not really accounting for I was the reason for their demise. But I think it's still all okay, right? As you mentioned, we talked about it, they have enough points.
Yeah, and still, the big sign of concern now is going to be rush if possible MIZO.
Oh, yeah.
This game was a big letdown. You move on towards the point standings, 21 points in total accumulated from NUMENxFOREVER. You've also got Team Limra with 12 points. Consistency has been the name of the game after the latter 3 games that they played in the week 1 itself, and the momentum carries on forward for Team Limra. You've also got LG on the screen with 11 points, E4E with 11, Galactic Wolves getting 9 points. So top 5 once again creating that vacuum.
Hey man, but it seems like angry swans aren't really angry anymore. They did not have a good time in this particular match, and Angry Swans, another impressive team from that previous week, 51 points in the 6 matches they played. This time, I think that one mistake that they made every single day, right? In the 6 matches that they played, one game was a big blunder and they took an early exit. I think that is going to happen this time as well, and I think this map of Wakendy was that luxury, was that safety cushion that they've already utilized. But Angry Swans still in a much safer position. They need 20 or so points to qualify, and they have 5 games to pull it off.
Yeah, pretty much. And for Angry Swans, it's completely fine. They've already gotten enough amount of points to easily move on forward to the safety lines.
Yeah.
So it's not really that big of a concern. The real concern are definitely going to be teams like Rush if possible, MIZO, 4King, RDX Girls. You've also got PSY Rulers on the struggling side of things. Even 4 Misfits, maybe they do need a few more points to cross on the safety barrier.
I agree with that. I think they need a few more points because they were somewhere around in the mid-30s as well. And in this game, they just managed to secure 4 points. Now they have 2 more games to pull off a brilliant comeback, or we're going to have to wait till tomorrow. But what is going to happen in the upcoming match, we're going to find out. But ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. Salty, you saw that 4K from Canary. What are your thoughts about that?
Honestly, it's nothing that I'm surprised of. This man can pull off these 4Ks, especially, I'm kind of missing his celebrations, to be honest, especially if it was in a LAN environment. He would have jumped up and celebrated. I think, hopefully, this team can make it to the LAN finals and we'll get to see that.
Yeah, good moves outside of the game, good moves inside the game too. Canary, this time, one thing is for sure, he's elevating his gameplay as well, and I'm loving to see that so far. This entire team of 4 Misfits, they are definitely on a mission to prove themselves in the grand finals as well this time around, especially in the official tournaments. Yes, in third parties they have been doing good, but now it's time to perform in the officials. And speaking of performance, a device that's never going to let you down, that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro, and 15 of those devices are given away right now.
Absolutely. One of the best devices that you can actually start off your gaming journey with. But, you know, coming back to that conversation of 4 Misfits, it seems like now is the time that all of these players have matured. Initially, we used to see that these players used to venture out too much in the open, make small mistakes, which kind of hindered their progress towards the finals of an official tournament. You mentioned it correctly. In third parties, they always perform brilliantly. Why? Because third parties are usually smaller tournaments. But when it comes to officials, you have to maintain that discipline over a very long period of time, and hopefully hopeful this time this team is going to make it.
Yeah, and the main problem's always been towards the officials, right? And this is not the only team. You speak of OG2, quite a formidable banner, and even they have been struggling, right? So anything can happen, man. Officials are something that just brings on a lot of that pressure. You move on towards the overall standings, and the overall standings, once again, not really showcasing something that's catching us off guard. Maybe, yeah, NUMENxFOREVER making their entry in the first game itself.
Absolutely, but one thing which I'm very happy of is going to be Team Limra and their comeback in the one game that they've played so far. 12 points which they have acquired. I feel like this team is getting back their confidence, getting back in the groove of things, and performing on that off map was very important. Now the storyline is on the map of Miramar and Erangle. How well will this team perform, of course?
Rush if possible MIZO on the latter half of the board with just 3 points. You've also got TD with only 2 points accumulated, and even A6 with only 2 points. Now the real sign of concern here is definitely going to be Rush if possible MIZO. If the same form keeps on going on, one thing is for sure, they're not going to qualify. And it's a team with a lot of that fan base. A lot of the guys are looking out for this team, man.
100%. I feel like almost 50% of their job is done, but 50% of the job is still left. It's almost like the glass is half empty and half full, right? For this team to kind of qualify, they will have to wake up from their slumber at this point, and they will know that now this is the go call. Because we've discussed this, right? When you've got like 5 more games to go, majority of the performance, majority of the points which you still need to qualify will have to come today itself, because tomorrow the pressure is going to be on your shoulders and too much to do.
Yeah, pretty much. If you try and push the things to the last moment, it's always going to add on that pressure. And we speak about the double-edged sword. You can either perform out of your minds, out of your careers, and just directly qualify on forward. If you don't perform, well, then you do not really have a lot to lose anyway, so it's all good in the hood. You move on towards a few more names like Angry Swans. Now, the first game was a bit of a letdown. Just started things off with a 3-man squad. In the end, it was just Deve. He needed to face off against the entirety of Legacy Esports. Even he crumbled down. But the upcoming game, Angry Swans, they will perform nice.
Hopefully, man. I mean, Angry Swans, I've heard a lot about this name. Even when inside of week 1, round 1, I was kind of waiting to see when this team is going to perform in front of my eyes. And today, the first game, like you said, was kind of a letdown. But I seriously want to see how good this team is on that aggressive front, especially Deve, how good he was in that first week.
Deve, in one single game, I still remember on the game of Miramar, or Erangle, my bad, he managed to pull off 8 eliminations, and that was really impressive. Now you look at the matchup on the screen, Team Limra, they've got the consistent spree going on for themselves, but I'm still hoping for a comeback from a few banners like A6, 4King, even 4 Cartoons, or maybe Galactic Wolves too. It's been a while. Galactic Wolves, speaking of them, it's a returning banner, and now Galactic Wolves are struggling way too much.
We have a lot of wolves inside of this competition so far. We have Reckoning, we have Revenant, now we have Galactic Wolves. But talking about Galactic Wolves, if you actually think these were the Galactic Wolves, Weekendy would have been the map where they performed, you know, their habitat, snowy and everything. But coming back into serious conversations, I really feel like, you know, for all of these teams who are extremely down below, I think they don't really have anything to lose right now. If you try and go and play your natural game, maybe you're not going to qualify. So why not try something different? Why not go aggressive and get those finishes on board? And I think it starts off with beating down a team at the very top. You have to kind of back yourself, possibly take a drop collision with one of the top tier teams, beat them down, and potentially just boost your confidence.
Exactly my point, right? When you've got nothing to lose, you should just let loose of all that pressure that's there on top of you and just start fighting. That's the best part you can do. Even the new point structure really does favor the aggressive team. Imagine if you get 5 to 6 elimination points off the rip like that, and then you manage to place yourself in the top 2. That's a lot of points.
That certainly is a lot of points, but more than points, I feel like it plays with the mentality of athletes. They know that, we can actually beat fights, we can actually beat down the bigger names in the competition. Because I've spoken to a couple of undergods in previous official tournaments, and they used to tell us just one thing: the pressure is way too much, Necro.
Yeah, you've got so many eyes on top of you just looking after you that hopefully you're going to perform. But you know what? This upcoming game of Miramar, hopefully this will be better. As the plane flat path starts all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards Oasis, this plane flat path is much more decent. Unless if you want to move in towards Chumacera, then once again go for a pit stop drop, get your hands on the basic weaponry and vehicles, and then move in towards Chumacera.
Absolutely. We're talking about lostliness. It should be one of the places where majority of the teams are going to drop by. But if you want to go somewhere towards Torre Hamada, Campo Militar, I think you will be able to glide through. At least Torre Hamada, you will be able to glide through to that location. But I'm still waiting for those drop collisions, Necro. We did discuss majority of these teams on the lower turf of the overall standings. For them, the need of the hour is those finish points. They will need to try and get as many finish points as they possibly can. But Miramar, in general, inside of iQOO BMPS 2024, in the initial stages, it has been fairly passive.
It indeed has been. And that's what Miramar is known for too, right?
Yeah.
It's much more of a bigger map. There's so much landmass available too. There's not these little streams just dividing the map anyways. So it's much more of a bigger map, which has a lot of those terrains to play with. Those trenches can help you rotate pretty easily too. And what do we see on the elimination feed? Already someone shanking someone to death. And this time, Kaelga is not there in the game anymore.
I mean, these are the drop collisions we were talking about. Just awkward drop collisions in the garage department of things, especially where the vehicle spawns are. Majority of the battles, once you land down from the flight, is finding yourself those vehicles. Demigod, of course, with that first pick, is going to find himself that first finish. But I think that this fight will be decided on where the circle does land. The last circle on Miramar was extremely brilliant on that southern turf towards Minas del Sur.
Indeed it was. Still looking out for a few more drop collisions, I'm not going to lie. I want to see the early game action. I do not really want to see the slower Miramar game. And if you try and speak about the previous group that we witnessed, it was much more of a faster paced group.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of those collisions happen, early game fights. It was entertaining, but this group seems a bit more intense. Team Insane dropping towards La Benedita. If Team Insane wants, they can go for the early bit of risk, because they're already doing way too good in the point structure anyways. You've also got Team NUMENxFOREVER kicking things off in a fantastic manner. 21 points already in the game one itself. That's a way to kick things off.
That was expected also. This team is filled with...
veterans?
Not veterans, man. I call them big brain players. They know a lot about that game, especially when you look at things.
Yeah, but here's the problem though. That's also giving them a bit of that disadvantage, because these days the meta is about the assaulters. You have one big brain player in the lineup, and then the rest are supposed to be the aggressive bunch.
And that is one of the reasons why NUMENxFOREVER will succeed, right? They've got Omega and Mafia. You remember, right, when they were playing for Team Forever, they were absolutely brilliant, especially Mafia. This man is an absolute monster, be it with the DBS or with the nades.
Yeah.
And being controlled by an IGL like Ash, you've got always in the backlines as well. You know you've got all the experience you want. But now look at this. There's another fight brewing up, and Noob is being burned down to a crisp.
Man, the guy's standing true to his name.
You aren't supposed to do that, Necro.
He couldn't really do anything anyways in that scenario, so it's fine. He was all by himself. I'm not sure what the players of Galactic Wolves were doing anyways. Where's the backup? That's the big question that I'm still wondering. And now the players of TD on the run. Team Dragon, they collect that one free piece of candy, instantly run away. Forking was right there on the fray, by the way. They were ready to pounce on top of the opportunity. They just wanted a full-fledged fight. But then they forgot it was just one innocent man trapped. So now they're not going to have the advantage of the third party anymore. But maybe they can find it, especially knowing the fact that TD's out in the open. And this is the exact advantage maybe the players of Forking are looking for. They do eject outside of the vehicle, and now for Forking, they're not going to have the advantage anymore inside of the fight. They already dropped the ball big time. Two players in the front. You've got Maxi and his teammate, Godlix. And what can Forking do to try and bring things back in their court? They already did find one returning knockout, but other than that, it still seems way too tough.
Now the utility barrage needs to come in, Necro. It seems like they do not really find the flank or call for cover. It will be very difficult, but the M249 almost sing the songs of death, bring down one of the players to quite low of an HP. Look at Night King barely surviving over there, but he will finally find the heal for himself. Drogon on the other side going in for a much wider flank. It seems like it is easy to do that because it's already a man's disadvantage for Forking Esports. Where is their third?
I'm not exactly sure. The players, they're quite scattered. And the third man is all the way in the back, by the way, towards Los Leones. I'm not sure what he's doing. He needs to provide the backup. Forking Esports, they got a little bit too greedy. And even the fallen man for Team Dragons is now back up on his feet. Godless and Maxi in a big world of trouble. Where's the cavalry? That's my question. Even Dragon is just moving back. And this is where he's also going to find the striking advantage. Dragon strikes down Maxi as the players this time around get wrapped up in a sheet. And so many free points to kick things off for TD.
Exactly, they just got themselves 4 eliminations without really breaking a sweat. I mean, As a matter of fact, Forking Esports, I'm pretty sure this fight was not in their plans. They were expecting to third party a fight. But the fact that they saw that an entire team was still left unhurt, they could have actually avoided this fight, just walked away from this fight, backed off, but no. They did decide to take it. But on the other side, E4E, Hunter7 himself is trying to line up a nade, and there is another player who is trying to close on up. So this is tough times for Galactic Wolves right now.
Oh no, Galactic Wolves. The man gets knocked out. Rapido not in the game anymore, and you blink it and you miss it. Demigod will find the final confirmation too. Unfortunately, the vehicle gets blown up. It was his own teammate who did him dirty.
I think that was deliberate. I think that was trying to say that, oh, you want to go to the front lines and get all the finishes for yourself? Well, eat this.
Yeah, did him dirty. Pretty much these guys standing true to what they mean. Eye for eye. Demigod. You've also got Zeph, Hunter, Ninja. These guys have been there in the playing field for a long time in the competitive circuit. But they want to be there in the grand finals too this time around. You've got NUMENxFOREVER on the screen. This team has already started things off on a great note. And now all they need to do is just move up constantly with that consistency.
Coming back to Eye for Eye, as a matter of fact, if I do remember correctly, this team has been playing the game long before we were in the community as well.
Yeah.
They've been a very legacy team, and if they haven't really changed their players, then they should have the experience to kind of back themselves up. So far, they haven't really done bad in this inside of this tournament. 47 points is what they've accumulated. I think a couple of good games and they should be beyond the safety lines. But now look at this. 4CN, the nade, of course, are not in the right position. It is going to pick him in a lot of pressure situation. And he finally finds a knock for himself.
Oh no, his own teammate knocks him out. Sledge is in a big world of trouble. And King OP from 4 Cartoons, he knocks his own teammate out. And Eye for Eye, this might just be the knockout that we're looking out for. Considering the fact that the players are a little bit too split, they might just not be able to capitalize onto that knockout. So they might just let it slide. Zeph is right there around the corner. Eye for Eye, knowing the fact that the opposition, they've got a clear-cut advantage inside of the fight. And that's going to be the positional advantage. Taking this fight might just not be a good call. 4CN constantly tossing the utilities, considering they do want to find out the scattered players too of Eye for Eye. Demigod lost out. It was quite a big casualty. Eye for Eye now might just be in a big state of panic, but they've got one man on the flank, and if he finds the opener, that's going to change the entire course of the fight.
I personally feel like Eye for Eye should actually fall back from this fight. There's no compulsion for them to actually go forward and take this fight. They are well inside the circle. They have a great positioning as well. 3 players still alive, so not really a damage from which they can't really recover. They've got 5 eliminations on board already, which means they've done their hard job. All that they've got to do is to try and preserve their numbers till the final circle, potentially bagging a couple of more in the process.
Yeah.
And that would be a good game already, Necro.
That's the point though, right? The more the merrier. Read, my friend. Sometimes it can be good.
Majority of the times it's bad.
But sometimes it can be good. You always got to go with the odds, my friend. Sometimes playing it risky can, of course, lead you to death. But if you do come out on top, now that's something you're always going to remember throughout your entire life.
You speak like an alpha, Necro. Alpha man. Mr. Necro, but talking about the players, will they pick up that alpha weapon, of course, is the question. The MG3. I love that weapon, especially if you prone it down, it becomes a finishing machine.
Listen, MG3 is not the alpha weapon. You know what is?
Which one?
The crossbow. Back in the day, crossbow used to be the way to go. But you know what? The official smartphone partner for this entire iQOO BMPS 2024 is going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from $18,999.
The real alpha. In this whole room, as a matter of fact. Great device, a lot of power inside the hood as well. You get that amazing battery life with that 5,500 milliamp hour battery and an amazing charging system with 80-watt flash charge. What more do you need? Just get yourself one. And potentially you can also move inside the circle, which is very dicey, a hard shift towards the south. Look at this. But I like this movement coming in from TD. Team Dragons. They've got themselves the shorelines, which potentially means no teams coming in from the backlines, no backstabs whatsoever.
There's so many teams still out in the blue, by the way, Salty.
Yeah.
Elevate Esports, Team Limra, 4 Misfits. You've also got RDX, and even LG Legacy. Team Insane is there outside of the safety lines, and Team Insane can easily find that breaching point too. It's not that big of a concern.
But my point is, majority of these teams, they're coming in and taking their houses inside of Los Leones. And we usually have found this circle to avoid the Los Leones urban territory and move out into the open lands, and that causes a point of concern. There are a couple of teams in the southern hills of Los Leones. There are a lot of teams in the blue, just like you mentioned, one of them being Elevate Esports. And I kind of expected this team to move early inside the circle, get themselves good positioning, so they can actually find a good performance inside of week 2 as well. I feel momentum is going to be very important for these undergods.
Indeed. Not just for the undergods, man. Right now, yes, the T1 teams are dominating.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, but as the competition gets even tighter and tighter, the momentum is going to be important for them too. For CN on the screen, cartoons. They almost messed things up. And speaking of messing things up right now, Sledge, once again, might just be knocked out. Last time it was his own teammate. This time, it can be someone else. So he needs to be careful with that approach. Sledge is going to be fine, backing away to safety lines. As i4i, once again, just constantly eyeing out the fields in the front. E4E. The hilltops, now they know somewhere down line it's going to be secured and cleared. Can you move up, though? That's the question they're still wondering. Legacy taking their sweet little time to rotate inside of the zone. This entire banner, or the entire playing 4 that are there in this banner, they're known to play the safer one.
Talking about being the safer one, we'll have to go back to the conversation of i4i, where they're trying to get themselves the high ground advantage. If they don't do that early on, it seems like Team Insane might actually come them and hit them from back. They've actually moved pretty closer. i4i, it seems like they don't really have any hint. Team LG themselves, they're also moving around the shorelines, and if they take the similar direction, they'll also get to the same spot themselves. So it's all similar rotation lines coming and meeting at that one spot.
Pretty much. A6 on the screen. This time around, A6 is trying to play it a little bit more serious. The Alphas, usually they were quite stubborn, going for the early game fights, losing out on those as well. Especially in BGMI 2024, a few months back. Alpha 6 were the real alphas. They would go for a fight where they know the odds are not with them, but they would just still not care. Too stubborn. But now, this time around, the alphas, they're playing it slow and safe. They do want to be part of the endgame.
That certainly is an alpha move, right? I mean, walking in blindly to a fight can lead you to extermination. Rather get yourself the information on how the opposition is set up and figure out a way to crack the code, crack the opening. Team Limra on the other side playing it way too slow and disciplined. They know there is a lot of space that they can exploit, especially on the eastern side of Los Leones, and that is where they're heading. And if the circle does shift towards the northern part of Los Leones, I think Team Limra, they're going to have the time of their lives. An enormous cluster in the southern part of Los Leones. That is exactly what I'm looking at.
Indeed.
And my point was this, right? This circle always shifts towards the south of Los Leones. This is what the teams are predicting as well. But what if their prediction turns out to be wrong?
Oh my god, the zone shifts right inside of Los Leones. An urban finish is awaiting, my friend. Alphas, you've also got Team Limra, Elevate Esports going for quite a late game rotation. RDX2 down south. Team Dragons, Team Insane. Legacy, everyone's caught off guard. And now all the prime spots are going to be taken away. You would need to try and adjust with the scraps.
Not just with the scraps, even rotations are going to make it so much more difficult. If you want to try and leapfrog in, pretty sure one of the other players will be left hurt in that cavalry. Talking about being hurt, Team Insane, they've actually found one player from i4i. FTW has been taken down, an isolated player in the middle of nowhere, in fact. Yet no cover, no one to trade him for, and Team Insane, they had an easy run over on him. But how will Team Insane make that entry inside the circle is going to be the question, because currently they're being guarded by a couple of teams.
Oh my god. He's in the Forbidden Cave.
Nice location, Negro. Good location to chill, right?
I'm pretty sure it's also quite cold in there. So yeah.
This is Miramar,
part of the Hotlands.
This is Miramar. This is supposed to be hot, Necro.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? He's inside of a bunker. And usually, when you're underground, it's supposed to be cold. So that has to be cold.
We'll find out. We'll try and explore someday.
Yeah, we definitely will.
We'll go together.
It's not going to be as cold as Mount Kresnik, though. Especially when you're going to be cruising on this bike right here. You're definitely going to be having that cold breeze touching your face. The Hero Extreme 125R is our official mobility partner.
I like the blue shade, honestly.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool, right? The blue, silver, and then you've got a little bit of that tint of black.
Especially the wheels, the alloy. That's nice. Especially made for city rides. Can certainly make it much more comfortable. Just as comfortable as Team Numen and their chicken dinner on Weekendy.
Yeah, NUMENxFOREVER was a way to start things off, that's for sure. 21 points. That gave them a big bolster. RDX on the screen. And speaking of RDX, Boogie Boo getting knocked out like that. That's quite a tough pill to swallow. Alpha 6 from the top is constantly raining down death and destruction as they're now proven out to be a big threat. For the players of RDX Girls, escaping that spot, it seems next to impossible, but at least they're barely in the safety lines, so they can't stay there for a long time.
They have the hard cover at least. That's all that we can say. They have that enormous warehouse under their control as well. But Alpha 6, if they do want to try and push up, they can potentially send a couple of their players in, get themselves a 1 or 2 knocks, and then let the cavalry move in forward. But so far, majority of the teams are still surviving. We have 15 teams who are still surviving inside of this competition. So far, it's stage 3, and this is exactly what happens in an urban circle.
Pretty much.
Everyone has a housing for themselves. Everyone has some sort of a hard cover to play around with. But as soon as the circle shrinks, Necro, that is when the chaos strikes.
But that's the thrill about it.
Yeah.
If the zone's going to be ending inside of the city itself, you never know where you're going to get shot at from. There's so many buildings which are high up. You might just get shot at from any window. How many angles can you check possibly as a human? You cannot check everything. There's always going to be that one off angle that will catch you off guard in these city endings.
And teams try to look for those high ground angles, actually. There are a couple of names in those high grounds. Team Limra themselves, they are kind of moving in towards the edges, but the circle, I am liking this, Necro. I love this circle.
A little bit more inside of the city. And as it's going to keep on tightening up, Team Limra too, they will try to make it inside of the safety lines. Even Team Dragons, they're going to find themselves quite an easy rotation. Elevate Esports too, they wanted to force a fight against the players of RDX, but then they realized it's better to just prioritize the placement. And even they're on the run.
But Team Insane, they're also in the back lines, and this can be problematic, especially when you spot them out. What is going on? You're not supposed to collide against your teammates.
Oh, what just happened?
2 buggies flipped. Nothing else. Massive miscommunication whatsoever. One player wanted to go after Team Insane, go in for a chase. The other was like, nope, we're going in for the circles, and that is where chaos strikes. And now Team Elevate Esports, it seems like they've been completely left awestruck. Shots coming in from Alpha 6. Starting to huddle up in those foothills, of course, but it's not going to be extremely easy for them. Chiefly has been taken down. Another spray comes in from Carhilo, but it does not strike.
Yeah, pretty much. These shots that are constantly hurting the players, it's now really starting to stack up that damage. And Elevate Esports now is in a big world of trouble. Alpha 6. They're constantly peppering down the shots. Korea was there too to find the opener. And now the opponents in the front, they're also quite vulnerable. And this is the right moment, the opportunity, the window they were looking for. And Alpha 6, they already do push on up like the Alphas. Nades being tossed, but Alpha 6, unfortunately, is also taking a lot of that fire upon themselves from the RDX themselves. Carrillo's taken down way too low. He needs to patch himself up, get himself back in that groove. Alpha 6 is desperate too for that rotation, as they do want to find themselves in the safety lines, and they just cannot really digest the fact that Elevate Esports just came in out of nowhere and snatched their position away.
They just found a little bit of hiding spot, but I'm not sure if Elevate Esports will be able to kind of snatch this position away, because the third player is still not here. The trade potential is not there. It's a 4-on-2 fight, which I'm not thinking which will go their way. Diva, of course, from the backlines, from the top, has done a massive job. Poco WLN has been taken down with their nade itself, and Alpha 6, in fact, Angry Swans, they are moving in nice.
They indeed are. Angry Swans from the top, having the high ground advantage inside of the fight as Team Limra, and for them, the earth is starting to shake. There's way too many teams near them. And with the foot march, Team Limra, they just can't understand what to do. It's a big state of panic. As Dragon OP is all by himself in the nearby vicinities of Team Insane, and he's starting to get swarmed too by the foes. He can't even move out like that. If he does, he's probably going to get shot from the surroundings. As the next zone pops upon the screen, it's going to be another curveballing shift, but this time a little bit to the left side of the map. Lost Leonis once again is in contention, but Elevate Esports, as they're looking to face off against the players of A6, no one's able to find any sort of an opener.
Absolutely no one. Utility barrage coming in from Alpha 6. 2 needs being popped in that window as well. There is a Molotov, but Elevate Esports, finally one of their players is going to bite the dust. Corey did try to make some amends, but that's not successful either.
Yeah, Psycho. He takes a lot of that damage upon himself, and Elevate Esports is this one single left-out player. He wants to close on up towards his comrades, provide that cover. Elevate Esports is now just taken down with a 2-man squad, and slowly and steadily, the entirety of team is almost on the verge of crashing. There's still one last man left standing, by the way, and he makes the run towards the main building. He will be safe for now, but for how long?
That is the question. And look at this. How many teams do you spot in this single frame? Beautiful bird's eye view. You've got Team Insane, Team Limra right in the smack center. You've got Team Psy Rushers as well. You've got 4ACN on the other side. You've got RDX. You've got 4 Kings. And Pika Nubius find an opening for his team. Boogiboo needs to come in clutch for his teammate, because otherwise it seems like it'll be very hard for them to sustain in this match.
Pretty much. RDX, they have been struggling with their firefights. Even the positioning game hasn't been looking too fluid. And now RDX, they did rotate all the way from down south. But the rotation that they pulled off, yes, it was good, but the zone actually shifts to their previous spot. So now RDX, they need to move back to the place where they were just a while ago. And maybe face off against a few more names like Elevate Esports, Team Dragons, and even Alpha 6. RDX, they do wipe out the existence of their opponent that was there right next to them. But now it's time to reposition.
It certainly is time to reposition. Very far away from the circle. In fact, 3 teams are currently far away from the circle. You've got Team RIP, you've got Team 4MF, and you've got Team RDX Girls. Not really a big fan of the split coming in through from Numen as well. Just dividing their strengths into 50%. Another one goes down. It's going to be always 4CN looking to kind of isolate these players and then exterminate. But the process has been made much more difficult with the smokes lying around.
And the wall of death is once again starting to close. Molotovs are really forcing out these players out of their safety lines. And keep this thing in mind, in urban warfare, you really do need the utilities.
Yeah.
Nades and Molotovs, they're going to be of the utmost priority. We've got NUMENxFOREVER too, facing off against the team that's right next to him. As I4I, they wipe out the existence of the team that was in the clotheslines. And this time it's going to be 4 Misfits.
This is stage 5, Necro, and we still have 12 teams still surviving. 4CN trying to make an entry, but it seems like King OP will get taken down. An entire army of Numen players swarming towards him. King OP will get knocked out for sure, and Sledger, he could not have any say whatsoever. Had to fall back to try and heal himself up, but it seems like Numen, they've identified where exactly the outlier is. And the objective is to take him out and get control of the entirety of this space.
Pretty much. Still the man's pinned down in that spot as Sledge is going to be the last pillar. You've got Team Dragons forcing a fight against the players of A6. It's now A6. One thing they're trying their best to do is at least try and get the initial opener against the players of Team Dragons. A beautiful Molotov, and Wicked is going to be forced out of his comfort spot. And now he just pins himself down in a really uncomfortable spot. TD, one thing is for sure, they will try to force the fight, but Wicked, he patches himself up just right in the nick of time. A6 now, they're back in full force, and they do stand a chance in that fight. Sledge is once again getting swarmed by the opponents. He's probably going to get overwhelmed soon. He's got 4 players forcing off a fight against him, and Sledge is all by himself. The man should be overwhelmed with the amount of firepower that he's going to face off within a few moments.
But Team Numen actually can't get blindsided. It seems like RDX girls from the backline to actually make a rotation and find themselves a compound. That is commendable job right there. Numen, of course, they were always supposed to get this finish, but now it's time to actually make them move forward, and this is exactly where problems strike as Drogon is going to find Ash. A nice knockout, but we'll have to find out if a finish is going to follow. Team Dragons themselves, they are being shut down. Alpha 6 trying to force their way in inside the circle, as the circle did shift and majority of the teams are right at its circumference, Necro.
Oh no, but for the teams that are there down south, they need to make it inside of the zone, and that's where they're going to be screwed. For teams like Alpha 6, TD, even NUMENxFOREVER, the game's done for. They can't survive anymore. It's the urban warfare. You need to move inside of the zone too flawlessly, but you do not really have any vehicles to play with. That sounds next to impossible. The only way you can make it inside of the zone is by being the cleanup crew and cleaning up all the squads that you face off in the moment or in the way. And right now it's going to be the players of RDX girls facing off against the players of NUMENxFOREVER. Numen needs to be the cleanup crew. The only way they can make it to the safety lines is by wiping out any team that steps in their way. And right now it's going to be the RDX girls.
Can't be reckless with that. They need the use of utility. Look at this. Always was caught in the outside. He has been taken down. So now it's a proper 3-on-3 Mafia. Certainly in a good position. But utility might get flood in from the choke point that has been created. All the crossfires are being set up. Multiple players need to come in. Omega is going to fall as well. RDX girls, they're showing their class right now. 2 players being knocked out. It's just Ash who is still surviving.
NUMENxFOREVER choked that fight. I'm not even sure why they're trying to force it that way, especially knowing the fact that you need to push up through a staircase. The opponents are anyways going to have the advantage, and they did not even have a lot of utils to back him up. So that was quite a bad force of fight. But even RDX girls, for now, their game is being spoiled. The last person needs to move out in the open. Ash is also going to be the last man standing for NUMENxFOREVER, and even he gets wrapped up in a sheet. The wall of death is constantly closing, it's constantly moving. Even TR is now being forced out in the open. As TR's down to 2, last man standing. Team Insane, they might just stand a big chance to win this game. RIP Nirvana is there in the back lines as the last glimmer of hope as well. But for Team Insane, these are a lot of elimination points that can be easily claimed.
Potentially. They do have that one outlier still surviving. From Angry Swans, it's going to be Pratik who is still surviving. Team Insane will need to spot him out, take him out as well to get the entirety of that space. But now it is also important for them to cross on over. Team TR taking so much shots coming in from Team Insane. And finally, it seems like they have been put down to the blow. Spy OP is going to find MIZO. Team Insane, they're pushing up 3 teams and 6 players still remaining. It's going to be Nirvana. And I think he's inside the circle. Can potentially have a chance to kind of close it out, Necro. What are your thoughts?
I don't think so. He's going to have a chance. It's Team Insane he's facing off against. And look at Pratik. His position gets compromised. That one single drive-by, it just interrupted his first aid. And now he gets dealt with. Angry Swans, they get eliminated from the game in the 3rd spot. But Team Insane, they pounce on the last man too. So even outrush, if possible, MIZO, they will be eliminated from the game. What a game that was from Team Insane. But such a chaotic ending too in the final few moments.
I mean, it certainly was a great game for Team Insane, a great recovery, to be honest. They definitely had greater points in terms of week 1 if you consider their performance, but to control a fight like this, especially in an urban circle, that just goes to show that Team Insane, they're prepared to play in high pressure situation, Necro. But I think credit also has to be given to Team Limra for the way they made their way inside the circle. That was a great rotation.
Indeed, that was. For Team Limra, now all they're trying to do is just move in with the consistency. But keep this thing in mind, they do not have a lot of elimination points.
Yes.
So even that's another factor Team Limra needs to understand. They've only gotten 2 finish points, and that's not really going to be counting a lot, considering even the placement wasn't too great. So Team Limra, a bit of a fail of a game, but you move on the conversation towards Rush If Possible MIZO. This is definitely a bit of a climb in the points table. Now Rush If Possible, all they need to do is constantly keep on moving up with the same pace, and they might just be the one to qualify forward. But you cannot really forget the fact that he was also an urban finish, and that sort of helped the players of Rush If Possible.
Exactly. For RIP MIZO, I feel like one good thing that happened was they dropped in inside the circle, and the circle kept on ending on top of them, right? That is one of the reasons why Nirvana had the center of the circle without any troubles whatsoever. Now, once they start preparing themselves on how to play coming in from the circle from the outside, I think their game will be complete. But talking about complete gameplay, Alpha 6, that was a display of class.
Indeed it was. Alpha 6 is taking the fights, looking pretty confident too, challenging teams like TD, knowing the fact that there's also going to be a third party from NUMENxFOREVER. That's a lot of things going on at the same time, but still, Alpha 6, they're not going to back away from a fight like that. And especially looking at this fight itself, as I mentioned, NUMENxFOREVER is always going to be there with the striking points. They did strike down the players of Alpha 6. Unfortunately for Alpha 6, making it inside of the zone was next to impossible. And with the way Numen as well took the fight against the players of RDX Girls, that was quite a questionable move, quite a questionable approach, that too from such an experienced banner.
Exactly, I kind of felt like this game was Numen's, especially with the way they dealt with the first team. And RDX Girls, if you consider their point standings, right, I don't really think there are a competition as compared to the experience that Numen have. These players, they certainly have performed in the biggest stage of them all. That was one of the most basic building rushes that you could have possibly done, right?
I know.
A couple of utilities being flooded in, but the way always got taken down outside the compound, the way 2 players, Omega as well as Mafia, both of them get taken down inside the building, I didn't really understand what was the plan, or possibly there was no plan at all.
Especially the way Oveis got knocked out was quite questionable. He was moving out in the open towards that compound, towards that building, and then one player was able to get a free sneak and a peek. And instantly Oveis was not there in the game anymore. So a lot of the questionable moves were made from the side of NUMENxFOREVER, and we just had a conversation about this too. The zone has moved away from the teams down south. The only way they can move inside of the circle is by being the cleanup crew and wiping out anyone that stands in their way. Numen, they try to make that happen, but they crumbled because they made a lot of those questionable decisions. In general, the final few moments were way too chaotic, and that's what you expect in an urban finish.
Absolutely, and I think this is going to be the test of time for Ash as well, because as an IGL himself, he has struggled in the past. He did make sure that he dominate inside of round 1, round 2 of official tournaments, but when it actually comes to the later stages of tournament, the problems of Orangutan basically were also the problems of Ash himself as an IGL. So I hope that these decision makings, they kind of tend to improve as the tournament keeps on progressing.
Yeah, but still the big concerns are still going to be with teams like Galactic Wolves, not able to perform a lot. And I still want to see how many points did Rush If Possible MIZO have at the end of the day. Yes, the placement points are there, but how many eliminations did they get?
Well, let's just find out. Let's just have a look at the point standings and find out exactly how many points did Rush If Possible got for themselves. Right at the top, of course, it is going to be Team Insane with 18 points. Angry Swan with 14 points themselves. RIP MIZO 7 points. Is that enough, Necro?
Absolutely not. Where is the old Rush If Possible? I want to see them back in the fray. It's been a while since Rush If Possible has been able to be in the forefront of the action. Chasers lost his form. You've also got Flick YT not there in the form anymore. The entire team is just crumbling apart. You've now got NUMENxFOREVER with 7 points. Still consistency is there, at least on the board, so that's a good thing. You flip the table and you see Alpha 6 with just 5 points. And that too, all of those were accumulated by finishes.
I think this is one of the things which we'll have to note down, right? Alpha 6 with 5 points. Yes, for sure, they could not really garner for more, but the approach was right and the intent was right. 5 points coming in from eliminations, you definitely had a good game. But if you compare that with RIP MIZO, I feel like MIZO, they had the benefit of the circle, because of which they got the 6 placement points and just 1 finish point. So yes, RIP MIZO won in terms of point standings, but I feel Alpha 6, they're going to have a better confidence boost from this game rather than RIP MIZO.
Hands down, they will. Alpha 6 has always been about fight, but now these days, they're also focusing on the placement, and I'm loving that. So Alpha 6 now being able to survive in the late game scenarios too, and knowing the fact that yes, they do possess a decent bit of firepower as well, they're trying to back it up with a good placement, and I'm loving this gameplay from Alpha 6. I just want to see a bit more of that same pattern, and I want to see a bit more of success from the side of Alpha 6 in the upcoming game. With that being said, let's move on to a short break for now.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a very short break, we are back with iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, the day's action almost is about to get over. Of course, we still have that final game of Erangle. And I love it when the final game of Erangle steps up, especially when you know that majority of the storyline has been written, but a few changes still can be made, Johnny.
Of course, and the changes are still being made. I mean, what we saw from that map of Miramar, Rush if possible, they finally get an opportunity to step up. And of course, it was an intense game after all. But still, there are still a few more matches left and a long way to go for a lot of these teams in the middle pack. Again, we see 4 Misfits make a blunder in the early stages of the game. And it is going to be heartbreak if they fail to secure or go beyond 50 points today. And it is going to be intense journey tomorrow if that actually happens.
You know, to be honest, since the circle was in an urban finish, it was extremely difficult for everyone to accommodate and find spaces for themselves. And I'm pretty sure you guys also at home, if you are screaming, you know how difficult urban finishes are. Why not get yourself a device which is actually used to perform in high pressure situation? Of course, just go to Google and search iQOO Z9S series and you might be one of the 15 lucky winners to get yourself hands on the iQOO Z9S Pro, which is the budget's, which is in fact the segment's fastest smartphone.
Exactly, and it is an amazing device. In fact, that big screen does give you an edge, trust me. I mean, it feels so comfortable just holding it in your hands with that nice big display. And doesn't matter which control options you are playing out with. I mean, I personally go for that 5-finger claw with 4 as well. It's very comfortable. And of course, having that big display allows you to have a lot of vision. The FOV is nice.
You play with 5-finger claw?
Yeah, for the last 5 years, man. That's
Damn.
how it's been.
5-finger claw, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny, the next professional coming in BMPS 2025. But overall standings on board, ladies and gentlemen. VASISTA Esports at the very top, 39 points. Medal Esports, 35. Johnny, any surprises from this entire lineup?
I think just Team Limra, that bounce back, it needs to be a little bit better. 17 points, not going to cut it. They need a little bit more. Last week in the 6 matches, they were able to secure 28. This time, I think in the first 3 games I want to see 28 points, because there were massive expectations from Team Limra when we saw their name in the roster of the teams that are playing.
Yeah.
But moving on through the next page, I think over here we see those surprises. Elevate Esports on the 28th position, 29th, my apologies, with just 4 points. That is a big surprise, along with Alpha 6, for Misfits being here, and alright, anyone else? Boltex Rushers, RIP MIZO. And I think we'll give a little bit of leeway to Team Lolzzz. Team Lolzzz did quite decent in their opening week. This week as well, I think if they make that extra push, they can head towards the other side. But then again, their matches today weren't that shabby as well. Maybe they show up tomorrow in a different momentum and qualify. Yeah,
hopefully. You know, I mean, a lot of question marks on these two teams, Team Lolzzz and 4 Misfits, as a matter of fact, because you never really know when these teams will come up and actually give you a good game.
Exactly.
4 Misfits, they are known for their notorious performances. They will bag a 20-25 pointer chicken dinner and kind of restabilize their position on the overall standings. And the same goes for Team Lolzzz as well, which essentially is comprised of Lolzzz and the players of MICI initially. But I feel like majority of the teams who have kind of struggled, be it Galactic Wolves, be it RDX Girls, for them, the journey is more or less over. They still had 5 more games to go. I was hopeful, but now with just 1 more game left to go today and then 3 more tomorrow, I feel like the job is undone.
Yeah, it is still left undone, a lot left lacking. And as you mentioned, RDX Girls, I think go for a 20-point chicken dinner or nothing's going to happen. That's the only way they save themselves. Like 20 points per match or 15 points per match is the only way they can get close to qualification. And even then, they might actually miss out on it because they're way too far away from the cutoff. But again, mathematically, it's still possible. But let's see how this last game of Erangle is going to turn out. I am expecting that Team Insane, since they have the momentum of Miramar, they are definitely going to look to annihilate a few of these weaker teams. Elevate Esports actually need to bring themselves back. 4 points, not going to cut it. Elevate Esports, they are very close to qualification, by the way. That's 61 in their opening week. 6 matches played, 61 points. In the 2 games, they've secured 4. That's not going to cut it. They need just 10, 12 points more, man. And if they can secure that on Erangle, then that relieves a lot of pressure from the matches tomorrow. And maybe tomorrow we can see Elevate Esports in the same form in which we saw them in the previous week. Because that was amazing. I don't know what this is.
Exactly, right? And I feel like majority of the undergods who kind of come in with huge expectations from week 1, they've kind of suffered because you move in with a mentality that, all right, fine, we're going to step in, we're going to do the same performance that we did week 1, but sometimes those are just good days and then you're supposed to have the average days as well. You need to have that mental backing to know that, all right, fine, it's an average day, we'll be able to bounce back tomorrow. But I feel like confidence definitely takes a hit when you come back from such a good week and then absolutely drop the ball on the next week.
Exactly. It's like having a discussion about inspiration and discipline, right?
Yep.
Inspiration is not going to always strike, and it's only in very rare occasions that inspiration is there for people. But if you have discipline, you will always succeed, and that is what Elevate Esports need to bring to the table. The same level of discipline that was there in the previous week. Do not overexert yourself. Always prioritize those loose stragglers that you see running around the map without their teammates, players knocked out into the open. And that is how they were able to secure a lot of those points in that first week of theirs. Right now, I think they are trying to force those 4v4s, maybe looking to practice before they head into round 2, testing the waters, as Necro calls it. And I think that is what they've been doing throughout the day. But at least secure this game of Erangle, and it's all going to be good. There's not going to be a lot of pressure for tomorrow. But let's see how this last game of the day is going to turn out for these teams, and how, in fact, who will secure the chicken dinner in this last game, the last map of Erangle.
Well, the last game of Erangle is live, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here on the flight. Of course, your pilot is going to be Salty, your co-pilot Johnny, and we do have the 64 players inside the cabin. And air traffic control suggests that the flight path is going to travel from the left-hand side of Query, and we are going to reach a final destination of Stauber. Of course, you can eject the flight at any point in time if you want to, and majority of the players are going to do so before they reach Stauber.
Yeah, we condone that sort of behavior, just jumping out of plane in this game at least. But again, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see after ejecting what is the mindset of a lot of these teams, especially considering the teams at the bottom haven't really done anything to bring themselves back apart from Alpha 6. I mean, they're getting very aggressive, but that is also hampering their own performance in the bigger picture. So they are one of those teams that need a big game, and they need it right now. But look at that. We have a cluster dropping towards the Western Edge. Team Insane, they've dropped close to the highways. I'm pretty sure looking for those vehicles. And the players of Psy Rulers, Again, starting from Primorsk. A little bit of a threat up north in the form of Team Limra. Now, Limra can look to charge towards the players of Sai Rulers, looking for those easy early frags, but is that the decision that they're going to make, considering now Numen has also dropped towards FatalitY?
Oh, now this is going to be interesting. Numen dropping towards FatalitY. A few of the players moving towards a pancake region, towards the observatory near the bridge. This might actually induce a lot of fights. You also have Team Insane on the shoreline. So 4 teams in extremely close proximity. But if you look a little bit northern, you've got to see 4CN. You can also see the likes of Legacy Esports. You have Team Dragon on towards northern Georgia Pool. So 3 teams in the Georgia Pool cluster, and then you've got the Rozhok bridge as well. Not the bridge, but the a small little pathway that you have 2 teams in that small little position, forking as well as another one.
Yeah, but there are a couple of drop clashes that have happened just now, and this one is from that Georgia Pool City area. Legacy Esports taking on 4CN. Apart from this, another interesting fight is happening or might happen towards the Stalber Kameshki Hill, where we have GW. That is going to be the side of Galactic Wolves going up against RIP, but 4 Misfits against 4 King Esports. Both the teams not really having a fun time today. And 4 Misfits, after their run in the opening week, there were a lot of expectations for when they return, but today they haven't really lived up to anything.
I like how Canary is agile every single time, just finding those rooftops and those vantage points from nowhere almost. It's going to give him no advantage, no real advantage as such. A nade was lobbed in, but he instantly decided to fell back, especially when he got struck by that explosion and the splash damage. But Cavalry has arrived, and not so much for 4 King Esports as of now. It's a 4v2 up against these lads of 4 King Esports, and Samir is in a 1v1 duel, but he's been taken down from the backside. This is good stuff.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about. 4 King Esports, they had their player out into the open who had the line of fire onto the players of 4 Misfits, but the trade comes in, and now it's going to be down to a 3v3. Make that a 3v2 as it's Canary who pushes forward inside of the house, completely ignores the man behind him. Look at the confidence coming in from the players of 4 Misfits, but they are losing bodies as well. Pika Noob charges towards Canary. A little bit of a switch up between the 2 players. Canary, he has to go for a reload, and now Pika is going to be forced to switch towards the pistol. Canary takes the leap. Dox takes that player on the outer side down, and there's the wrap-up. Impressive moves coming from Canary as he flies between the opposing players and completely destroys them. One by one. Again, another big play from this man. He's giving it his all to qualify for round 2.
Absolutely. He had 4 bullets in that M762 barrel. He had to change onto the shotgun, and he did so. The first bullet struck, in fact, the other player from 4 King Esports. He was also quite low on ammunition in that fight, but nothing taken away from 4 Misfits. 2 players definitely down. Seems like Canary and Samir, they have got a long way to go in this game. 2 players can play for placement points, can try and pick up a couple of those finish points as well. Potentially look for that 10-pointer game, and that should be enough.
Well, it should be.
Will that be though, Johnny?
I mean, at least for today, it should be. If they get those 10 points, it gets them in a much more manageable position for tomorrow. Because I believe that will help them cross over from that 50-point marker. Get close to it. 20 points in 3 games for a team like this. I mean, expectations are they can pull it off without even breaking a sweat. But, I mean, today it just hasn't been their day, and that has me concerned.
So the structure is, if you have 3 more games left to go and you've touched 50, you should be kind of comfortable inside the lobby, right?
Yeah.
50 points is the marker, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about Legacy Esports, it's Su right up front. He's got a player who is knocked out from 4CN. Not really sure who was the one who found the knock, but Legacy Esports, it seems like they are pretty comfortable inside this city. No real threat whatsoever. You still have the outliers of 4CN left and right, but not a complete huddle. It's those stranded players who are kind of still trying to look for spaces to breathe.
Yeah, but Legacy has the upper hand in this fight. Look at this. They've secured the opening frag, secured the second knock as well. It's just Vishu and Sledge that are left. And Sledge, even though has the vision of the players of Legacy Esports up front, I don't think he can do much from here. Unless he just lines them up and secures 2 knocks in a single go. Look at that. Oh, so close. Was that a smoke or a nade?
Where's the explosion?
I think they're just trying to flush him out at this point. Oh, they're just util checking everything. They lobbed a smoke, not a nade. But since the smoke popped off behind him, we couldn't see it from Sledge's POV. And I think Legacy Esports, if they assume that that window is covered, well, they are going to be in for a surprise. But finish secure first, and then they're going to look to move in. One more nade has been acquired by the players of Legacy. I think Fury, yeah, he's the man who has that nade, and the player pops in from that first floor. So much damage traded out. And Sledge, he's left with barely a sliver of HP. 40 rounds in the magazine, just one in the backpack remaining. And Fury with the nade does secure that knock quite easily. So another casualty on the board for 4C. And now it's just the last man Vishu left standing. And he has no escape option. Look at that. He's in those corner compounds and the back lines are completely open. So the moment he steps out, Legacy Esports, it's free shots. It's just aim practice for them.
Exactly. We'll need to find the timing for Vishu if he wants to run towards the hospital building or possibly towards the containers. But as of now, it seems like Legacy Esports have an idea of his positioning as well. So very likely that some of the other cavalry is going to come towards him. In fact, he's chasing them. Vishu calling for the shots. Knows that fighting is the only way that he can survive. Potentially, why not just take a fight, a 1v4 situation? Of course, and Rage God from the backlines might actually have a clean visual. He's never going to miss from that range. 4 finishes on Legacy Esports. But 4CN completely dismantled and disintegrated.
Quite early into this game as well, but here they are, the players of FatalitY Esports, looking to elevate their performance and their rankings into the game. Nades lobbed out, quite a bit of damage traded out. Seiko, oh! Sliver of HP, can't even go for a heal, and he will be knocked out. Alpha 6, brilliantly done. Perfectly executed as well, finding that isolated man and making sure there was no escape and no support coming in for that fallen player from the side of Elevate. Seiko, it seems like the entire day has been forced to play in an isolated position and has always been punished.
Elevate Esports, they were strikingly close to Alpha 6 while rotating. The minimap suggested that these two teams were basically at a hand's distance from each other. I almost thought that we were about to see a fight between Elevate and Alpha 6, but well, both of these two teams, they fall back their respective many ways and there's going to be nothing. Team Limra, if you talk about, they've had a good start today. Consistent performances on Vikendi, consistent performances on Miramar. It's just that that big chicken dinner that we are expecting from this lineup is still missing. But it might come at any time.
Yeah, it can. At any given moment, they aren't going to suspect it as well. But hey, I mean, kind of an interesting game, right? I mean, we still have a bit of the circle towards the military island and there's absolutely no one there. So now, you know what? I'm praying for a sudden shift.
Yeah, me too. I mean, if a sudden shift does come in, there would be no one to actually take advantage of it, honestly.
Yeah, true. But right now, I think based on where the cluster is forming, I think majority of the IGLs expect the circle to go towards either farm or towards Pachinki. So towards the center is where the players are expecting the zone to be.
Side rulers are in a good position. They could have actually taken a rotation journey and gone on towards military base, but all of that theory crafting is into the bin, ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards the mainland once again.
Yeah, and as I said, I mean, the IGLs, they were correct indeed. I mean, this is what I've realized, Salty. I mean, we gotta trust the players, right? Their predictions for the circles are better than us.
No, so what I have learned recently is that while the game gets loaded up, there is a certain number that pops up at the bottom of your screen, right? That is pure RNG, and that decides the flight path and the circle patterns, and it never repeats ever again.
Yeah, I mean, it does repeat. So there's a cycle of, I think, 112 or 113 patterns that between which it changes.
Okay.
And the way the mathematics works behind it, it has to do with the radius and the circumference of the initial circle that forms and how much area of the land is in it.
Yes.
Based on the meta, if it's moving towards the urban areas, moving towards the open. So all of this, it's literally a lot of maths. And the only person that I know who does the numbers analysis, and this is the reason he gets the zone predictions correct, is Mr. Sharma over on the Hindi desk. Because, like, of course, the maths whiz kid that we have in our crew.
It's always one of those Sharmas, right?
Yeah.
It always has to be one of those Sharmas.
Yeah, so it's just the maths genius that gets it done, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of hardcore number crunching that you need to do in real time. But for the you don't really need to do it all the way. If you know the patterns, if you can get close enough as well, because your circle prediction does not need to be perfect. You just need to get close enough, and not even close to the center of the circle. There's always those control points. It's always going to be that isolated high ground that has the compound, gives you the vision of the majority of the area. That is where you see those clusters form. Whoever gets there early gets to survive the longest. Whoever gets there latest will have to play from the backlines. That is how the game functions. And again, there is always going to be a little bit of RNG involved based on where the exact edge of the next circle is going to be, and that is what the players struggle with.
So you're basically suggesting two things. Either you've got to be a math god, or you just have to play the game long enough.
Yes.
I think majority of the athletes, they choose the second one. It kind of helps them they improve their mechanical skills as well.
Exactly. I mean, and if you have the iQOO Z9S series, which starts at 18,999, playing the game long enough is not going to be an issue ever.
Absolutely. 5,500 milliamp hour battery. And even if that drains out, you've got an 80-watt flash charge.
Exactly. The easiest option, guys. We don't do numbers well. We just can grind.
Absolutely. Just grind and try and figure out where the circle is going to form. And I think a lot of these IGLs, they do get the hunch of circles as well. You look at a formation and you know, as a matter of fact, that wait, this circle, I played it a couple of days ago. It always finishes on the southern part of this particular hut. Why not me getting this particular compound for myself early on? And that always happens.
Yeah, it's like chess, man. I mean, video games, I mean, yes, they've gotten complicated, but at the end of the day, they are pattern recognition.
Yeah.
You gotta recognize those patterns. It's like, so the easiest place where people use it is literally learning the spray pattern of different weapons.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm going to come back to that chess conversation. I feel like even 4v4 battles are like chess.
Yeah, they are. It's all about placement of your pieces, which are your players. And the IGLs are the ones making the moves, the players. Yeah, difference between chess and a 4v4 fight in BGMI. There is no direct comparison, first of all. Yeah, we know what we're talking about. We're just making an analogy over here. But the difference is that the pieces here control themselves. So you can't really go into the micromanaging players like, all right, now you go out, now you shoot. You have to trust your teammates as well, that they know how to handle a position you put them in. From the IGL's perspective, it is always about making a call that gives them the highest probability of success. No call inside of the game, no strategy in any game out there is going to have 100% success rate. It's always about probabilities.
Absolutely. And I think majority of the IGLs, they try and control the probability side of things towards their side by controlling the pieces, by controlling the positioning of the athletes. The timing of their movements, yes, that becomes the RNG factor. That becomes the factor at which whether you're going to win the fight or whether you're going to lose the fight.
Unless you're global esports, in that case, you just toss the board outside the window and just start punching the opposition in the face.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, global esports is just brute force, man. It's so much pressure when you see anyone fighting against them.
But I feel like even those fast-paced teams as well, they practice their movements because the sequence with which one or the other player is going to come right after the other, there's always a lot of grind that goes behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is. I mean, it's unfathomable as to how much these players, how many hours these players have put inside of the game. But again, I mean, this brings us to a very interesting conversation right now, right? I mean, so as of now, ladies and gentlemen, while all of this discussion is happening, there's still a little bit of a build-up going on apart from those two early fights. Nothing has happened. Teams are still trying to position themselves, and there's a lot of distance in a space between the teams that are keeping them at bay from each other. So there is still, I think, stage 4 is when we are going to see those all-in collision. Stage 3 is when the build-up has happened. Depends on where the next circle takes us. I think farm, it goes to Pochinki, and there's no one in the city. But Salty, as I was saying, brings us to a discussion about like an age-old discussion of talent versus hard work, right? I mean, and in terms of raw talent, if that is mixed with hard work, it becomes magic.
Yeah.
And there are a few teams that are built around that magic. Teams like iQOO, Seoul, teams like Global Esports. These are two of the biggest names that I've come to realize, like the players that they have and the way they work around their matches, it becomes extremely difficult to beat them. A team that is all about the hard work, and the reason they lifted the trophy because of their hard work was Xpark.
I feel like a team that has actually put in the hard work but still lose that shine somehow was Orangutan, the ex-Orangutan.
Yeah.
A lot of hard work being
man.
put in as well, but they could never really get the limelight. Possibly I mean, I'm not really saying that talent was missing. They have amazingly talented players in the form of AK and Wiz, but something was missing.
I don't blame OG for anything, and nothing was missing. It was always, they were very unlucky. It was something happening outside of the game that would just result in them not being able to perform. And it would never have anything to do with the tournament or something. It was just something off that was completely unrelated. And they were just extremely unfortunate that those situations happened when some major tournament was going on. So it was just tough luck for OG, man. They drew the shortest straw always, like, and I can't even blame them. That's a good lineup.
Now, we were talking about talent and hard work. I feel like this conversation has gotten another factor, that is luck as well. Because certain factors which are outside the game, you can't really control it. But if you want to be an athlete, you will have to take that into account, ladies and gentlemen. But if you do not want to be an athlete, if you want to have a comfortable ride around the city, you can actually choose an official mobility partner, Hero. They've graciously given us their Hero Extreme 160R 4V to be given to the MVP of the finals. So I'm pretty sure they're going to have a good ride around the city. But coming back to that conversation once again.
Yeah, and relating it to the match and the teams that are playing right now, I think one team that has put in a lot of hard work and they have a lot of talent as well is the side of Team Insane, man.
Yeah.
Team Insane is incredible. The organization itself is like quite amazing with how they've been scouting players and constantly bringing some of the best players into their team, grooming them to be the best in the country. And again, they have been forced to do it again and again and again and again every single year. And they still are very comfortable in grooming that talent. There are these few teams that always nurture the new players and give them the opportunity to get that experience under their belt. And Team Insane is one of those. Raw Official would be another one.
Absolutely. I think majority of the times it's more about laying the foundations of how a team works. From an organization perspective, I feel like the only way you can control how the performance of the athletes will be is by setting down their entire routine, right? All right, this is your wake-up time, this is your grind time, this is how you're going to play your scrims and all of that. I feel like Team Insane, they've done a fantastic job with maintaining discipline. No matter which lineup steps in, they always make sure that performance is top-notch.
Yeah. Okay, all right, one more thing. Like, this is an interesting group today in front of us right now. Group 2 in particular from Setred. And Necro was one of the person who brought it, and I was like, it is another interesting point, right? In Setred, every single group, it's not stacked with those tougher teams, those big names that make you scared of going into the lobby. Like in this particular lobby, one of the most experienced lineup has to be Team Insane. Apart from that, Elevate Esports, we haven't seen a lot of them. Like in terms of the, if you compare the amount of experience that Insane has and Elevate has, Angry Swan is a newer team, iForeye is a newer team, Team Dragons, I think this is the third tournament that we've seen them in. Same goes for the side of Rush if possible. For Misfits, individually the players have a lot of experience, but as a team, this is the first time we're seeing. So a lot of new names into this mix. And these names have a lot of potential in them, of course. But then again, I think this Pro Series will be the defining factor to decide which teams will outshine, which teams will get that recognition and those opportunities in the future, and which teams will struggle to find those opportunities again until the next official rolls around.
100%. I feel like all of these players, all of them, they've got the talent which is important.
Yeah.
But the only thing which kind of differentiates them from these professional teams, from these professional organizations that you've just mentioned, is the organizations ensure that good performances keep on coming through because they've got the setup, they've got the founding principles.
Yeah.
The other teams, of course, they're inexperienced, so their performance comes in bursts. You get to see one big burst in a week where all their talent is in display. They show their gun game, they show their game sense as well. But the other week, they just completely falter. And that is just due to the lack of discipline. And I think a lot of education, a lot of learnings can be taken from this Pro Series themselves. If anyone from the audience does decide to actually step it up and possibly enter the battleground someday as an athlete.
It's much easier to learn from other people's mistakes, right? You don't have to go through those tough experiences yourself. And I think, again, you see these teams right now in front of you. We keep talking about experiences and adaptations. And again, I think one of the adaptations that is not really working out for them is going to be from the side of Angry Swans. The performance last week was phenomenal. This week, they've taken a massive dip. On the opposite end, one team that has kind of been consistent today has to be iForeye. They're still looking aggressive. They're still going toe-to-toe with anyone who challenges them in a fight. And they have maintained that bar from that previous week. A team that has stepped up quite nicely, I have to say, has to be the side of Legacy Esports. Legacy Esports, again, they also have experienced players, and I think they're trying their level best. Team Limra as well, they're trying to regain that old form that we saw them in from that BGIS. And I think one thing that Team Limra was succumbing to was their own expectations from themselves. Now they've let it go, just playing their natural game, playing the match how they know best, sticking inside of the loop, playing extremely slow, being comfortable with every single rotation, and taking time before they make a decision of where they want to breach the circle from. And that is the Team Limra that we saw the last time around.
I feel like Team Limra will be at their very best when they accept that they're the dark horses in the lobby.
Yeah.
I feel they can do wonders if they accept that they are the dark horses in the lobby, and they'll just come in and surprise everyone every single time. Of course, with consistent performances, expectations do tend to rise, but you'll have to keep that in check. But now look at this, talking about keeping in check, it's Alpha 6 keeping Sai Rulers in check. 2 players being taken down, AKC taking some shots from some random angles, but it seems like he's got enough cover to actually protect himself. Need to finish this fight extremely quick and move on, because stage 4, Johnny, has begun.
Man, Alpha 6 is an absolute menace inside this lobby. You don't have to avoid their line of fire, you have to avoid their line of sight. It's such a nuisance to deal with, but we'll talk about that in a bit. It feels like NUMENxFOREVER, as they try to breach the circle from that eastern edge, find themselves up against the player of RIP, and trades come in, and Hayati dodges that vehicle, dodges that buggy without even looking, just based on that sound cue. And Numen, they hit the floor, the last player chimes in, Omega trades damage with Hayati, the shotgun battle not really going his way, and with the M4, Hayati makes sure that they hit the floor, but the third party from the players of TD is here. Team Dragons looking to move in, and RIP, they might have won a brilliant fight, but they are not going anywhere from here. Wait, what just happened, Salty? Another team is closing in upon this hill, so RIP Chaser, well, he's not going to be out for a chase. In fact, he gets eliminated, and Elevate Esports, they are going to try and gate that elevation upon that hill, try and see if they can pick a fight against the players of TD, and Addy hits the floor, all thanks to that nade coming in from the players of Elevate. Night King in the backlines extremely low as well, and Team Dragon, they make the passive call of backing off, looking for a reset before they re-engage. But as I was saying, RIP, they fought 4 players, they only had 2 eliminations to show for it.
Exactly, and it was so extremely unlucky, but now look at this, another team in the same vicinity. It's going to be Team Insane, Elevate Esports. They came in to fight, and now the fight is being handed to them. For sure, they did get themselves a finish. The team did decide to back away, that is Team Dragons, but Team Insane, I'm pretty sure this team never really is going to back away. Shadow, start things off. Team Elevate, tasting their own medicine, getting knocked out early on. Chiefly, this is important to get himself revived as quickly as you possibly can, but Team Insane, will they give them the time to breathe? Absolutely no.
Oh, Corey goes big though, secures 2 knocks with that S12K, but still it doesn't matter. Shadow has the same weapon, and he finds that final frag. Impressive performance. Alright, it was Evil actually from the backlines, just spraying down inside of that smoke, but hey, did you forget about us? That is what Dragon from Team Dragon is asking the players of Team Insane. As he secures 1 frag, he's going to try and secure a few more, but Spy, OP and Evil, they're prone out behind that Lamborghini. They do manage to avoid the line of fire, and a small little reset opportunity gained by the players of Team Insane. Man, so much chaos. But the big question is, why charge in that direction? Why charge for the Potato Hill? It was outside the circle.
Honestly speaking, had Team Dragon gotten themselves the finishes of Team Insane, it would have been the biggest Giga Chat move out of everything. To be honest, inside of this iQOO BMPS 2024 so far, just getting out of that fight very stealthily, but still ensuring that you're lying around. That is insane stuff. But talking about insane stuff, one of their players will get taken down. A crash landing coming in from Evil as well. He's going to get taken down, and now everything comes out on Shadow.
Ah, no.
Not much that he can potentially pull off. Galactic Wolves just putting in road breakers.
Yeah, man. One small blunder, that buggy hitting that car, putting Shadow out of play. And then the players, for them, it was too late to stop. So the other 2 players just charged for the trenches over there. Ouch. Small mistake, but an early exit hand to the players of Team Insane. But now it is going to get extremely chaotic. We called it right, stage 4 till stage 6. We are seeing those teams getting wiped out in flashes. And Team Dragon, they are going to be next. A lot of utility lob towards them. This should do some damage. Falls a bit short. Team Limra. Now, this is their opportunity to strike. They clear out the backlines by eliminating the players of Team Dragon, and then all they have to do is just take on the players of Legacy Esports up front. Limra still looking for those frags. They need to bring up those numbers. In the meanwhile, i4i also taking an early exit from this match, and we're down to 6 teams, 19 players still alive, and the nade from Dragon, from Team Limra, actually just annihilates Team Dragon entirely. 3 eliminations secured by this one player.
The bounce was perfect. It was a good length. It came up right on top, and it was brilliant.
Hey man, but nothing beats that nade from yesterday's last Erangle, right? Bounces it on the rock, it goes towards the left and takes out the player who thought he was sitting in a blind spot.
That was a leg spin. That was Shane Warne. That was Shane Warne coming back into live once again. But talking about Legacy Esports, we are talking about Legacy people as of now, and they do have such a nice compound to actually work with. This is a compound which reminds me of BGIS 2023, a compound where Spray God absolutely went bonkers. Now we'll have to find out if some similar performance is going to come here as well. Once again, Team Limra trying to charge in, but it seems like the blue zone is going to make their life so much more difficult. They don't really have a lot of breathing room to work with. The smokes have been laid, but the nades are there. The door has been opened and Dragon goes down.
Hey man, he opened the door to welcome to his own demise, and Dragon, he just walked right into that one. But Gokul, this is the danger man from the side of Team Limra, and he gets shut down instantly. Legacy Esports, this is also one of those big names that has the talent, that has the experience to show for it as well. And yet, after the last BGIS, the opportunity to play under a banner was denied to them, and they showed up this time in iQOO BMPS 2024 to redeem themselves, and they're definitely putting on a display for everyone to see. 7 eliminations secured. Rage God still looking extremely solid. 2 first stage to work with, has a lot of utility to actually clear up the front line for his team, but the biggest thorn or the biggest threat for them has to be the side of GW, Galactic Wolves. Now, Galactic Wolves did not have a fun time last week, but this time they're looking to turn things around.
Johnny, talking about fun times, when did Canary Mars 7 finishes all by himself?
Oh,
Team 4 Misfits, they have 10 eliminations. Unfortunately, they are completely stuck in an open region, and the only piece of cover that they have is going to be those smokes, the virtual covers, and that's it. Samir, of course, will be picked off by the tap shots. Rage got quite comfortably cleaning him up, and now it leads us to a 4v4. We have that one outlier in the form of Hesperos, who's still surviving from Team Limra. But as of now, this 4v4, it's going to be so intense because Galactic Wolves, they have the circle, and Legacy Esports, they themselves have the circle as well.
There's one man, though, in the backlines who can ruin the day for the players of Legacy Esports, and that is Hesperos. Oh no, no utility to first stage. Yeah, he's never going to get inside that zone, but he might gain the line of fire for the players of GW from that flank if he sprays inside of that smoke, catches one of the players, dishes out some damage, opens the door for the players of Legacy Esports. But hey, one thing is for sure, this game will end in an all-out 4v4 between these two sides. And Hesperos, well, there he goes. Now we have 2 teams, 8 players remaining, 4 from the side of Galactic Wolves, 4 from the side of Legacy Esports. And I have to say this, Salty. Rage God, he's going to be the next big thing, man. Because you remember how his journey started in this iQOO BMPS. His team lost 3 players as soon as their first game of Erangle began. And yet, in that particular match, he took an exit on the 3rd position with 5 eliminations all to his name. A single player pulling off that feat, and even in this game, he's the reason that his team was able to clear up the front line so easily. He stayed behind and yet was able to secure all of those frags.
Big name in the making, Johnny. Big name in the making. But to be fair to both of these teams, it seems like the circle has said that, alright, fine, it's going to be a Mexican standoff. No hard covers for anyone. Set up your own covers. Bring your cover with you in your backpack, and those are going to be the smoke grenades and team Legacy Esports. They're doing a good job with it. The smokes have been laid and they're giving us so much space in the circle, and to counter that, it's going to be Sonic to run it over with the buggy. He wants to gain some aggressive stance inside this fight. One of the players will be run over. Could have been 2 as well, but Sue is completely struck. Gets the second one himself. The 3rd one is down. Galactic Wolves are hunting them down like pieces of cards, and it's just MJ who is still surviving. Sonic goes in aggressive, but here MJ is still going in strong, but from the back lines, Legacy Esports, they will be hunted down and feasted upon by these Galactic Wolves. Oh my goodness, 9 finishes, but how quickly They turned the tide in that final fight.
It was amazing to watch that in action, and of course, all thanks to Mogo Esports for bringing that Mad Max strategy into action in this particular meta, because those two buggies never stopped. They just ran in circles inside of that smoke looking for those loose stragglers, and Shu, he did a brilliant job of just ducking right underneath to avoid getting spotted out by the first one, but the second one was always going to spot it out, because the job of the first man going in is just to mark where the opposing players are.
Yep.
The second man charging in, his job is to go for those takedowns. The two players left behind are there to pick off any loose stragglers. And MJ, I mean, the reason he got taken out was because he got marked. He got marked for death in that final moment, and his teammate, the last man from the side of Galactic Wolves, his job was simplest. Just focus fire on that edge, and MJ was never coming out of there alive.
But honestly, when I saw that fight, Johnny, I had no clue Galactic Wolves had two buggies under their control. I was only focusing on the utility part, right?
Yeah.
Alright, fine. Legacy Esports doing a very good job with the smokes. They're gaining space so much inside the circle. And for a brief period of time, I thought that, in fact, Galactic Wolves will be troubled by the blue zone. All of a sudden, I hear the engines roar, and they're like, "Alright, boys, let's go. It's time for a party."
Wanna hear who got them those buggies?
Don't tell me Team Limra.
No, it was Team Insane, man. It was Team Insane. I mean, all thanks to Team Limra, I guess. But yeah, it was Team Insane. You remember that push that came from Team Insane with one car, two buggies? These are the same buggies that were left behind by the players of Team Insane that were utilized in the end. And impressive performance coming from Galactic Wolves. But now the question is, can they again do this tomorrow 3 times in a row? Because Galactic Wolves, again, what is the big concern for them, or what will leave us still questioning their success in this tournament is the down performance or the lack of performance in week 1. In week 1, 6 matches, they only had 12 points.
Yeah.
And now, even though this is a big game, they need a lot more of these to qualify for round 2.
Honestly, Johnny, a lot more of these. But once again, the chicken dinner moment of this particular match, Legacy Esports just dominating till that final moment.
Yeah.
The last few seconds, it's almost like it's extra time in a game of football, and that's exactly when things switch. And look at this, right? Legacy Esports, they definitely did not have any space once those buggies started to charge in. Still battling for survival, still trying to go in for the shots. MJ, yes, he did try to do something, but he was always supposed to die.
He's just shooting in that direction. That was the easiest frag you could have gotten. Teammate just told me where you are. He's just shooting around the corner, and MJ just walks into that spray. But yeah, he tried his level best, man. Took down 2 players in that final collision, and I mean, yeah, we could always hope for the better scenario, right? With this team, Legacy Esports, walking away with the chicken. But from their perspective, it's an anticlimactic end. But from the perspective of Galactic Wolves, this could be the start that they wanted. Of course, it's at the end of today. But if they hold on to this momentum till tomorrow, they can change everything. This can be one of the best comebacks we get to witness in iQOO BMPS 2024.
Absolutely, and we need more teams like these.
Yes.
We have Team Cosmic. We have the likes of Galactic Wolves who have kind of displayed that they can potentially do it.
Yeah.
Great in terms of firefights. They fought against Team Insane, as a matter of fact, and beautifully done in that fight. No casualties whatsoever. And then, of course, to kind of clean up multiple teams and also clean up Legacy Esports in a almost flawless fight. I must say the last few knocks, they were just overextensions. Johnny, you can't really say anything about that. They knew that it's a 4-on-1 situation, but it was almost clean coming in from Galactic Wolves. So they definitely have the talent. Coming back to that conversation, now it's about the hard work and the consistency that follows tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, they've showcased they have the talent, and of course, as you mentioned, the hard work for tomorrow is cut out. It's laid out for them. If they pull it off, then it's going to be an amazing journey all the way to round 2. If they fail to pull it off, then it's going to be a very upsetting goodbye, because now after this game, I want to see what this team looks like when they get comfortable.
We haven't really spoken much about 4 Misfits, and neither did they have a lot of camera time, but Canary himself had 7 eliminations on him. So that is something which we'll have to find out on how and where those finishes came from. 4 Misfits, I think this team, once again, like I said, their performance comes in burst, left, right, and center. They will give themselves those massive games, and I feel this was rather a massive game. 10 eliminations on board, and the 3rd position where they get 5 points, 15-pointer, and I feel like the first game as well, they got themselves more than 10 points. So a decent day for Team 4 Misfits, to be honest.
Yeah, I think 3rd, 4th place finish, that is definitely a decent performance. But man, too much pressure on Canary. In every single game you notice, even on the map of Wakendy, it was like the same. And on this last Erangle, it still remains the same. Canary, He's doing his level best, but the other players need to step up, especially Rockstar. Rockstar, he's also an experienced player. Canary and him have stuck out together since the start of their journey. And I want to see Rockstar in the same form that he used to be in back in the days when they were playing together under the banner of our Esports.
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk about our Esports. We've already spoken about them yesterday, and it's not really great results. But coming back to today, point standings, ladies and gentlemen, on the screens, Galactic Worlds, 19 total points is what they have acquired. They need a lot more of these performances. Hopefully tomorrow is going to be the day. LG, Legacy Esports, as a matter of fact, 16 points for them, and 4 Misfits, 14 total points. Not too shabby.
Yeah, Legacy Esports, I think, are moving at the right pace at which they need to qualify. So tomorrow, I think if they continue this journey, if they can build upon this momentum, it's not going to be too difficult for them. Galactic Esports is going to be the team that's furthest from qualification, that has just brought themselves into a fighting position. But again, tomorrow is a big day. They need to pop off every single game. Elevate Esports. Now, this is a big letdown for today.
Yep.
I think in the 3 matches, they secured a grand total of 5 points.
Yeah.
Which gets them to a total tally of 66. And the cutoff has just... I think they're still listening to what you said yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, but cutoff just went up, guys. It's like mid-70s now.
Mid-70s will be a little too much, but I'm guessing it will kind of go up, especially with 2 more groups who are yet to play their games at all. So I'm pretty sure it is going to go up towards like 70, 72, but it is just speculation, ladies and gentlemen. To try and be safe inside of this competition, you at least will have to get yourself more than 70 points. Ensure you have 70 more points. And talking about that, yes, there can be a major choke, but I'm concerned, why is Elevate Esports playing like this?
Well, I have no idea. I think, again, the only theory that I have in my head is just because they have a lot of points from week 1 to work with, they have the luxury as well of making those mistakes, and they are using that opportunity to make mistakes right now, to figure out, are there any alternative plans that we can work with? What happens when we try to be aggressive early? What happens when we try to breach the circle in a different way? So I think they're making those mistakes right now, doing those experiments right now. And I think tomorrow maybe we're going to see a little bit more stable Elevate Esports. But looking at the overall rankings right now, I think the top teams in the top 16, there aren't any huge surprises over there. But from here, from the second page is where things get interesting. Because this is where we get to see the players from the side of Team 8-Bit. A team that was sitting in the top 3 at the end of week 1 is there on the 20th position with 12 points. Man, you'd let 8-Bit know once that they are safe. And this is what they do to us.
And to be honest, even the players of 8-Bit, right, I had a brief word with them.
Yeah.
And for them, it wasn't even that massive a performance. They're like, all right, fine, we're just playing to chill and we're trying to get as many finishes as we can, of course. But it wasn't really a bombastic performance from us. It's just 82 points on board.
Usually it's Aditya who goes for all of those frags as well. Today I think even he's taken a backseat, realizing like, alright, as we keep making a joke out of it, Aditya playing for a new bike in the finals, I think he's going to get it one way or the other. Either he turns into the MVP of the finals or he's going to walk away with the MVP of the tournament title and get the bike himself. But that man is not going to give up, and I would love to see him again in the list of the top 5 iQOO MVP contenders. But as of now, it's still Goblin and Hector holding on to their thrones on the first and the second position.
Majority of these players, Johnny, are from the blue set. In fact, from the red set, we haven't really seen anyone. Courtesy to the fact that 12 matches have been played by every single one. But I was kind of expecting, but the difference is massive between the first and the 5th position. You've got 10 eliminations, and that is a massive difference. And it feels like Carnival Gaming, yes, they are that leagues apart. We have discussed about it already, but there are multiple other teams who are starting to catch up.
When Carnival Gaming, I think it is, yes, teams are starting to catch up, but Carnival Gaming right now, with what we saw from them in round 1 itself, I think they are in the best form they have ever been. And that includes the BMPS trophy they have lifted once before in their career. So again, these lads are just going to be more brutal than ever before. So this is that one team that you have to watch out for. And I think they will get all the way towards the finale. I don't know what's going to happen in the finale. I can't predict the future, but I think I expect this team to go to the grand finals one way or the other. But look at this. We have our predictions on our screens, and yeah, I didn't do well. Sorry, you didn't do too well either. Necro also didn't do well. It was Maisie and Sparrow, I think, who did the best, versus Esports being ever so consistent.
Absolutely, Johnny. I mean, your prediction kind of actually broke me in laughter. But I mean, to be fair to you, nobody could have actually predicted this fall. 66 points and then just 4 or 5 points today. That's not going to be enough. But God's Reign, yes, majority of the teams expected this team to go bonkers. One good game is all that they had. But VASISTA Esports, surprisingly, they are being extremely consistent, Johnny. And this lineup, I mean, I definitely had my doubts around them, but now they definitely are showing what they're capable of. Especially Apollo and Wixky, I feel like these two have been sidelined for a while. They weren't into the limelight, but with VASISTA Esports, they are getting their much required fame.
I think VASISTA Esports, yes, they have extremely decorated players. It's a mix of both. The entire conversation we had during the match, right? Talent and hard work. Both are present for VASISTA Esports. The only thing is that we've never seen these players shine up on that big stage. That is it. And I think it's a long time it's been due. I think it's going to happen in this tournament.
Hopefully in this tournament. But so far, it was an amazing day, to be honest. VASISTA Esports, they're going to be celebrating. Team 8-Bit, not so much. But your final thoughts on Team 8-Bit?
I think, yeah, they're taking a backseat. We're going to see Team 8-Bit back again in their old form once we reach round 2. I'm pretty sure they're just relaxing. Or maybe tomorrow as well. They're going to go back to that day 1 performance. But ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our show today. And of course, a huge thank you to iQOO, which is the sponsor for iQOO BMPS 2024, and of course our mobility partner, that is going to be Hero. But on that note, it's going to be a good night from me and Salty. We're going to see you again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night. Bye-bye.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।